Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Asher by Samantha Whiskey. Narrated by Oliver Highpoint and Mia Madison. 1. Asher. Last hand, I rolled my neck, stretching the protesting muscles as one of my oldest friends, Weston Rutherford, the owner of the Raleigh Raptors NFL team, shuffled the deck of cards at the table beside me. Freshwater cave diving this morning had been invigorating. It was an epic experience, especially here in the Yucatan. Crossland McFarland, another of my friends and the owner of the pro hockey team in Calgary, had outdone himself with this one. Since he'd lost last month's game, he'd been the one to put this month's game and experience together. Given the way the last hand went, there was a genuine chance that I'd be on the hook for the next time if I didn't watch my bets. I'm good with one more hand. Ethan Berkeley, the owner of the Charleston Hurricanes, our local MLB team, said, leaning back in his seat in a perfectly pressed polo. Didn't matter that we were thousands of miles from work. The guy always looked ready to take a Zoom call with his board if he had to. I wasn't sure he actually knew how to relax. Not that I was one to talk. One more. Gareth Maxfield agreed, taking a long drink of his beer. No fruity cocktails for that guy. He overflowed his rattan chair, but considering he was 6'5", he almost never looked comfortable in whatever furniture we ended up in. Pretty sure everything at his house and in his office was custom-made because he wasn't just tall. He was built like he could bench press an elephant while closing a deal. As he shifted his weight, the sleeves of his Hawaiian shirt stretched across his inked biceps, and I bit back a laugh. Gareth was as serious as they came, and if I was being honest, a pretty menacing motherfucker, which made him a strict no-bullshit owner when it came to the Charleston Cougars NFL franchise. But he'd lost a hand last month to Weston that had put him in bright pink and orange flowers, a startling contrast to the tattoos that covered him from his hands upward. I could go for 2. Crossland chimed in as he stroked the thigh of the woman in his lap and smiled at a brunette walking by on her way to the pool. You can always go for 2, I muttered, rubbing my hand over my hair. We all had our addictions. Crossland's just happened to be women. My addiction was something a little more predictable. Routine. I liked structure and rules everywhere but my bedroom, and then all bets were off, but lately I'd pulled back from the casual dating and hookup scene. Watching almost every hockey player on the team I owned, the Carolina Reapers, fall in love over the last few years was like going out to eat with a bunch of fuckers who were dining on filet mignon every night while I was feigning satisfaction with a fast food burger left on the grill too long. No one seemed to satisfy me anymore. Maybe that's why I'd started living for these poker games every month. They'd started off as a way for the 5 of us to blow off some steam and push ourselves to experience new things. But over the last few years, they'd become my safe haven, my flash of color in a monotonous world, and the only time I allowed myself to relax. And the guys? Weston and I had been close since our early 20s, and the other 3 had quickly become the friends I hadn't realized I was missing. We were all connected in some way, either by geography or prior friendship, and we were all the youngest franchise owners on the North American continent, all in our late 20s and, in my case, very early 30s. Our game was the worst-kept secret among the exclusive club that was professional sports franchise owners, and, true to our reputation, we were pricks who didn't let anyone else play in our sandbox. I picked up my stack of chips and let them fall through my fingers. To an onlooker, they were nothing special, just generic, plain white poker chips. It was the Sharpies next to each of the 5 of us that got us into trouble. Betting money was boring. All 5 of us had more money than we'd be able to spend in this lifetime. We bet the stuff that kept life interesting, information, collectibles, and favors. What's wrong, Silas? Weston asked, smirking like the asshole he currently was. That last hand a little too much for you? Fuck off. I glared at the chip in his pile that read Team with Wrapped for new helmet line. My sister, Harper, the head of our sports technology division, was going to be fucking furious when she found out I'd bet our own team's exclusivity to her new technology, and even more pissed when she realized that meant she'd be flying to Raleigh to gather all the test data. "You're going to be in so much trouble when you get home," Weston laughed, the sound echoing off the tall glass windows that surrounded us on three sides, letting in the views of lush vegetation and, to Crossland's delight, the pool where the exclusive resort's other guests lounged, some topless. Bryn Allen, Weston's assistant and best friend, looked up over her e-reader but settled back in on the couch behind Weston, tucking her legs under her as she continued to read. Weston's addiction was twofold. First, the guy was an adrenaline junkie. Second, he was addicted to ignorance, because if anyone looked at me the way Bryn watched him, I would have had a ring on her finger years ago. The two were pretty much attached at the hip, as evidenced by the fact that she was no more than 10 feet away from him at every game. Not that we weren't all allowed to bring guests, we were, but even if Weston brought additional female companionship, Bryn was always on the flight manifest. "Whatever, just deal. One more." I held up my finger to let him know I meant business. My flight was scheduled for 3 hours from now, and nothing irked me more than being late. "So a loser," Weston sang as he dealt out 2 cards to each player. Just like in business, we were methodical when it came to the game. We sat in the same positions every time and always remembered who dealt last so everyone was treated equally. Ethan put in the small blind, $1 bet, and Gareth dropped the big blind, the strapping sum of $2. I checked my cards discreetly, then put them face down on the table. 10 of hearts and queen of spades. The bet started, and I raised Crossland's call. We had our own rules when it came to the game. The first round was always money and never more than $10. The second round, now that's where things got interesting. "So tell me, Ash, did you do anything about that little dare from the gala a few months back?" Weston burned the top card on the deck and then lay out 3 face up on the table. 9 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, and 2 of hearts. That gave me at least a pair. "To which dare are you referring?" I yanked on the collar of my T-shirt, knowing damn well exactly what he was talking about. Again, the minimum bets went in, but this time, next month's game was written on each chip, just like they were every hand. At the end of the game, whomever had won the most tallied the chips, and boom, our loser was selected. "Stop acting like you don't remember the dare. We all know you have the devil's memory. I bet you remember the name of the kid who borrowed your pencil in 3rd grade and never gave it back," Gareth said with a scoff, leveling a stare at me as he dropped another chip into the pot. It read, "Host next charity gala." "Raise." Shit, his hand must have been good, because he avoided public events like the plague. He never did anything that brought too much attention to his money or how he'd made it. We never asked, but we all knew. First, her name was Claire, and it was my favorite pencil. I started, scribbling the same bet on my own chip. And second, it wasn't even that she didn't give it back as much as she handed it over to Tommy Bakersfeld. That pissed me off. Call. Crossland threw in his own chips that read Host Next Charity Gala. And I still can't understand why a romance writer would want to shadow you for a month. The blonde in his arms settled back against his chest. "To make my life a living hell," I muttered. Fiona, the wife of one of my hockey players, had asked if her friend, said romance writer, could shadow me for an upcoming book about billionaires, and I'd begrudgingly agreed after these 4 assholes had gotten involved, making it a full-on dare. "Raise." Weston threw in his chips and another that said, "Jimmy Page Guitar." "So I'm taking that as a no? You haven't made good on the dare?" "Damn, you're throwing in the Page Guitar?" Ethan said, his eyes widening. "I thought you loved that thing." "Maybe my hand is just that good." Weston smirked. Maybe it belonged to his father and he was willing to burn it just like everything else his old man had touched. "Seriously, though," Ethan continued, scribbling on his chip, You said you needed a few months to get through that new tech deal, and last time I checked the journal, it went through. He lifted his brows over his gray eyes and tossed the chip into the pot. He'd put his Aerosmith signed guitar as an equal bet. Call. I shifted in my seat as Gareth studied his hand and the board. It's just that I don't like people in my space. Oh, we're aware, Crossland said with a chuckle. That's why it's going to be so much fun to see how this goes down. Fold. Gareth pushed his cards to the center. Really? Crossland glanced from the board to his own cards. I always know when to get out. Gareth sat back in his chair with his beer. Knowing when to get out was one of the reasons he rarely lost. After I'd called his bet, Weston burned another card from the top of the deck and flipped one to the board. Queen of diamonds. Shit just got interesting. Now I had two pair. Cross checked, which let him hang for this round to see where the cards would lead. Bet, I said. In our game, the third round of bets always started with cash. It was easier and cheaper as a base bet. Besides, the more personal bets were just that, personal. We weren't here to force people into giving up shit that they loved for the blind. Stuff you loved was only bet when you knew you could get it back. I threw in my cash, then drummed my fingers on the table while I considered exactly what to sweeten my cash bet with. Oh, this has to be good, Weston said, smiling as he watched me. You're contemplating what to bet, which tells me you have a hand, but how good of a hand, I wonder. You know you'd be a way better poker player if you shut the fuck up and kept your secrets to yourself, right? Gareth asked, cocking an eyebrow. What fun would that possibly be? Weston retorted with a shit-eating grin. Fuck it. Nothing ventured and all. I wrote Paris flat on a chip and tossed it in. Damn! Weston's grin grew impossibly big. My man came to play. Raise. He wrote London Townhouse on the next chip and tossed it in, then grabbed another chip and started to scribble. Naming rights, Raleigh, 1 year. Ethan's brows went up. You just threw in the naming rights for your arena? Yep. Weston stared straight at me. Guess I came to play too. You do realize that we could name it Erectile Dysfunction Arena or Incontinence Stadium, right? Cross asked as the blonde moved her mouth to his neck. Oh, I'm sure he's counting on it, Bryn muttered, flipping the page of her e-book. By the way, you should really let her shadow you. This book is scrumptious. We all turned to face the strawberry blonde on the couch. You're reading one of her books? I asked, my palms going sweaty. Daisy Lewis, right? She leveled her green eyes on me. Yes? Fiona had sent me her details right after I'd agreed. Well, I'm just saying that she'll definitely put the research to good use. This book is about professional hockey, and she's pretty much nailed it. A sly smile quirked her lips. And nailed a lot of other good stuff, too. Not that she'd use you for any of that research. Seems like she's got it handled because this is hot. She fanned herself with her hand. Weston narrowed his eyes at her. Oh, you definitely need a little whatever that is, Crossland gestured at Bryn. Going on in your life, Ash? Call that woman. Bryn hiked her eyebrow at Crossland. He swallowed. For purely literary purposes, of course. I highly doubt Ash has trouble getting a date. Jeez, what do you think, Bryn? We use women as commodities or playthings? The blonde in his lap giggled and sent her hand beneath the table. Why would I ever think that? Bryn muttered, rolling her eyes. If your sister ever knew. Crossland's gaze snapped back to hers. Leave Bristol out of this. This is Vegas, and you know it, Bryn. What happens in this room stays in this room. Considering that his little sister was married to one of my players, Cormac Briggs, I was all about leaving her out of it. The less drama in my rink, the better. All right, back to targeting Ash, then, Ethan muttered. Also, I'm folding. No one's touching my field naming rights. He pushed his cards in. What? Not willing to risk asshole park or no sense of humor field? Weston smirked. I think those firmly belong to Gareth, Ethan countered, but the man was fully aware of his reputation as an ass on the playground. Gareth ignored him, scrolling through his phone. That guy didn't even bother to share the playground. I called Weston's raise with a personal favor chip, and we put in the next bet, back to cash. Weston burned the top card and threw the next out. 10 of spades. Well, fuck me. Crossland folded, leaving just Weston and me. I feel like we need to demand photographic evidence that Ash here is following through on the dare with Ms. Lewis. There is no way I'm getting out of this, am I? I was going to have to let a novelist follow me around, interrupt my schedule, and pry into my life for the sake of entertainment. I always kept my word, but just, damn, what a fucking inconvenience. Nope. Weston and Crossland said at the same time. Gareth didn't bother to look up. Weston's lips pursed. It was quick, and I almost missed it, but there it was. His one tell. The fucker was bluffing. I looked down at the pile of chips I'd amassed throughout all 5 games we'd played today. There was a tech deal I wanted, a signed baseball I didn't, and more than a few favors. Check. Weston's eyes flared for a second before he smirked. Guess I'm the one who's going to take everything home because I'm all in. He pushed forward all his chips to include my exclusivity on the helmets. Gonna fold on me, Ash? Weston asked, nothing but pure confidence in his eyes. Not my nature. I threw in the one thing I knew Weston wanted, and that would match his all-in bet. 1938 AC1. Call. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Weston sputtered. You're betting the first appearance of Superman? I've been after that shit for years. Then, let's see what you have. I grinned. His jaw flexed once, twice. 3 of a kind, he said, laying out 3 jacks. Not bad. I laid my cards down. Full house. Fucker! He shook his head, but there was no anger in his eyes as I raked in the chips. Listen, there's one thing. He winced. I'll make an appointment with her as soon as I'm on the plane. I promised, stacking my chips. Looked like I had a new townhouse in London, for now. Our attorneys were both thrilled with the hours and annoyed as fuck at how often our properties changed hands. Not that. I did something fucking stupid. Weston sighed, which caught all of our attention. Even Gareth put down his phone. What did you do? Ethan leaned forward, his shrewd eyes narrowing. I may have lost a Ducati race, Weston admitted. Oh, this should be good, Bryn murmured, flipping the page on her e-reader. She knew, otherwise she would have been on the edge of her seat like we were. Okay. My brow knit in concern. Weston was a reckless shit, but he never asked for help, so if that's where this was leading, we were in for some trouble. And I may have lost the bet I placed on that race. He swallowed. Which was? Cross asked, lifting the woman off his lap. A seat at this table? Weston gestured at the table. Our table. For our game? Ethan snapped. Obviously. I connected my palms and drummed my fingertips against each other. Who did you lose to? Cross's brow lowered. Doyle O'Brien? Weston admitted quietly. The room was silent for the span of 3 heartbeats and then exploded. That fucker from Bangor? Ethan. That guy's a douche. Crossland. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Me. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're messing with? Gareth growled. Okay, that comment won, so we all pivoted. Gareth's dark brows lowered over his pale green eyes, and I would have swore that beer glass he was currently trying to crush would have screamed if it had been able to. Tell me you know how he financed that expansion team, Weston. Tell me you're not that fucking reckless that you didn't know who you were racing. I know, Weston snapped. He's an ass. He took Asher to the fucking cleaners to get Sterling's contract back. I know he's got connections in Boston that make mine in Chicago look squeaky clean. Gareth growled, shoving away from the table. You realize nothing we say in here can be confidential anymore. Ethan sat back, shaking his head. We'll have him sign the same NDA, Weston argued. Look, I get it fucked up, but he's been after us for an invitation for the last 2 years. The novelty of getting through the door will wear off and he'll drop out. And until then, we'll just make the best of it. I forced a quick, polite smile because I owed it to Weston to have his back. Cross and Ethan stood, walking out the door with Gareth. I guess the game is over, Weston said half-jokingly. Guess so. Asher? Mrs. Donaldson said through the intercom of my office as I stared out the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Charleston skyline. Maybe it was childish to run my entire business from Reaper Arena, but fuck it. It was a simple pleasure to be close to the one aspect of my company that I took absolute joy in, the Carolina Reapers. Irene? I called back, working a set of bounding balls in my hand as I worked through the complexities of my latest soon-to-be acquisition in my head. She's here. In our 6 years of working together, I'd never dreaded those words like I did now. Send her in. The door to my office opened, and I took a deep breath, preparing myself for the absolute chaos that was bound to be my life for the next few days. For as long as she wants. Those had been Weston's terms, thinking I wouldn't be able to hack it, having someone fuck with my schedule. There was nothing on the line but pride, but that didn't mean I wasn't about to win this little dare. But the more I thought about it, the easier I figured it had to be. She was an author. They were the quiet types, right? The sit in the back of the cafe and observe types. How much of a nuisance could she really be? Oh, my happy little heart. It's just how I pictured it. Even you standing there at the window like the Lord of the Manor surveying his domain. Her voice had the sweet southern drawl I'd become accustomed to in Charleston. How you pictured? My eyebrows hit the ceiling, and I turned to face the invading force and almost dropped my balls. If this was Daisy Lewis, I was absolutely fucked. This woman was distractingly, mouth-wateringly, inconveniently fuckable. She had a beautiful heart-shaped face, flawless skin, and wide brown eyes framed by thick lashes. Her hair was pinned up, but a single tendril of a corkscrew curl had been left alongside her cheek, which made me look at what could only be described as a kissable mouth. And God bless the early August heat. She was dressed in my absolute kryptonite, a pink sundress that skimmed just above her knees, then hugged the generous curve of her hips and dipped at the indent of her waist before framing two of the most incredible breasts I'd ever seen. She wore retro 40s-style pumps that made me instantly question if I had a foot fetish, and a tiny cardigan she'd pushed up to her elbows that had zero chance of closing over her breasts. She was a 40s pin-up shoved into modern clothing, all curves and cherry red lips. So fucking inconvenient. You know, she said, setting her messenger bag down on my conference table, looking out over your territory. She smiled, and I instantly wanted her lips around my dick. Get a fucking grip. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced air through my nose and out through my mouth. She was here to shadow me, not be objectified the second she walked in the door. Every woman I worked with would have smacked me upside the back of the head for that thought. Tell me you're not Daisy Lewis, I managed to say. Confusion put 2 lines between her brows.
Who else would I be?
Right. Who else? Anyone else would have been preferable.
You're Asher Silas, right?
She glanced around my office like it was possible she was in the wrong room. Yep. I nodded, crossing the polished floor to my desk and putting the balls back in their box. Hopefully the inappropriate and out-of-character attraction I felt would stay there with them. That's me, Asher Silas, the man who agreed to let you shadow him. The man who was now going to focus his brain back on business and off her mouth.
Cool.
She rocked back on her heels and clasped her hands in front of her.
Did this just get awkward?
Nope. I cracked a smile and leaned back against my desk. She called it as she saw it. I could work with that. She stared at me for a second, her gaze roaming over my features thoroughly before she walked forward and extended her hand.
Good, because awkward would really make this tough for the next month, don't you think?
I shook her hand, my mind whirling. A month? Shit, her hands were soft, too. Weren't they supposed to be hard and calloused from typing all the time? This isn't the 1800s, and she doesn't use a typewriter.
That's how long I figured we'd need.
She dropped my hand and walked back to her messenger bag, taking out a spiral notebook and pen. You need a month? A month of her watching me, altering my schedule, walking around with that ass. Scratch that. Fuck. I was about to become a sexual harassment lawsuit if I didn't watch it. Maybe I should not watch her. Yeah, that was a good plan. I walked around my desk and sat behind my computer, unbuttoning the bottom of my suit coat.
Well, yeah.
She came toward me, pen poised above the notebook.
Is that okay?
Uh-huh. We'll make it work. I didn't exactly have another choice, with Weston holding the other end of the dare. Was it hot in here? It felt hot. Maybe something was wrong with the AC.
Oh, good.
She flashed me a smile and plopped into the seat in front of my desk, crossing her legs to balance the notebook. I didn't look at the exposed length of her outer thigh. Nope. Not even in my peripheral vision. I shrugged out of my coat, leaving me in 2 pieces of the 3-piece suit as I tossed the jacket at the coat rack to the left and magically hit my target.
So, let's be honest.
Her foot kicked slightly as she studied me, her soft eyes narrowing slightly.
How impractical is it for you to run an entire empire out of a hockey arena?
Sorry? My gaze snapped back to hers. She was all business now.
Well, I mean, I get it. You have enough money that you don't have to work, but really, a hockey arena?
She tilted her head to the side.
Not that I don't love the Reapers, because I do. I'm absolutely wild for them. Good job of getting the expansion and building the team and all that.
Thanks? What the hell just happened? I'm sorry, but it sounds like you're under the assumption that I don't work?
Well, not exactly.
She shook her head.
I don't mean that you don't work for a living. Obviously you do.
She gestured to the office.
I just figured it's more of golf course work and less at your desk by 9, if you know what I mean.
She started writing something in the notebook. Right. I'm at my desk by 7:30 most days, and I hate to destroy your expectations, but I hate golf. I'd rather talk business over beer and a hockey game. If I'm going to whack something with a stick, it feels like there should be more of a challenge to it, like other guys trying to steal said ball before I can hit it. What the hell did she think I did all day?
Doesn't like golf,
she said, scribbling in the notebook.
Noted.
She looked up, and I noticed the smattering of freckles on her nose, which somehow only made her even more appealing.
So what I'm looking for here is the day-to-day life of my hero.
Your hero? My eyes flew wide. I would never call myself heroic.
It's a publishing term,
she shrugged.
I just want to make sure that I don't write anything unrealistic or over the top, you know. I figure I would spend my days with you, live according to your schedule, so I won't be intrusive or anything, and keep notes while you keep living the billionaire lifestyle.
She waved the notebook.
I can even just sit at the table while you do whatever it is you do.
Her smile was so damn bright. I'd never wanted to lose a dare so much in my entire life, but Weston would never let me live it down. Whatever it is I do, I said slowly.
Exactly.
She nodded.
So why don't we run through your schedule? If you don't mind me starting now, is the rest of your afternoon open?
My mouth opened, but nothing came out. For the first time, I was at a loss for words.
Asher,
Mrs. Donaldson said through the intercom.
Uh-huh,
I said, blinking back into reality where I didn't have a romance novelist implying that I would randomly have free time on a Monday afternoon.
Your 3:30 is on the phone, line 3.
Thanks, Mrs. Donaldson. I've got it. Daisy's eyebrows rose.
Oh, you have appointments?
Just the head of one of my operations in Brazil, I explained. And after that, I have 7 more calls scheduled.
Oh.
She leaned back in her seat. Oh, I agreed, taking another fortifying breath. Okay, Daisy Lewis, if you want to shadow me for a month, I'm yours. Why don't you walk out to Mrs. Donaldson while I'm on this call? She can get you set up with an NDA so you can sit in on my less confidential meetings. I pushed the little black button on my desk, and the wall behind me separated, revealing a wall of monitors tuned to national news and financial headlines for quick reference.
I see,
she said, slowly rising from her seat, her gaze taking in the wall of information. I picked up line 3. Mr. Pereira, thank you so much for taking the time to call, I said in Portuguese. I was wondering if you could give me the details of this morning's incident?
Absolutely, he replied. We had an issue in the lab that resulted in about $60,000 in damage.
I cursed. Anyone hurt?
No, sir.
Daisy was standing but staring at me like I was an alien. Can you hold on for 1 second, Mr. Pereira?
Yes.
I clicked hold and looked up at Daisy. Her desk is just outside on the right, and feel free to start this afternoon, but the paperwork might take an hour. It might be best to start at my house tomorrow morning. Daisy nodded.
7 a.m.? I'm guessing you're at your desk by 7:30?
5, I answered with a nod. If you want me for a month, you've got me, Ms. Lewis, but you're going to have to keep up.
I can see that.
She nodded again and headed out to Mrs. Donaldson. I clicked line 3. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tell me what happened.
2. Daisy. My alarm aggressively beeped, the jarring sound jolting me awake. I grabbed my phone, silencing the monstrous sound before glaring at the time. 4 fucking a.m. I groaned, stretching in an attempt to wake up my body. I sat up in my bed, seriously contemplating calling the whole thing off. I mean, come on. Who the hell started their day this early? A billionaire. A gorgeous, confident, mysterious freaking billionaire. You're going to have to keep up. Asher's voice swam through my sleep-addled mind, and I threw off my comforter, forcing myself out of bed. No way in hell was I going to prove his assumptions about me, that I was just a silly little romance author who had no real stamina or follow-through for being his shadow for a month. He couldn't be more wrong about me. I loved my job, lived for it with the same passion and tenacity in which he operated at his. Just because I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. every day didn't discredit my dedication, and he was going to learn that. I hustled through getting ready, opting for a transitional outfit that would work in Asher's business casual setting, a modest blue dress that stopped just above my knees, and a cream cardigan. There was no taming my wild curls, so I let them hang free over my shoulders and opted for a simple swipe of gloss on my lips and some mascara. I shrugged as I looked in the mirror, noting the purple circles under my eyes that I fully blamed on the book I'd been so caught up in reading last night that I hadn't fallen asleep until after midnight. Note to self: put the damn book down by 8 while shadowing Asher freaking Silas. I blared my Moody Mix playlist the entire 30-minute drive to his house, while also gulping down a massive to-go cup of coffee. By the time I drove through the gate to Asher's house, I was marginally riding the caffeine high. The front door was open, so I stepped inside, my tablet in one hand and my half-drunk coffee in the other. The home was incredibly cozy for a space that had to have at least 8,000 square feet. Every room I passed had been outfitted with comfy furniture and warm paintings that made the place feel like a home rather than the cold mansion I expected. I scribbled notes in my tablet while following the string of lights illuminated in the house, and stopped once I reached the industrial-sized kitchen. Jesus, it was a dream, with marble countertops, a massive island in the middle, and a table and soft chairs tucked near a set of French doors that opened up to a wide, landscaped area, complete with rose bushes and angel oak trees. "Can I help you, ma'am?" A male voice sounded from behind me, and I whirled around. An elderly gentleman with salt and pepper hair hauled in paper grocery bags before unloading them on the kitchen island. "I'm here to work with Asher Silas." "You're Daisy, correct?" he asked, and I nodded. "Mr. Silas is expecting you. I'm his personal chef, James." James looked down at his watch. "Mr. Silas is usually in the gym at this time. You can find it by taking the stairs down to the second lower level, then take a right. You won't be able to miss it." I smiled at James and called a "thank you" over my shoulder as I took the path he instructed. The house seemed never-ending, but I found the second lower level easily enough and took a right and froze. The space opened to a giant in-home personal gym with all manner of equipment, weights, and yoga mats. And right in the middle of the gym, shirtless, with sweat glistening down the lines of muscles in his back, was Asher Silas. He was doing pull-ups on a bar situated across the room, the muscles in his back flexing and shifting underneath tons of smooth skin. The black gym shorts he wore hung low on his hips as he kept doing his reps, showing off more of his impeccable body as he thrust his legs upward with each pull. A warm shiver danced across my skin, the sensation rippling straight through the center of me. I quickly shook off the feeling, reminding myself that this was exactly the kind of thing I wrote about all the time. "So this is how you stay in shape," I said, walking up beside him. He paused at the top of the bar, arching a brow as he looked down at me. "How else would it happen?" he asked, then did a few more reps before dropping from the bar. "That's the exact question my editor always asks me," I said, trying not to gawk at him when he turned to face me. Good God, the front of his body was as carved as the back, and drops of sweat trailed down the lines of his abs, and then went lower. "Nope. Eyes up, Daisy." "I don't follow," Asher said, reaching for a towel resting on a bench next to him. He grabbed it and wiped himself down, then shucked it in a bin near the wall, and snatched up a water bottle and chugged. "Most of my heroes are in shape," I explained, waving my hand to the insane abs he had. "Like that. But it's not like I write gym scenes every chapter. That would get boring. So my editor is constantly asking me how they get the bodies they do when I never show them working out." Asher pursed his lips as he headed across the room, situating himself on a yoga mat. "So what you're saying is working out every day is boring?" He tucked his hands behind his head and lifted his legs, alternating twisting his body back and forth, making his abs crunch and flex. And seriously, who has abs like that? "You do this every day?" I asked, flipping open my tablet to jot down the note. "Of course," he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Every morning at 5, I'm down here. I switch it up from cardio to strength to stretching on different days, but it's part of my routine. It grounds me and puts me on the right track for the rest of the day." I nodded as I wrote what he was saying, then glanced back down at him. "Do you ever take a break? Like, what about vacations?" He stopped his ab work, then stretched out his legs and arms. "I travel," he said, then shrugged as he climbed to his feet again. "But it doesn't matter where I'm at. I find the gym and put in the work, or I make use of the outdoors and run. Either way, I stick to the schedule." My eyebrows raised as I looked up at him. "This schedule of yours," I said, following him as he walked out of the room and up the stairs, "does it vary or stay consistent?" "It can vary," he said, stopping in the massive kitchen and taking a seat at the table near the French doors. "Morning, James," he called to his chef, who was already filling 2 plates up with a variety of food. I took a seat across from him, still writing away on my tablet. "But," he continued, "it only varies in the sense that I might have to shuffle a few of the day's tasks around." "Wow," I said, sliding my tablet to the side when James set the plates down before us. "This looks amazing," I said to the chef, who smiled and nodded before bringing back glasses of water and a pitcher of some intense green liquid that he poured into 2 glasses before leaving us to eat. Asher picked up the green glass and held it out to me. I scooped mine up, my brow furrowed as I clinked the glass against his. "Cheers," he said, grinning at me before he gulped down the drink. I eyed it suspiciously, inhaling the scent of veggies. "What is this?" "It's green juice," Asher said, finishing his glass and licking a few stray drops off his lips. Okay, well, that looked amazing. I made a quick note to put that in the book. "Green juice," I said, still hesitant. "Yes," he said, chuckling. "It's a great mix, I promise. Your body will thank you for it." His hazel eyes trailed the length of my body before locking eyes with me again, a challenge churning there. "Are you saying my body needs this stuff more than coffee?" I teased. He laughed again, and it took off some of the seriousness he'd worn since I'd met him. "I'm not knocking coffee. I'm just saying this is better for you." I glanced down at my plate, noting the rich eggs that looked almost orange, the fresh fruit in a vibrant rainbow palette, and the toast that was most certainly whole grain. "Looks like everything is better for me here," I said, motioning to the plate with the juice in my hands. "Is that important to you too? Eating organic whole foods?" "Yes," he said, digging into his breakfast. "I'm not against eating processed food or indulging in a nice bag of grease now and then, but feeding your body healthy food only helps it perform better. And when you work as much as I do, you need your body to handle the hours." I nodded, then flashed him a smile before taking a sip of the green juice. A tartness hit my tongue, like green apples and pears with a side of spinach, but it certainly wasn't as awful as I'd imagined. Asher watched me as I kept drinking, electing to get the stuff down as quickly as possible. I set down the empty glass, shaking my head. "Not bad," I said, "but I definitely prefer my coffee." Asher grinned at me, then motioned to my breakfast. "Eat up," he said. "We only have 20 minutes before I need to be showered and out the door." "What happens if you're late?" I asked. "You're the boss, right? It's not like you can get in trouble from yourself." He shook his head, already cleaning his plate and rising from the table. "I'm never late." He set his plate in the sink, thanked James, and then headed around the corner, stopping only a moment to look back at me. 18 minutes now, Daisy." I hurried to take a bite, and he gave me an affirming nod before disappearing around the corner. I laughed, taking more bites, unable to stop the moan coming from my lips. "These are the best eggs I've ever tasted, James," I said, and the chef smiled at me as he chopped up veggies, likely preparing for Asher's dinner. "Glad you like them, Daisy," he said. "Love them." I took another few bites. Is he always anal about time like that? James laughed. "Since I've worked for him." "How long have you worked for him?" "Almost 6 years now." Wow. I focused on my breakfast, doing my best to get it down in the time allotted to me, and all the while wondering how the hell I was going to keep this up for 29 more days. I couldn't be more different from Asher. I never worried about time unless I was up against a deadline, and I wrote when my characters spoke to me the loudest. I never set my alarm unless I had a date with my friends to be up for, and I most certainly didn't have a workout routine. Sure, I didn't mind running to clear my head, but nothing as regimented as what I'd already seen of Asher's schedule. And if this morning was any indication, I could already guess the day ahead was only going to get more intense, which meant this was going to be one long-ass month. After Asher finished his shower, we headed promptly to his office in Reaper Arena, where he spent 2 hours answering emails, then an hour reading the news and checking on his finances. I sat in an incredibly comfortable armchair across from his massive desk while he did this, taking notes on his schedule, but also flipping to my plot notebook in my tablet and jotting down ideas. I already had a couple of characters written, but shadowing Asher had put a pause on my writing for the moment. I was here to absorb all the billionaire goodness, his quirks, his habits, anything to help me keep my character authentic. The next 3 hours, Asher held several meetings in a conference room a couple floors down from his office in Reaper Arena. I'd never seen so many suits in my entire life. Blue suits and black suits, striped suits and suits with peekaboo pops of color. I kept quiet, content to listen to Asher speak passionately about the topics at hand, which ranged from trade deals with the Reapers to an equipment production line he was involved in. With all the negotiating and discussing, I quickly learned how to pick out the different tones of Asher's voice, and he had several. Like, when he was bored, his voice took on a low, slow tone, and he almost always answered with short, one-word answers. When he was passionate about the topic, his voice was full, rich, and hopeful, and he always stood up, pacing the length of the long table, as if he was too excited to stay seated. His hazel eyes held a fire in them during these conversations, almost like the gold flecks among the brown and greens were molten ore. If Asher was offended by something one of the older suits said, often a jab at Asher's young age regarding his fortune and success, he didn't even bother speaking, and he sure as hell didn't need to. The man cut the older would-be joker to size with a look that had me sitting up straighter in my chair. By the time the block of endless meetings came to a close, I'd smelled way too many different colognes and was this side of starving. "What's next?" I asked, as Asher held the boardroom door open for me, motioning for me to leave first. Asher glanced at his watch. "Lunch," he said. "Oh, thank God," I said, my shoulders relaxing now that I knew we weren't heading into another room full of money. Asher chuckled, shaking his head as he followed me into the hallway. "You don't have to stick to my schedule, Daisy," he said, and something warm raked over my skin at the way he said my name. That tone I wasn't 100% on yet. It wasn't bored or irritated, but it wasn't his passionate one either. If you're hungry or tired, you can leave to tend to your needs. It was my turn to laugh as he guided me back into his office, where lunch had been laid out on his conference table. "Something funny?" he asked, taking a seat at the table. I sat across from him, unable to stop the smile on my face at the wonderful spread of food James must have delivered. Grilled chicken and greens, roasted vegetables and mashed sweet potatoes, and fresh fruit. "Tend to my needs," I said, trying to match his deep tenor. "Sounds like I'm a cocker spaniel you're fostering until you find the dog a better home." He laughed, just as he was taking a sip of his iced tea, nearly spitting it out over the table. He quickly set down the drink, dabbing his lips with a napkin. "You most certainly aren't a cocker spaniel," he said, shaking his head. "You keep doing that," I said, nodding toward him while I cut a piece of chicken and popped it in my mouth. "What?" he asked, focusing on his own plate. "Shaking your head at me." He arched a brow, but continued to cut his chicken. "You keep surprising me," he said, then shrugged. "That's all." I nodded as I devoured the delicious lunch. "Being a billionaire definitely has its perks," I said. "Oh, yeah?" he asked. "Which one is your favorite so far?" "The food," I answered honestly, taking another glorious bite. Asher laughed again, and I widened my eyes at him. "What?" I asked. He waved a hand at me, stabbing another piece of chicken. "I think that's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that before." "Really?" I asked. "What do the women in your life usually say is their favorite perk of dating a billionaire? Not that we're dating, but for research purposes," I hurried to clarify. Something dark crossed his features for just a blink before it disappeared. He took a few more bites before he shrugged. "The fancy cars, expensive trips, the money." I smiled at him, sipping my iced tea. "Well, I can see how those things would be slightly appealing," I teased. "But this?" I motioned to my nearly cleaned plate. "This is what I live for." "Good food." "Yep. Give me good food and good coffee, and I'll basically be putty in your hands." Asher wet his lips, and a zap of heat lashed down the center of me. I set down my drink and finished the last bites of my lunch. "You probably think that's super basic," I said when he hadn't replied. "Not at all," he said. "Just surprising. Again." I laughed, then pushed away my cleaned plate. "I hope you pay James well," I said. "He's a genius." Asher laughed again, leaning back in his seat now that he was finished too. "I assure you," he said, "I do." "Good." I leaned forward. "Speaking of geniuses," I said, flipping open my tablet, "I picked up a little during the endless parade of meetings, but I wanted to ask you directly, what drives you?" His brow furrowed. "I'm not sure I follow." I waved my hand to indicate his office. "You have a schedule that starts at 4:30 in the morning and doesn't break often during the day. You have meetings with people who clearly envy you for your success, and you have your financial hands in a lot of different pots. What drives you to keep up with what I can only describe as an exhausting schedule?" A slow, easy smile shaped his lips, clarity clicking in his eyes. "Ah," he said. "Well, for one, it's not as exhausting when you're used to it. I've been doing this every day for nearly 10 years now, so it's pretty ingrained in me." "Okay, I can see that. Still, I'd never pick this routine, even if it did make me a billionaire." "Really?" Asher asked, tilting his head in a way that was entirely too cute. "Well, maybe," I admitted, then shook my head. "You know what? No. I live a comfortable life. I don't need billions. I need to be able to sleep in and stay up late, live my life on a whim, and fly across the world if the mood strikes. go where my passions take me." "I can go where my passions take me," he said. "Really?" I mimicked him. "It doesn't seem like you have a lot of room in your schedule for last-minute vacations." I swear the man cringed at last minute. "I have a monthly vacation." "The infamous poker game?" I asked, intrigued. "Yes." "I'd love to see that," I said, smiling at him. "But that's scheduled in advance, right?" "Well, yes," he admitted. "Exactly. I'm not knocking your lifestyle, Asher. I actually admire your level of dedication. We're just incredibly different. And so are the characters in the book. I'm trying to see how we'd fit." Asher dragged one of his fingers over his lips, his eyes churning with deep thought, as if he was trying to figure out how we'd fit, too. I cleared my throat. "So, back to my original question. What drives you?" Asher let out a breath. "I was raised to never waste my gifts," he said, a bit of nostalgia playing over his features. "I have 2 brilliant sisters, and my parents made sure to push us to use our gifts for the greater good. We have this trait to go after what matters to us most, and I made some very smart choices early in life, which brought me here. It gave me the ability to buy a sports team I love, and to help my sister create a new line of safety gear that can't be matched." He shifted in his seat, his tone taking on that passionate air that I was quickly realizing was my favorite. "And now, I want to take the safety gear line recreational and make it more affordable so the general public can have the same level of safety and quality standards as my professional athletes." I hurried to scribble down the notes, but smiled up at him. "That is a pretty amazing goal," I said. "I doubt you'll have any trouble achieving it." "You'd be surprised," Asher said. "Having money doesn't mean I always get approval for my projects, as you saw today." "Was that why the older suit was questioning you? About taking this line recreational?" He grinned again. "Older suit?" He shook his head. "Do you call me something similar in your notes?" He nodded toward my tablet. Heat rushed to my cheeks. "No, definitely not older suit." "Then what?" "Back muscles for days." "Asher," I said. "I just call you Asher." He tipped his chin up, clearly not buying it, but letting it slide. "Do you—" His phone rang, cutting off whatever he was about to say. "Apologies," he said. "I have to take this." I waved him off. "You do you," I said. He pushed away from the table, taking the call behind his desk while bringing up files on his computer. Something about stocks or the market that I totally tuned out 2 seconds in. I focused on my plot book, making sure to note the fantastic food that came with this particular billionaire and matching that with his apparently totally golden heart. I mean, what billionaire concerns himself with the general public? Asher freaking Silas, that's who. And did he have to be so damn gorgeous while he played Robin Hood? I couldn't help but keep checking myself all day, telling my body to stop reacting to every innocent move he made. A finger over his lips, a tongue swiping up a drop of iced tea, those strong hands splayed over the boardroom table, his eyes like fire as he dared anyone to challenge him. I blew out a breath, shifting in my seat as I kept writing. I supposed it wasn't totally ridiculous of me to be attracted to him. He was funny, smart, and smelled so damn good, like some concoction of pine and leather. And I was writing a romance novel based on a character just like him, so naturally I'd think about sex. I had at least 6 sex scenes to write, maybe 7, and I was about to come up to the first kiss scene, too. That's the only reason it was flooding my mind every time I got a whiff of Asher as he walked by, or when he laughed so genuinely, it was almost like he was never caught off guard and liked it. Daisy. Asher said my name like he'd said it a few times, and I looked up from my tablet. You ready? I pushed away from the table, nodding. What's next on the schedule? I have a few Reaper-focused meetings now until it's time to go home. I raised my brow, tucking my tablet under my arm. You have every hour of the day planned out, I said, and he shrugged. So then when do you have time to screw your secretary on your desk? Asher's jaw dropped.
3. Asher. When do I have the time to do what? My jaw fucking dropped. Did she just imply that There was no way. No fucking way. You realize my secretary is a happily married 62-year-old woman who would kick me in the face if she thought I was looking at her sexually, right? I blanched.
Right, but if she wasn't?
Daisy tilted her head at me. Today, she'd chosen a 50s-style dress with cherries cupping every curve. The fact that I'd noticed told me 2 things. First, she was a distraction in the worst possible way. And second, I apparently needed to get laid. If she wasn't what? Which part? Married or 62? I asked, standing from behind my desk.
Which part is more of a barrier to you?
She asked, arching an eyebrow.
Oh, wait.
Spinning on another pair of retro heels, she grabbed her tablet, then turned back to me.
Okay, now answer.
Definitely the married part? I shook my head at her, which is all I seemed to do over the last 24 hours. The woman was nothing like I'd expected when Fiona had asked me to let her shadow me. Not that I was sure exactly what I'd expected. Though I do prefer to date in my own age demographic since I eventually want children. Was I seriously explaining my preferences over here?
But if she wasn't married?
Daisy mused, tapping her pen against a plump lip thoughtfully.
And she was, in your age demographic. When would be the perfect time for you to sweep your desk clear and have mad, passionate sex with your secretary?
My mouth opened, then shut, then repeated.
Because...
She scrolled her finger down her tablet, scanning her notes.
I'm not seeing any time in your schedule for spontaneous activity, which might prove to be an issue in my plot.
She added the last part like she hadn't meant for me to hear, like she was already absorbed in whatever world she was creating in her notes. Your plot includes your main character sweeping off his desk for mad, passionate sex? I asked, unsure exactly where the lines of propriety were for this conversation, but knowing we'd more than blown past them.
Well, yeah.
She glanced up at me. Well, I wouldn't. I shoved my hands into the pockets of my slacks.
You wouldn't clear your desk?
She tilted her head and studied the pristine glass surface.
I mean, I guess you're right. There's not a lot there to sweep away.
I like things orderly, and no, that's not what I meant. The desk isn't the issue.
It's not.
Her pen paused above the tablet. No. And though it's none of your business, I've never had sex in my office. This place is for work, and even if I had, it's not like the desk is some giant obstacle to overcome. I'm generally good with any surface.
For fuck's sake, why had I said that? From what I saw this morning in the gym, I'm not sure you'd need any surface.
She muttered. My eyebrows hit the ceiling. Guess I wasn't the only one thinking sexually about the other here.
So it's more the secretary thing for you?
I don't make a habit of fucking the women I work with, Daisy. I glanced at the clock and straightened my tie. We had exactly 7 minutes to get downstairs to the conference room before the next meeting was scheduled to start. My company has a zero-tolerance policy for sexual harassment, and that includes the boss.
Oh.
She blinked.
Right, that makes sense.
Excellent. Let's head to the conference room. I opened the door for her, and she walked out, that beautiful ass swaying under the fabric of her dress.
"They're waiting downstairs for you,"
Mrs. Donaldson said, handing me a leather portfolio from behind her desk as we walked by.
"Already? Is everyone time-obsessed around here?"
Daisy muttered, heading for the elevator. "Thank you." I offered Mrs. Donaldson a smile, and she nodded, a twinkle in her eye as she glanced toward Daisy.
"That one is going to keep you on your toes,"
she whispered. "Don't doubt it," I replied just as quietly, quickly following Daisy to the elevator. She had already pushed the button, and the doors opened just as I got there.
"So, when do you have time?"
she asked as I stepped inside the elevator with her.
"You know, if it wasn't your secretary and not in your office, purely for research's sake."
"Are you asking when I have time for sex?" A smile pulled at my lips as I touched the button for the next floor down. Normally I'd take the stairs, but her footwear didn't seem like the most comfortable on the planet. Don't you think that's kind of personal, even for shadowing? And it hardly seems fair that I'm expected to open myself up like a book while you scribble my secrets away.
"You're right."
Pink tinged her cheeks.
"I'm not a schedule girl. So, if I was your secretary in this book, you know, where sexual harassment clearly isn't a problem because the characters are so hot for each other that they're willing to throw caution to the wind and forget the rules, then I'd make time for desk-sweeping sex, or I'd be good with after dinner or before dinner."
Her brow puckered.
"Or even in the morning, depending on how late I was up writing."
The doors closed and we started to descend. If you were the secretary in the book... Every muscle in my body clenched, my brain sizzling like I'd crossed a wire somewhere with images flickering through at warp speed. Daisy, up on my desk, her thighs spread, her dress around her waist as her heels dug into my ass. Daisy on her back in the middle of my bed, Egyptian cotton caressing every curve and curl as I drove into her. Daisy leaned over my dining room table, her round, pert ass in my hands, her moans filling the room as I... You have to stop.
"I mean, with the schedule everyone in your world seems to keep, I bet you'd have to schedule sex."
"I can fit you in around 10 if I skip my designated reading hour." I responded before my brain could put a leash on my mouth.
"Huh."
She rolled her eyes.
"Though I kind of believe it with your hours. And sorry about all the sex questions. My job kind of revolves around them."
"Because you write romance novels." We arrived at the floor and the doors opened with a ding.
"Absolutely. I mean, sex plays a huge role in romance novels, but mostly it's the tension, the expectation. Don't get me wrong, I know that I write fantasies for women."
She started as we stepped out onto the floor. The conference room ahead of us was entirely glass, and it seemed everyone was in their seats and ready to start, yet here I was discussing the role of sex in romance novels. Well, picturing sex with the very gorgeous author of said novels. "Fantasies for women?" I asked, pausing just outside the elevator.
"Well, yes."
She turned to face me, the depth of her brown eyes drawing me in like a fucking magnet.
"I write men the way women want them to be, not the way they actually are."
My eyebrows rose. The way we actually are? I couldn't wait to hear what she thought the differences were.
"Oh, come on, Asher," she winced. "I mean, Mr. Silas, it's not like guys are walking around doling out 3 orgasms before asking their partner if they're ready for round 2.
She scoffed. Holy shit. She really just said that. I took her elbow gently and stepped backward, guiding her back into the elevator, where I hit the button to close the doors with the corner of my portfolio. They slid shut, leaving us cocooned in the small space, where no one else could hear her asinine comments about the failure of men. "Okay, Daisy, I'm pretty sure that if we're going to discuss the number of orgasms men are doling out or the schedule on which I bring my partners to bed, then you can call me Asher. Hell, my friends even call me Ash. Then again, even my friends don't ask me how many times I can make a woman come.
Oh.
Her lips formed a kissable O. Now, before we're about to walk into a room full of my business associates, who I can promise you do not want to hear about my sexual exploits or the state of my desk, is this really the reason you wanted to shadow me? To ask me about my sex life? My brow lowered.
No.
She shook her head vehemently, her curls bouncing off her shoulders. I had the most ludicrous urge to wrap one ringlet around my finger just to test how soft it was. Fuck. Wondered if she tasted as good as she smelled. Like lilacs and vanilla.
I told you I wanted to get a feel for how you spend your time, both in business and socially, just to be sure that I made my character as authentic as possible. I just assumed sex was part of that life.
It is most definitely part of my life, Daisy.
The hell did she think I was, a monk? And who the fuck had she been sleeping with who couldn't string her out on a multiple O binge and then dish out seconds?
But I keep work and play very separate.
I'm getting that now,
she said softly. A thought tripped into my head and my gaze narrowed slightly. Please tell me you don't need to shadow me into the bedroom like you do in the boardroom.
Absolutely not.
Her cheeks flamed.
I just wanted to know when you had time for frolicking, not how you frolic. Trust me, I've got all that.
She tapped her temple with her pen.
Up here. All imagination and no facts required.
And exactly how many times would your main character frolic in this book? I asked, because I was apparently incapable of keeping my mouth shut around this woman. Fuck. I'd even go so far as to say she frazzled me, which was a definite first.
About 6, maybe 7 times? I'm still working that all out.
I blinked. 6, 7 times in a single book? Now she was the one with narrowed eyes.
Don't you dare start making assumptions about romance novels based on the amount of frolicking. Sex is a huge part of the relationship, but that's not all that happens in one of my books. They're about heart and flawed people and finding love despite all the odds.
And having sex along the way? I muttered, a corner of my mouth lifting into a smirk.
Well, it would be boring as hell if they didn't.
Not arguing with you there. My thumb grazed the super soft skin of her bare elbow. Even my fingers seemed unable to control themselves around her. Look, I think you and I may have some preconceived notions about each other.
That's,
she sighed,
entirely possible.
Right, so how about we start over and take each other at face value?
So you won't just assume I'm a sex-obsessed writer who only cares about frolicking?
Her mouth curved into a smile. And you won't assume that my money does all the work for me. I stroked her elbow again. And honestly, I'd gone with the whole reclusive writer vibe, not the pin-up, I admitted, tapping the door's open button with the corner of my portfolio. The door's open, and I strode out of the elevator.
Pin-up?
She called after me. Let's go, Daisy, I said over my shoulder. We're already 2 minutes late.
The world might just fucking end,
she muttered, catching up. Considering I'd just hauled her back into an elevator to discuss my sex life, I thought that was a distinct possibility, because she was flipping my entire world on its orbit. Apologies for my tardiness, gentlemen, I said as we walked into the room. And it was only day 1. Day 7 had us driving into downtown Charleston after a full day of meetings. I had to give it to Daisy. She'd kept up with my schedule, but I wasn't a fan of the bruises that were deepening under her eyes. She was burning the candle at both ends.
You're sure they won't mind that I'm coming?
She asked as we stopped at a red light, applying her lipstick in the mirror of her compact.
I mean, I'm not really dressed for it.
I glanced over from the driver's side of my favorite car and let myself soak her in. She'd worn a black retro-style dress, which I was quickly learning she favored, that hugged every single curve down past her knees. The top cut straight across her breast before transitioning to the delicate lace that covered her from mid-arm to collar. She looked like a fucking dream. And fine, maybe she was dressed to inspire me to pull this baby out of storage for a drive. Trust me, you look great and they won't care. They've actually been up my ass about bringing you along.
Why would they do that?
She questioned, dropping her lipstick into her purse and closing up her compact. Because they dared me to bow to your every fucking whim. They know you're shadowing me, and Ethan's never been one to stay out of other people's business. More like Weston had put him up to it and gotten Gareth dragged along, but whatever.
Oh, and you guys do this often? Dinner?
She asked as the light turned green. Whenever we get the time. I drove carefully through downtown, keeping the convertible speed down in deference to her hair. She caressed the edge of her door with her fingers.
This car is super cute. What is it, a Saab?
I laughed, my chest shaking as I pulled into the valet in front of the small Italian restaurant we favored. A Saab?
What?
She shrugged.
I'm not really a car kind of girl.
Mr. Silas. The valet ran out from the booth, his eyes flaring as he saw the car. Bobby was a good kid and had been handling the valet at his parents' restaurant for the past 2 years, but I knew he was headed to Clemson next month. Hey, Bobby. I left the key in the ignition and stepped out, palming a $100 bill to Bobby. Then I walked around the car to help Daisy out, a feat I only managed because she'd been stumped looking for the door handle.
You're ridiculously chivalrous, you know that?
Daisy muttered with a flash of a smile as she stood, smoothing her dress down her shapely legs. And you are ridiculously hard to impress, I replied with a shake of my head.
Sir? Is this a 56 Rennsport Spider?
Bobby gawked, sliding behind the wheel with reverence. It is, I said with a grin, shutting Daisy's door behind her.
What's that?
She asked Bobby.
It's a really expensive, really rare Porsche?
Bobby answered, his hands caressing the steering wheel.
I'll park her close so I can keep an eye on her.
I appreciate it. I gave him a nod, and he pulled out onto the street.
A Porsche, huh?
Daisy asked as I led her into the restaurant, my hand on her lower back. It is, indeed. There's no helping the smile on my face. She'd called a $6 million car super cute, which only made her even cuter. Mr. Silas. Anthony stepped out from the podium where they kept their reservations. The others are already waiting for you in the back. Thanks, Anthony, I said, sliding him another $100 as he walked us back through the restaurant toward the private room we preferred. His hand paused on the door to the private room. And I wanted to thank you again for what you did with Clemson. My parents would never have been able to afford to send Bobby. Don't mention it. I tapped his shoulder on the way through. And don't mention it to Bobby either. I don't want him feeling beholden or anything. Anthony smiled. Well, we can't thank you enough. Trust me, you already have. I ushered Daisy through the door, and Anthony shut the door behind us.
What was that about?
Daisy asked over her shoulder. Just helping out where I can, I answered softly.
He's putting the owner's kid through college.
Ethan answered from across the round table. It was set for 6, and Ethan had a woman on either side of him. His tie was loose, and he'd ditched his jacket. Gareth sat with one of the women to his right, slightly leaning away from her. He'd ditched the jacket too, but his tie was tight, and he still wore the vest of his three-piece. Daisy stared at the brunette on Ethan's right.
Oh my, aren't you Miss South Carolina?
The woman beamed, her smile camera-ready.
From last year.
The blonde on Ethan's left muttered.
Really?
Daisy kept on as if she hadn't heard the blonde.
That is so fascinating. I've always thought about writing about beauty pageants.
I pulled out her chair and she sat next to Miss South Carolina, placing her black clutch on the table. I didn't know much about women's accessories, but I had the strangest urge to buy Daisy something classic, a vintage label like Dior or Chanel to match her vibe. Weird. Usually if I was dating someone, and I definitely was not dating Daisy, I asked Mrs. Donaldson to pick out something nice for the woman, and yet here I was, picturing presents for a woman I hadn't so much as kissed. Gareth leaned back in his chair and gave me a once-over as I stripped off my jacket, hung it on the back of my chair, and took my seat. "Given the way you're looking at her, I'm guessing you don't want to switch seats?" He asked quietly, cocking a dark eyebrow at me. "I'm not looking at her," I muttered under my breath as the two women struck up a conversation about pageant life. The blonde was more than pleased with the arrangement, since it left Ethan all to herself. "Right. Keep telling yourself that," Gareth said, reaching for his glass of ice water.
"So?"
Daisy said, leaning forward slightly.
"Is this a date thing?"
Her gaze swung to mine, pure panic written in those soft brown orbs.
"Did I ruin your night? Were you supposed to bring a date and now you're stuck with me?"
She leaned in, her brow knitting.
"Am I intruding on your frolicking time?"
She whispered that last part. My gaze dropped to her mouth, and I quickly looked away, laughter rumbling in my chest. No, this is not a date thing. Ethan likes his company. Hey, I brought a couple friends just in case the conversation got boring. He stretched his arms across the backs of both chairs. You beautiful, loquacious women would never let the conversation stray to mergers and acquisitions, would you? As much of an asshole as he was to everyone outside our social group, he'd never had a problem with women, probably because he never disrespected them, at least not that I saw.
"And you're not dating anyone?"
Daisy asked Gareth. "Never found a woman I wanted around more than a weekend," he said unapologetically, unbuttoning the sleeves of his dress shirt. Damn, Gareth, that's a little harsh to the fairer sex. Ethan reached for the bottle of wine and poured a glass of red. Would you rather I lie to the writer? Kind of defeats the purpose of her gluing herself to Ash's back if she's not getting an accurate picture.
"You're the owner of the Cougars,"
Daisy said, a look I now knew to be curiosity sparking in her eyes.
"Right?"
Yep. She eyed his tattoos as Maria walked in through the kitchen door.
"I bet you'd be a compelling
Nope. I cut her off, blocking her line of sight with my face. Garrett isn't up for being interviewed about his frolicking habits, I said quietly. Or any habits. Light dawned in her eyes.
"Oh, right."
I could see the question in her eyes, but she sat back in her seat, thankfully aware enough of his reputation not to ask it.
"Tonight, we're starting you boys off with some crab risotto,"
Maria said as the servers marched in with steaming bowls, placing them all in front of us.
"We don't get to choose?"
Miss South Carolina asked. It would be rude not to trust Maria, Ethan answered, his tone changing. She's never steered us wrong. That right there is why women loved him for a night or two, but took off the second they caught wind of just how blunt he was. The staff left, and we tucked in. 3 courses later, Daisy's cheeks were flushed from 2 glasses of wine, and she never looked prettier. Her curls were tucked behind her ears as she laughed at something Ethan said. He'd turned on the charm after dessert, aiming it right at my girl. Not your girl. I recognized the ugly knot twisting in my stomach for what it was. Jealousy. And tried like hell to ignore it. Daisy wasn't mine in any capacity. Hell, if she wanted to go home with Ethan and both his dates, she was free to. That didn't mean I wouldn't have to fight the urge to beat the shit out of one of my closest friends, but that was on me, not her. Has he driven you batshit crazy with his to-the-second schedule yet? Ethan asked, clearly enjoying watching me tighten up.
"He's a little structured,"
Daisy agreed.
"but it seems to work for him. Are you telling me you're not as—"
She glanced sideways at me.
"rigid when it comes to how you spend your time?"
Ethan grinned and Gareth scoffed. Oh, I'm rigid, all right, but Asher over here takes it to the extreme. The rest of us know when to let loose and have a good time, though I will say that Crossland is probably the best at it. He glanced at Gareth, though I'm not sure Gareth even knows how to have a good time. Fuck right off. Gareth responded with a droll look. But Asher here? Ethan pointed at me. Asher isn't capable of taking a day off unless it's for the game. Daisy leaned forward.
The poker game? What poker game?
Mindy, the blonde, asked. I'd learned her name somewhere between the first and second course. Not important, Ethan assured her. Point is, if you were going to pick a billionaire to shadow, then you went with the most workaholic out of the bunch of us. Daisy glanced between all three of us.
I'm comfortable with my choice.
That's because you haven't spent 7 days around me. Ethan fucking winked. Funny, because I thought we all shared the same work ethic. I cocked an eyebrow at him and sent him a look that told him to back off. His eyebrows rose, and then he smiled even bigger. Oh, we do. He looked at Daisy. You see, Asher gets his drive from his mother. She's a brilliant woman. Never accepted less than perfection out of Ash here. She's convinced he's capable of saving the world and expects him to do it. He wasn't wrong, but my jaw still ticked at him exposing my personal shit to Daisy. It's the same pressure I got from my father. Ethan continued with a shrug, but Asher was taught that idle hands leave people to suffer that he should be helping, whereas my father taught me by example that idle hands are for other things. He stroked the shoulders of the woman at his sides. I know when to take my R&R. The door swung open, and Maria appeared with a little black folder. And on that note, I said, reaching for the bill. Oh, hell no, Gareth muttered. Put them up, just like always, Ethan ordered. 1, 2, 3. I hit it with paper, just like Gareth. Ethan held his fingers in the scissor position. Looks like it's my treat. Ethan leaned forward for the bill.
You guys play rock, paper, scissors for the bill?
Daisy looked at me with incredulity. Seems fair, I shrugged. Now, let's get you out of here. We have an early morning. It was an excuse, and I knew it. Ethan wouldn't go after her, and we were too good of friends for any of that shit, but he would absolutely keep flirting with her just to fuck with me. I got Daisy out of there, and after another tip to Bobby, I was driving toward her place. The silence between us was charged but comfortable, something I was getting used to at an alarming rate. This is you? I asked, pulling up in front of a high-rise condo building.
Yep.
She figured out the handle and stepped out of the door before I could even get a chance to get out of my side with traffic driving by.
Low maintenance, so it's not like I can kill off my lawn or a garden while I'm on deadline.
She flashed me a smile. I had someone courier over your bag from the office just in case you needed your laptop tonight, I said, gripping my steering wheel so I didn't get out of the car and do something incredibly stupid like kiss her. Her eyebrows rose with surprise and she smiled.
You're used to doing that, aren't you?
Having women's bags couriered?
Taking care of the people around you.
She said softly. Damn it. This woman was too observant, too wonderfully vivacious, and too beautiful for my peace of mind. We have an early morning, I said, my voice dropping. Humor sparkled in her eyes.
What, I don't get to shadow you while you sleep?
She grinned.
I mean, what if you get up in the middle of the night with some amazing idea and I'm not there to see it all take formation?
Her nose crinkled in the cutest way.
Though, I have to admit, I'd probably be sleeping. I love sleeping.
I saw it all play out in her mind. She'd be tucked into my sheets, her curls spread out over the pillow, her breaths even and deep because I'd just worn her out with my hands, my tongue, my cock. I'd let her sleep for hours, maybe call and check on the foreign markets before waking her up again, just so I could make her come another 3 times before offering her that round 2 she thought was so elusive. Fuck. That was getting hard just thinking about it. This was dangerous.
Asher?
She tilted her head to the side. Trust me, Daisy, if you get into my bed, you're sure as hell not sleeping. Neither am I. Her lips parted. I'll see you in the morning. I put the car in gear and got the hell out of there.
4. Daisy. Even after 10 days of waking up every single day at 4:30 a.m., I still wasn't adjusting. Asher kept assuring me I needed another week before it would start to feel like a habit, but I wasn't sure I believed him. I loved sleeping until my body told me to wake up, which was usually around 9 a.m., unless I'd spent the entire night prior lost in a good book. "No, that's not what we agreed on," Asher said, using his intimidating boardroom tone, which was rough and held just the slight hint of a threat. I rubbed my palms over my face where I was set up on the conference table in Asher's office, my laptop opened, and my Word doc up and staring at me. I was in the middle of the first intimate scene, which usually came easy to me, but with Asher's voice popping into my head every 5 seconds, I kept getting distracted. Plus, he was pacing behind me, something he was prone to doing while taking calls, walking all over the place in his office, his scent carrying on the air every time he passed me. I blew out a breath, shook my fingers, and focused on my screen. I tuned out Asher's voice, his smell, his damn notable presence behind me, and thought of nothing else but the heat happening between my two characters. Alec locked the door to his office, the sound like a gun going off. His eyes trailed the length of my body, lingering on my bare legs beneath my skirt as I leaned against his massive desk. His strong hands gripped my hips when he reached me, hefting me up to sit on the edge of his desk. "Don't you have a meeting?" I teased, my heart racing as he slid his hands up my thighs, parting them wider so he could step between them. "Fuck the meeting," he said. "I'll blame it on this skirt." He growled as he brushed his lips over mine. "It's driving me crazy." His kiss was consuming, burning straight through the center of me, and I gasped between his lips when his hand roamed higher, teasing me over the lace panties I wore. "Alec," I sighed, my head tilting back as he planted kisses down my neck and lower. Alec pushed the lace to the side, sliding his fingers through my heat, finding me slick and aching for him. His eyes met mine, fire churning there as he pushed those 2 fingers inside me. "You're so wet for me already, baby," he said, pumping me, teasing me. "What have you been thinking about all day?" He smirked, pushing deeper inside me. I gripped his broad shoulders, bucking my hips against his hand, chasing that sensation that was building inside me. I admitted on a strained breath. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since that night." My words cut off to a moan as he shifted his fingers, gliding my warmth over that sensitive bundle of nerves, teasing me with too light pressure. "Since I kissed you?" he asked, his voice low and rough. "Yes." I sucked in a sharp breath as he slid his free hand around my lower back, encasing me in his embrace, urging me forward as he pumped me again and again, driving me wild with just his fingers. "Alec," I begged as he teased me and worked me up, driving me toward that brilliant edge. He flattened the heel of his palm over my clit while increasing his pace, giving me the pressure I needed while I bucked against him, riding his hand until I shattered around his fingers. "Alec," I said again, my entire body shivering from what he'd just done to me. Alec grinned at me, sliding his hand out from beneath my skirt and bringing his fingers to his lips, sucking my flavor off of them. Some sort of awareness jerked me out of the scene, and I tilted my head. coming back to myself as I tried to figure out what it was. Had Asher said my name? No, Asher wasn't even speaking anymore. A hot presence radiated behind me, and I clenched my eyes shut for a few seconds before I glanced over my shoulder and found Asher fucking Silas right there, eyes on my laptop, his lips parted in shock, and something molten churning in his eyes. His gaze met mine as I flashed him an accusing glance, but I wasn't able to hold the attitude for long. Not when he was looking at me the way he was, which was all sorts of primal and needy, and every way he shouldn't be looking at me. But I didn't dare break that gaze, not when it made my heart race and an ache wrench between my thighs. Because in that moment, with the silence between us and the heat in his gaze, I felt like he might have been the character I was writing, the billionaire who had everything but what he truly needed, which was sitting right in front of him. And maybe, for just a second, I entertained the fantasy, entertained what I'd do if Asher stepped just an inch closer, put those strong hands on me, spread me out on his desk. Asher's phone rang, jolting us both out of the moment. I shut my laptop, and he blinked out of wherever his thoughts had been and answered his phone. I silently excused myself, hurrying to the bathroom across the hall to splash cold water over my face. Wanting Asher Silas was the last thing I needed. We couldn't be any more different. And besides, he was quite literally my work right now. No, I didn't want him. It was just the book and the similarities between the characters. That was all. I told myself that 5 more times before I was able to face him again in his office, and the mantra did nothing to stop the visions of him and me on his desk, lost in each other in a way I'd write about. So I hid behind my laptop and tried like hell to not look at him the rest of the day. "Does this even compare to the way you've been eating all week?" Madison asked me from across the dinner table, a glass of white wine in her hand. I'd demanded the night off, even though I knew Asher wouldn't be taking one, though it was nearing 10 p.m., so he was likely in bed reading right now, as his schedule dictated. I couldn't help but picture him in his king-size bed, the crisp white Egyptian cotton sheets casually over his legs, his chest bare, a book in his hands. "Daisy?" Fiona asked, and I blinked out of the fantasy. "You know I love this restaurant," I said, sipping my mojito. Fiona laughed where she sat next to me, then flashed a conspiratorial look at Maddie. "But you've been fed by a private chef for over a week now. That has to be pretty easy to get used to." I set down my drink as the server came to clear our dessert plates. "It'll definitely be a tragic moment when I stop shadowing him," I admitted. "I'm working on James every day," I said, laughing, trying to convince him to come and cook for me, but on an author's salary. The girls laughed, and I breathed a little easier. I'd needed this girls' night after living a billionaire's schedule the past week. They helped bring me back down to earth, back to the life I lived, complete with best friends and fun drinks and no set bedtimes. "How's that going?" Maddie asked. "Not too well," I said, shaking my head. "Asher pays James too well, but it's all in good fun." I glanced down at Fiona's hand where it rested on the table, admiring the ring on her left-hand ring finger. "How is Brogan?" Fiona grinned so brightly she gave the diamond ring a run for its money. "He's wonderful," she said in a kind of sing-song voice. "Sky, too. We've found this wonderful kind of rhythm that I didn't even know existed." "I'm so happy for you," I said, my heart lifting. Fiona had struggled when she'd taken the job as the Carolina Reaper's fiercest left wing's nanny. She'd fought her heart tooth and nail before finally realizing how much in love she was with Brogan. "Thanks," Fiona said. "But you know Brogan is amazing. We text about it every day in the group chat." Madison laughed. "That's true." "So," Fiona said, leaning over the table, "tell us more about Asher Silas." "Yes," Madison said. "He's insanely gorgeous, and you've barely told us anything over text." I shrugged. It would have felt wrong texting about him behind his back. But there is nothing wrong with talking about him with the sworn secrecy of your two best friends, right? Madison said, and I laughed. "I guess not," I said. "Asher is tempting, funny, wonderful. No. A brilliant business executive," I said, and they both frowned at me. "What? He is." "Okay, fair enough," Fiona said. "No way," Madison said. "Not fair enough. You're telling me you've been shadowing him for over a week, and there is nothing more you've learned about him except he's a great business exec?" I stirred the mint in my drink, biting back a smile. "I knew it," Madison said. "I could tell from how silent you were about him in our group chat. You like him, don't you?" "I do not." I shook my head. "He's nice, that's all." "He's nice?" Fiona asked, drawing it out like we were school children teasing each other about crushes. "Stop," I said, laughing. "He is. He's—" I groaned. "He's ridiculous with his schedule. A real type A person who has absolutely zero room for spontaneity, which I find super sad, but it seems to work for him." I sighed. "He has a real heart of gold, but doesn't really show that to many people. I just kind of accidentally stumbled upon it. And, of course, he's always shocked by me and my need for sleep and freedom and all things opposite of his life." "Interesting," Madison said, grinning at me. "He sounds like a dream." I nodded, unable to hide that from them. "Sometimes I think he is. I mean, he has to have faults, right? Other than his ridiculous schedule. No billionaire is that good to his core." "That's not fair," Fiona said. "How many billionaires do you know?" "Touché. But still, I've met plenty of the wealthy people in this city, thanks to your connection with the Reapers and all the galas you've dragged me to, and there is almost always a catch." Madison tilted her head. "You know, maybe you're right. Maybe you need to up your shadowing hours. Study him more closely." She waggled her eyebrows at me, and I rolled my eyes. "You could shadow him at night. See if he has a weird quirk like sleeping with his socks on. Or maybe he wears one of those breathing machines to help him sleep. That would shatter the perfect illusion pretty quick." I laughed. Why would I care if he wore socks to bed or slept with a breathing machine? Fiona and Maddie's mouths dropped at the same time. "Holy shit," Fiona said. "You really do like this guy." "Seriously," Maddie said. "A year ago, you complained when Jake wore his socks to bed." "Did I?" I asked, barely recalling my very brief time with my ex. We'd only dated a few months before we'd parted ways, amicably. We just weren't right for each other, and he certainly hadn't been able to keep up with my needs in bed. "You definitely did," Fiona said. I shrugged. "Fine, maybe I did. It doesn't mean I like Asher." But even I could taste the lie on my tongue. I did like him, liked being around him, listening and learning about him, joking with him. I can fit you in around 10 if I skip my designated reading hour." Asher's words fluttered through me, reawakening the heat that had sparked between us when he'd read over my shoulder in his office. But he'd been messing with me when he'd talked about fitting me in for sex, not giving me a real invitation. He could have any partner he wanted at the drop of a hat. He definitely didn't need to resort to screwing the romance author who was shadowing him for a month. But fuck me if I couldn't stop dreaming about it. "Maybe Maddie is right," Fiona said, sipping her drink. "Shadow him at night. See what happens." I shook my head. "You two are hilarious." "What?" Madison asked. "I see no bad about this idea." "How about personal boundaries? There is only so much information I actually need for my story." "I'm just saying," Maddie said. "If he suggests it, you shouldn't say no." Heat flared on my cheeks with just the idea of it. "I remember you two telling me something similar when I was living at Brogan's house, being his personal nanny." Fiona eyed me lovingly, and I laughed. "Look how amazing that turned out." "You have me there," I said, reaching for my drink. "But it's different. Asher and I live in two different worlds. There are only a few weeks left in the gig. Soon I'll be a distant memory for him, and he'll simply be an inspiration I used for my most recent alpha male." They flashed me disbelieving looks, but I ignored them, because I knew they could see I was attracted to him, even enjoyed being around him at ungodly hours of the morning. But it didn't matter. We didn't fit. He was a 4:30 wake-up call, and I was a scatterbrained author whose only obligation was a deadline, and even then, I usually did all my best work the night before it. And I didn't think any amount of shadowing or research or time spent with him would magically fix that.
5. Asher. Day 20, and I felt like I was going to crawl out of my fucking skin as I watched Daisy talking to Fiona across the arena, her hands gesticulating wildly like they did when she got excited about something. And that something was no doubt the dozens of skaters on the ice several rows down, playing one of the family pickup games Coach McPherson was so fond of hosting before the actual start of the season. Daisy's smile was wide as she leaned to tickle Skye, Brogan's almost toddler daughter, where Fiona was wearing her on her back. What the fuck was it about Daisy that I found so irresistible? She was beautiful, there was no denying that, and while I'd had my cock turned by beautiful women in the past, I'd never let my head pivot too. Yet here I was, staring across the rink when I should be watching to see how the players were, playing. After all, they were more than just my passion, they were an investment. And somehow, all I could think about were the words I'd read on Daisy's laptop. He flattened the heel of his palm over my clit while increasing his pace, giving me the pressure I needed while I bucked against him, riding his hand until I shattered around his fingers. Having an eidetic memory was usually a blessing in my line of work, being able to recall every word of a document or contract after reading it once. But right now, it was a fucking curse. Was that what she wanted? To be brought to orgasm on a desk? No, you narcissist, it's not about you, it's about her character. It really fucking turned me on all the same. Reading that scene, it had been my fingers, her pussy, my desk, her heat. My dick swelled. Of fucking course. I'd been semi-hard since I'd read that scene over Daisy's shoulder last week. It had been a week since I'd realized exactly what her mind was capable of. A week that I'd spent lying awake, wondering if the scenes she wrote were from memory, a previous encounter with some guy I'd already fucking hated, or pure imagination. Either way, I was strung as tight as a fucking drum over the brunette in the Reaper jersey, which had me feeling something I didn't deal with often. Confusion.
Here you are.
Harper said, my little sister appearing at my side with a clipboard.
I came over for some signatures.
She faded off as she stared at the ice, her lips parting. You came to ogle your fiancé, I argued, taking the clipboard from her and scrawling my signatures over the appropriate lines. Because you definitely could have sent one of your techs over with this. Not like you don't have an entire lab of underlings to come get signatures for new equipment.
Right.
She bit her lower lip.
He really is something, isn't he?
I'm glad you talked him into another season. I signed the last page and handed the clipboard back to her. Nathan Noble was one of our best defenders, and the first player I'd signed when I secured the expansion team here in Charleston. He'd also been contemplating retirement. I'd stolen him away from the Sharks along with Gage McPherson, who turned out to be an even better coach than he had been a player.
I do like the way that man moves.
She watched him with hungry eyes. I cringed. I do not need to know these things. You're my sister.
One day, dear brother, you won't be able to take your eyes off some woman, and I will recall this moment and give you endless heaps of shit over it.
She grinned. Glancing over at Daisy, my stomach somersaulted. And tell me, dear sister, when that day arrives, what kind of woman do you picture me with?
The kind of woman you won't be able to take your eyes off of? Or the kind of woman you picture yourself with? Because I think those are two different women.
She said with a little smirk. What do you mean by that? I handed the clipboard back. She glanced my way and rolled her eyes, then turned, realizing I was serious.
I mean, you have this picture of perfection when it comes to choosing your future spouse. You always have.
My brow furrowed.
Oh, come on. Like you don't know? Every woman you seriously date, and I don't mean the ones you fucking forget, I mean the ones you date, you pretty much put through an interview. And the second they don't measure up to your perfect standards, you cut them loose. And the women you date are all the same.
She put her hand on my arm.
They're all blonde, they're all doctors or CEOs or concert pianists. Your standards are higher than the Regency-era definition of accomplished. Every woman you date fits this.
She shook her head and looked away. Oh, please, don't stop now. I folded my arms over my chest.
I just want you to find the girl you can't stop looking at. The one that makes you laugh and drives you wild in frustration and, in other ways.
She shrugged.
I hope that when you find said woman, you stop comparing her to the checklist you've created in your head because you're going to miss out on someone spectacular that way.
She looked back at the ice.
I know I almost did.
You ever going to put that man out of his misery and marry him? She glanced at the engagement ring she'd been wearing for more years than I could count at this point.
We were discussing your flaws, not mine.
Uh-huh. I smiled down at her. Not everyone is so lucky to find their other half like you did with Nate. She rose up on her toes and pecked my cheek.
You've always said you would change the world if you met the right woman. Maybe you might need to look at changing just a tiny bit yourself.
Me? I scoffed in sarcasm. I'm fucking perfect. Harper was one of the only people in the world I didn't have to be perfect for. After all, once someone has seen you sliding across the hardwood floor in your socks, then knocking out your two bottom teeth because you were desperate to beat your sisters to the ice cream, well, neither of my sisters thought I was perfect.
Yeah.
She waved and walked off, no doubt heading back to her lab. Thank God I hadn't lost that last hand at this month's game, or she wouldn't have spoken to me for a month. Daisy made her way toward me with Fiona, and I couldn't help but think about what my sister had just said. Harper was right, as she usually was. I had a type, a mold, a vision of what I thought my soulmate would be. So why the fuck was I so incredibly attracted to Daisy when she wasn't any of the things I knew I wanted? She wasn't type A or organized. The woman was so far from A, she might as well have been a Z. I was pretty sure she survived solely on Kit Kats and coffee, too. I'd gotten in the habit of making her eat dinner with me just so I was sure she had rounded meals during the day. The woman would forget to eat. She'd get lost in whatever she was working on, and I'd have to tap her shoulder and remind her that it was lunchtime. She was a full-on wild card in every way. She was... The fuck? Are you wearing McKittrick's jersey? I asked her as she reached me. Yep, his fucking number was on the shoulder. It shouldn't have bothered me. I should have been happy that she'd purchased a piece of merchandise that clearly benefited my team. But I so wasn't. Yep. Daisy beamed at me, a giant cup of coffee in her hand. Her hair was up off her neck today, tied in a knot on top of her head, but those elusive tendrils still dangled, framing her beautiful face. He's my favorite. My gaze narrowed, and I felt the sharp bite of jealousy. Is he?
Well, I mean, it's not like you have one I can buy now, do you?
She grinned, rocking back on her heels. Vans. She was wearing Vans today.
Does the owner even get a jersey?
My jaw ticked. I had a jersey. It said Silas.
I'm just impressed you got her out of her usual yoga pants and hoodies,
Fiona said with a smile.
Usually I'm in a dress for the office,
Daisy said, oblivious to my irrational internal hissy fit as she turned her back on me to talk to Fiona, boldly displaying McKittrick's name. On her back. I can transfer him before the season even fucking starts. See if she'd wear his name on her back then.
Heels, too,
Daisy continued.
I'd almost forgotten how much fun it is to get dressed up in the morning. Not that I don't miss rolling out of bed and tugging on some Lululemon and a comfy sweatshirt.
She looked at me over her shoulder.
And I definitely miss my sleep.
You wanted to shadow, I said with a shrug, and I never said you had to dress up for the office. Not that I was complaining. The best part of my day was when she arrived at my house and I got to see whatever delicious ensembles she'd picked out. She spun back at me.
You dress up for the office every single day, and I haven't even seen you wear the same suit twice.
It's my office. I dress appropriately for whatever is going on that day. That doesn't mean you can't be comfortable. I would have given her one of my companies for the chance to see her in yoga pants, stretched tight over that grabbable curve of her ass.
I'm not about to sit through your business meetings in a hoodie.
She gawked at me. Speaking of meetings, I have one in 5 minutes. I glanced at my watch.
How do you do that?
Daisy asked, staring at me like I was a science experiment.
I swear, Fiona, he doesn't even look at his phone or his schedule. He just looks at his calendar once in the morning and remembers it the rest of the day.
20 days with me, and that's the most impressive thing I've done. Damn. You sure know how to make a guy work for an attaboy. Nice to see you, Fiona. I turned and headed for the elevators, and once I'd reached them, I held the button, counting to 60 before Daisy skidded in next to me. I hit the button for my office floor.
Sorry, I had to say bye to Sky. She's just the cutest.
She bounced on her toes and took another sip of her bucket of coffee.
I can't believe it's finally Reaper Day.
Reaper Day? I glanced over at her.
The day you promised me that you'd go over the sports part of your business with me.
Her forehead crinkled.
Remember?
Yes, I remember, I said as we rose. I just didn't realize you were calling it Reaper Day.
Duh, hence the jersey.
She motioned across the logo on her chest with coffee.
I just never realized what a little percentage the Reapers are of your business until the last few weeks.
My business is what makes owning the Reapers possible. I built this place from the ground up, and it wasn't cheap.
Oh, I can tell.
She nodded.
Everything is state-of-the-art. Your players love you, too. Just so you know, and I knew that before you agreed to let me shadow you. It's not like they were just dropping complaints so I'd hear and tell you.
Never thought that.
So who's the next meeting with?
She took another sip of her coffee. This woman should just mainline the caffeine and cut the bullshit at the rate she drank that stuff. One of my bankers. She pouted as we reached the floor to my office.
But then it's Reaper Day?
The woman batted her fucking eyelashes at me like it would sway me, and it did. She had such spectacular eyes, warm and deep. Then it's Reaper Day, I promised. shaking my head at her terminology. The door dinged and opened, and she skipped out, making me smile until I saw McKittrick's name on her fucking back again. Yeah, I was going to have to either do something to quell the ridiculous jealousy that threatened my sanity, or I was going to have to do something about that jersey. Day 23, I sat at my computer typing out responses to what felt like hundreds of emails. Daisy and I had a lull in our day, a precious hour of time where I could catch up on my to-do list instead of adding more to it. Delegating didn't take me much time beyond figuring out who needed to handle a particular issue or making a quick decision on my own, and I found myself glancing up every time I hit send. Daisy sat at the conference table instead of her usual seat in front of me, typing away at her book, a look of utter concentration furrowing her brow. Last week, I'd taken a bevy of conference calls with her team leads overseas, and since she wasn't exactly fluent in Japanese or Korean, she'd spent the time writing. I'd watched her for hours, fascinated by her focus, her ability to block out the rest of the world with a pair of noise-canceling headphones and disappear into the world she was writing. I answered 2 more emails and looked back up. Daisy was twisting in her seat, reaching back, then reaching up, then twisting back with a frustrated look on her face. None of my business. 5 minutes and 22 emails later, she was still acting weird. Her headphones were on the conference table, and she glared at the screen, furiously deleting with her pointer finger, only to type something out again, arch her body like a contortionist, and delete all over, restarting the cycle. Okay, I give up. What the hell is going on over there? I asked. Is there something wrong with your chair? Her gaze bolted toward mine.
Oh, no, nothing's wrong. Just trying to figure something out.
Like if you can spin your head exorcist style while performing a backbend? My eyebrows rose. I'd seen her do some pretty odd things the last 3 weeks, but this was taking the proverbial cake.
Is that what it looks like I'm doing?
Utter dismay washed over her features.
It's supposed to be sexy, not creepy.
She sat back in the chair, folding her arms across her chest and giving the laptop a murderous look. The way her breasts were straining against the V neckline of her dress was certainly sexy, but I wasn't about to say that. She was in one of those 50s dresses again, the kind that flared out at her waist, accentuating the curve, the kind that had layers underneath the cherry red fabric that made me want to count just how many pieces of fabric there were between me and the skin of her thighs.
But it's totally creepy, isn't it?
She leaned forward and shut her laptop.
I don't think it's going to work.
What exactly are you trying to figure out?
Nothing.
She stood and leaned back against the conference table, her lips pursed as she stared at the floor like it was a puzzle. Clearly it's not nothing. I took my fingers off the keyboard. Just tell me. I'm pretty good at figuring stuff out.
I don't need you to figure it.
Her gaze jumped to mine, and a slow smile spread across her face. What? She walked my way, tucking the closest of her curls behind her ears.
I don't need your brain to figure it out,
she said softly, coming around my desk.
But I wouldn't mind the use of your body.
My stomach clenched. Come again?
No, nothing that explicit,
she teased, her eyes sparkling.
I could absolutely use your help if you don't mind me squeezing into your personal space for a second.
Okay. Yes, fucking please.
Scoot back a little. I just need to see if it's possible to do something in a certain position without dislocating my character's head.
I'm intrigued. I pushed off my desk, rolling back in my chair.
Okay.
She bit her lower lip.
Promise me you don't mind? Because I'm really about to be up in your space, and I really didn't shadow you just to find out how sexual harassment claims work. Not that I'd sue you, of course. I mean, you suing me.
I blinked. Images of that scene she'd written dancing through my head on repeat. I'd never sue you.
I can use your body however I like for the purposes of research?
Well, holy shit. I swallowed. Sure. I moved my hands to the arms of my chair, determined to keep them right there come hell or high water.
Cool. And feel free to put your hands wherever they'd naturally go, since this is a weird kind of seating arrangement.
She stepped sideways, positioning her ass in front of my face, and then sat right in my lap. Lilacs and vanilla flooded my senses, and she wiggled, so she was a little more on my left thigh than center. If she kept moving like that, she'd find out exactly where my hands were going. And what exactly are we doing? Fuck, my voice sounded like it had been scraped over concrete.
I'm trying to see if the heroine is in the hero's lap,
she said, leaning back against my chest. Fuck, I could feel her from knee to neck, and it was all I could do to keep completely still.
If she could just tilt her head back to reach him.
She turned her head, and my lips grazed her cheek.
Close, but...
She turned at the waist, dragging her soft skin across my lips, but not nearing my mouth.
Nope.
My heart started to pound, and my cock was quickly becoming not so semi in the erect department.
Damn it, I really wanted that to work.
She leaned forward slightly.
Would have been so hot if she'd been leaning over his desk and he yanked her onto his lap and kissed the shit out of her, but it's not worth snapping my heroine's neck over.
She moved like she was about to stand, and my hands gripped her hips. I can make that happen. Fuck, once again, my mouth was running away with me.
You think?
She looked over her shoulder at me skeptically. Are you challenging me? My hands flexed on her curves through the layers of fabric. Because by now you should have figured out that I don't know how to do anything but win when it comes to a challenge. Her eyes widened, and a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth.
Fine, then it's a challenge. You can figure out how to make that position work, then you win.
What do I win? Thank God she had one of those poofy underskirt things on, so she didn't feel just how much the thought of the challenge was turning me on.
Whatever you want, but don't already have,
she teased. You're on. I released her hips. Stand up. She did, putting that delicious ass at a biteable level. Do I have your permission to manhandle you? I asked, assuming your character would be the manhandling sort.
He's totally a manhandler, she confirmed. The kind of man who knows exactly what he wants and takes it.
She spun, whipping her forefinger in the air.
With consent, of course.
And I have yours? I asked, keeping my gaze locked on hers. She threw her arms into the air.
Manhandle me, Asher Silas.
Oh, I was going to pay for that comment with Mrs. Donaldson later. I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to care. Lean over, I ordered, just like you're the heroine.
Like this?
She did, and the fabric of her skirt rose up slightly. For fuck's sake, I had a hard-on for the back of this woman's knee. Then he's going to grab... I gripped the top of her hips and bring her right where he wants her. I yanked her back into my lap.
Oh,
her breath hitched. Then he's going to move slightly. I shifted her entirely to my left thigh. Cup her face. I used my right hand to cradle her cheek. And bring her face right where he needs it. I leaned to the right slightly and turned her head parallel with her shoulder, bringing us to the perfect angle. My lips were only an inch above hers.
Oh,
she whispered, her gaze dropping to my mouth. See, it's not about where your heroine lands or how she arches or moves, I whispered, as the air charged between us. It's about how your hero moves her, how he angles her. He has to do his share of the moving, too.
Right,
she muttered, then ran her tongue over her lower lip. I groaned at the sight.
You haven't won yet,
she challenged softly.
You still have to prove it works.
Daisy. I leaned in that sacred little inch and brushed my lips over hers. They were so fucking soft as they stroked back over mine. See? It works, I said against her lips. Then I kissed her, slowly, sweetly, and in complete control. She whimpered and opened her mouth beneath mine. That control fucking vanished. My hand slid into her hair, the curls wrapping around my fingers, and I sank into her mouth like I'd been dreaming about since the day she walked into this office. My tongue stroked against hers, tasting and teasing, memorizing every line of her mouth. She tasted like chocolate and honey, and I discovered that I had a sweet tooth. But only for her. "More," she demanded, like she was reading my damn mind, wiggling so she sat nearly sideways on my lap. Yeah. My hand slid from her hip to her lower back as she rotated, giving us an even better angle. I tilted her head and kissed her deeply, this time my tongue licking into her mouth with long strokes and light touches that electrified every nerve ending and left it buzzing, longing for more. Kissing this woman was more than a physical act. It was a religious experience that threatened to pull the soul straight out of my body. Her hands cupped the back of my neck, then rose to the base of my skull as she kissed me back like I was necessary to her existence. She wouldn't be a passive lover. I knew it in those first seconds. No. Daisy would make her own demands, take her own pleasure. It would be fucking amazing to watch her come, to feel her pulse around my fingers, my tongue, my cock. I wanted her to ride my hand while I stroked her to orgasm. No. I wanted her thighs around my ears, my tongue fucking her as she arched and writhed over me. Scratch that. I wanted her naked, keening under me as I thrust into her with the full length of my dick, getting us both there. I wanted everything. She slid her tongue into my mouth and I sucked on it, exchanging one of my hands for the other in her hair, holding her at the perfect position to kiss and kiss and kiss. There was no reason to come up for air, no logical thought to stop, not when every time we collided it was better than the last. My other hand skimmed her ribs and the curve of her waist, down her thigh, into her exposed knee where I felt smooth silk over hot skin. "Yes," she whispered, putting her hand on top of mine and guiding it under her dress. "Fuck." I kissed her again and again, losing myself in the satin of her mouth, the heat of her skin at her thigh, the bolts of pure pleasure as she slid her hip against my aching cock. Up and up my hand traveled as our tongues swirled and stroked, until I reached a lace band and nothing but smooth skin. Fuck my life. She was wearing a garter belt. She arched against me and pulled me closer, her nails biting into my scalp with an addictive bite of pain followed by torturous pleasure as she explored my mouth at her leisure. I nipped at her lower lip. She sucked mine between her teeth and repaid the favor. My fingers stroked over the warm, satiny skin of her upper thigh, and she rolled her hips upward in invitation. I kissed her again, slipping my tongue past her lips as my thumb stroked the lacy edge of what felt like the barest G-string. A single tug and I could rip the fabric. But instead my thumb ghosted over the damp scrap of lace that covered her pussy. "You're so fucking wet, aren't you?" She whimpered in response. She was exactly as wet as I was hard. We were matched, both aching, both ready. I pressed my thumb into the lace right above her clit, and her hips arched up as she cried into my mouth. Yeah, I'd give her the first one with her panties on. The second with my fingers deep inside her. The third one, "Mr. Silas." Mrs. Donaldson's voice came through the intercom. She may as well have walked in and thrown a bucket of water on us. Daisy froze in my arms. I lifted my mouth from hers, the barest of inches, just enough to suck in a breath after breath. I felt like I'd run a damn marathon. My heart beat so loudly. "Mrs. Donaldson," I managed to say, my eyes locking onto Daisy's. The wide brown orbs weren't just wide with shock over what we'd done. Oh no. There was heat there, and so much need that my dick pulsed against my zipper. "Your next meeting is in the conference room? Mr. Coleman from Development?" She added the last part when it was obvious I wasn't going to respond to the first. "Mr. Coleman, Development," I repeated as Daisy's lips trembled beneath mine.
Her breathing was ragged, and I could feel just how thoroughly slick she was through the lace under my thumb. "Yep, I have your dossier ready to go."
"Right. Thank you." I swallowed and gave myself exactly half a second to find my famed self-control. There was an audible click on the intercom that told me Mrs. Donaldson had hung up.
"Oh, my God."
Daisy bolted off my lap like I'd bitten her, arranging her skirts as she backed away from my desk. Her cheeks were flush, her lips swollen, and her eyes. They made me want to tell my 11 o'clock to go to hell so I could lay Daisy out over the conference table and finish what we'd started. Her hands rose to her lips.
"Asher, I never meant to. I'm so—"
Now there was pure misery in those brown depths, and it turned my stomach. "So help me God, if you say you're sorry, I'm going to lose it." I stood, blatantly arranging my dick into a semi-comfortable position, her gaze following every second. "I think we solved your positioning problem, right?" Holy shit, his excuses went, that was a lame one, but all the blood that was supposed to be in my brain had flown south. She nodded.
"Yep, I got it. Manhandle."
"Great. I'm going down to the meeting." I raked my hand over my hair and buttoned my jacket. Hopefully, I'd be able to hide my current state behind my folder like I was back in fucking high school.
"I'm gonna sit on this one,"
Daisy muttered, her gaze still locked on my cock.
"I mean, out. I'm sitting this one out to get this scene down."
"Down would be great," I muttered. Then I walked out, grabbing the leather portfolio from Mrs. Donaldson, not so much as pausing as I headed straight for the elevator. What the hell had I just done? And when could I do it again?
6. Daisy. Asher's hands on my hips, gliding over my stomach and up to my chin, tilting my head so he could kiss me at a better angle. The way his lips pressed against mine with the perfect amount of pressure and dominance. The way his tongue swept in to tease and explore, almost like he was savoring the experience. The way my body ignited, sitting on his lap, feeling his powerful body against mine, his scent swirling around me, consuming me, intoxicating me. "What are you in the mood for tonight?" Asher's voice cut through the memory I hadn't been able to shake for the past 6 days. My cheeks flared as I blinked out of the images in my head, finding Asher's hazel eyes on me as he casually leaned back in the seat at his designated table in the restaurant. I want more. More kissing, more touching, more exploring. "I'm not sure," I managed to say, focusing on the menu before me, even though I knew it by heart. It was one of Asher's favorite restaurants in the city, and he'd brought me here more than once during my time shadowing him. Time that was almost up. My heart sank at the reality, and I mentally chided myself. I'd known this was a 1-month deal, known it wouldn't last forever, and not once in the beginning had I thought I'd want more time with him. I mean, he woke up at 4:30 for fuck's sake. He worked out every single day without fail, and he constantly gave me looks when I crunched on my favorite Kit Kat writer snack. How could I possibly want to drag this out any longer? Because you like him. "Maybe the sea bass?" I said, when I noticed he was still studying me. "It is phenomenal here," he said, just as our server headed over to our table. We placed our orders, and she mercifully brought our drinks over in record time. I took a nice long sip of my chilled glass of Prosecco and did my best to breathe. But it was hard when I felt like the final days approaching with Asher were slipping away from me and that I'd never again feel what I felt when I was with him. I didn't just want more of his searing kiss or his delightfully strong body against mine. I wanted more of him. Wanted to listen to him vent when a meeting didn't go the way he'd hoped. Wanted to watch his eyes light up when he spoke about his team, the Reapers. Wanted to sit in silence with him, me writing and him poring over emails in that content way we'd adapted in the last few weeks. Hell, I'd even started to enjoy the workouts with him in the morning, and had to admit it did jumpstart my brain. Not that I'd ever admit that to him. "You think your team will be able to find the suppliers to help you get the production costs down on the safety gear line?" I asked him after a few more sips. I shoved my thoughts deep down where they couldn't suddenly burst from my lips and give me away, because in all honesty, I highly doubted Asher was feeling the same sense of regret that the month of ours was almost over. I definitely didn't fit into his perfect schedule, and the kiss had merely been a fleeting moment fueled by the circumstances of the scene I was writing. That's all. Plus, we'd both joked on numerous occasions how we wouldn't work in a relationship, how we didn't fit in each other's world, not because of wealth or status, but because of how fundamentally different we were. Asher sipped his scotch, then shrugged. "I'll always be hopeful," he said. "But it's a battle. You've seen that." I nodded, and Asher flashed me a soft smile. "But I don't want to talk about my business anymore today," he said, and I arched a brow at him. He was almost always happy to talk about the day, and today had been quite a successful one for him, seeing as no meetings ended in arguments, and he wasn't late for a single thing. "I want to talk about yours," he said. "Really?" I asked, taking another drink. "What do you want to know?" I held my breath as the server brought out our food, the anticipation killing me. He'd read over my shoulder during a sex scene, and we'd fallen into a kiss after I had asked him for some fact-checking help. Who knew what he'd ask me after all that? "Tell me a little bit more about self-publishing," he said, picking up his knife and fork and cutting into his steak. "I've watched you write this month, but you haven't really spoken about the other side of it." I popped a bite of sea bass into my mouth, barely containing a moan as the flavors hit my tongue. "Well," I said after I'd finished the bite, "that's because I'm not on that side of it in the project yet." Asher motioned for me to go on. "Every author is different, but I have my own process. First, I plot the book, then I write the book, then my editor edits the book, and I fix everything she says. Then, and only then, do I worry about the business side." Asher nodded, finishing his bite. "It must be hard," he said, "to have to do both sides of it, the creative and the business." "It is, but somehow you get used to it. I separate it into those stages so it's easier for my brain to focus. It's incredibly hard to think about marketing when you're in the middle of creating a world for your characters." "So are you almost on the marketing side?" I shook my head. I still have a handful more chapters to write until I'm finished, and then edits. "And what's the marketing process like?" I blew out a breath. For self-published authors, it's a multitude of things. Running ads, pulling and creating teaser lines, posting on all social media accounts, buying spots in popular newsletters, contacting influencers in the hopes they'll enjoy your book and post about it. "And you do all that yourself?" Asher asked, before wrapping his lips around another bite, and damn him, he made me want to be that piece of steak. "Yep," I said. Asher furrowed his brow. "Couldn't you hire someone to do all that for you?" I laughed just as I was taking a sip of my drink, spitting half of it back into the flute involuntarily. I quickly set it down, dabbing my lips with a napkin. "What was funny?" Asher asked. But at least he was smiling. I half expected him to gape at me in mortification for my lack of manners in the fancy restaurant. "Nothing, really," I said, reeling it in. "It's just that you looked so confused, and it was totally adorable. Still not following. I could hire someone to do all that for me, I've tried using some PR agents in the past, but they're pricey, and for good reason. They do a ton of work, and yes, it would lift a lot from my plate, but I can't justify the cost when I've been doing it on my own for years now. I shrugged. I'd rather put in the work and keep the money. That's where I'm at right now. In the future, who knows? If I'm making enough where I can spare the expense, then maybe I'll do that. Ah, Asher said, nodding as he took a drink. Now I see the joke. I raised my brows, smiling at him. Sorry, he said. I'm used to delegating. No sorry necessary, I said, waving him off. I get it. You run several different empires. You need your personal assistants and chefs and lawyers to make all the companies run smoothly. I couldn't imagine trying to carry the weight of all that you do. I think you'd be great at it, he said, and I gave him a chiding look. No, I'm serious, he said, laughing. You underestimate yourself. You have a knack for getting what you want. You're talented and creative, and you obviously know how to run a business. Just because you don't call yourself a CEO doesn't mean you aren't one. I pursed my lips, holding my glass out to his. CEO Daisy, I said, clinking our glasses together, has a silly ring to it. We took a sip of our drinks before returning to our dinner, and by the time the server had cleared our plates, I was feeling less nervous and more like myself. Maybe it was the shop talk, which was my wheelhouse, or maybe it was just the effect Asher had on me. Now, what about traditional publishing? Asher asked after we'd ordered dessert. Isn't that usually how people publish books? 15 years ago, definitely, I said. But when self-publishing became an option, it changed the industry. Slowly at first, because it took readers and critics a long time to accept that a writer could truly do it on their own without the resources or approval of a traditional publishing house. And even today, there are people who say self-publishing isn't real publishing, but we've come miles from where it started. But a traditional house would cover all the marketing costs, right? I shrugged. It depends. I've had some Big Five publishers try to vet me, but in the end, the money wasn't there. They do offer marketing at their own expense, but they take a huge cut of the royalties in order to compensate for all they put into it. And yeah, there is something to be said for having your books in stores or at the airport, but in the end, having full control of my creative content, which gives me the ability to give my readers exactly what they're begging for, plus the money, has always outweighed ego in my case. Asher nodded, the gears in his eyes turning as he took in the information. But awards and things come with traditional publishing, don't they? Absolutely. It's easier to hit the New York Times bestsellers list if you're with a reputable house, but it really comes down to the number of copies sold during release week, combined with a team of critics who then decide if your sales and your book is worthy enough to be on it. I sighed. Either way, I've never been concerned with awards or validation. My readers are my validation. Their emails or messages about how happy the book made them or how much they enjoyed it, pair that with the steady income I've been making, and I've got everything I need. Plus, I get to wake up and do what I love every single day. There is a lot of joy in that for me. Well, I think your world is fascinating, he said, leaning back when the server brought our desserts. I instantly dug into my chocolate soufflé, my eyes closing for a moment as the richness hit my tongue. It's incredibly different from yours, I said after that first bite. Not that different, Asher said, taking a bite of his vanilla cheesecake. I huffed a laugh. Come on, Asher. You know it's true. I spend my days at the desk, hitting the keys for hours at a time without looking up. You have a regimented schedule that enables you to run empires. We couldn't be more different. His eyes met mine, a flash of something sparking there that I felt all the way down to my spine. You run a business? he said. I run a business. I laughed again, taking another bite. That's like saying you like apples and I like apples. He grinned at me, shaking off the serious look he'd had before. Maybe it was an oversimplification, he said, but I don't think we're that different. I leaned forward a bit over the table. Oh, yeah? I asked in a teasing tone. Then sleep in until 7. I dare you. 7? Asher actually looked mortified by the idea. I'd be 3 hours behind in my day. A laugh ripped from my lips that I couldn't stop, and Asher's gaze widened as a smile lit up his features as he watched me. I shook my head, sucking in a deep breath to stop the hilarity. I rest my case, I said, taking another bite. But we do have one thing in common. What's that? Asher asked. We both have amazing taste in food. Asher laughed then, and the sound sent warm shivers all along my bones. I could have blamed the sensation on the delectable dessert, or even the bubbly drink I'd had. But I'd felt it before, and that warm, sizzling reaction belonged solely to Asher. I hated that I wasn't ready to let go of those feelings yet, but with only a few days left with him, there was nothing I could do to stop it. And I don't know which bothered me most, knowing I was going to lose something I never had in the first place, or wanting something I had no business wanting. Alec stood beneath the steaming water in his oversized shower, and I couldn't help but stand there and marvel at him. The water beaded down his muscled back, his biceps flexing as he washed his hair and then soaped up his body. How was this my life? How had I gone from his secretary to whatever we were now? Are you going to stand there and stare? Or are you going to get your ass in here and join me? Alec asked, his voice rough as he turned around to face me, a gleam in his eyes. I finally stepped into the shower, closing the glass door behind me. My nipples peaked from the change in temperature, and Alec's gaze was heated as he trailed the length of my body. You're exquisite, he said when I reached him and stepped under the water. I gasped at how hot it was, but enjoyed the shock that sent chills along my skin. That quickly, Alec's hands were on me, gliding with soapy suds over my breasts, my stomach, my thighs. I arched into every touch, my senses on fire wherever his fingers grazed. All innocent, all too light, leaving me needy and breathless. Alec gripped my hips, moving me beneath the stream of water to rinse my body of the pine-scented soap, then pressed my spine against the marble wall. He towered over me, caging me in with his muscled arms, and I trailed my fingers over the carved lines of his stomach before he shifted and slowly dropped to his knees before me. I gasped as he parted my thighs, his mouth hovering an inch from where I was aching for him. You want my tongue, Lear? Alec asked in the most teasing, sensual tone. I looked down at him, and he smirked, holding me there in the sweetest anticipation. The gold flecks in his hazel eyes seemed to melt as he met my eyes. Say you want it, he demanded. Wait. I scrunched my brow and shook my head, staring at the Word document on my screen. Since when does Alec have hazel eyes? I asked my empty apartment, leaning my head in my hands as I blew out a breath. I reread the last paragraph and cringed. Shit. I'd switched my hero Alec's signature Arctic blue eyes to a rich hazel with swirls of green and brown and gold. Oh, I groaned aloud, hurrying to fix the mistake. I shoved away from my desk, needing to move and shake out my hands. I'd made Alec more like Asher. What the hell was I doing? I paced my apartment, grabbing a bottle of tea from the fridge and taking a few good long drinks. The icy liquid did nothing to cool down the heat sizzling inside me, and it certainly couldn't stop the scene that was playing repeat in my head. Instead of Alec and Lyric in the shower scene, it was me and Asher. The water making his skin slick beneath my fingers as I explored the way his body felt. No. It was one thing to fantasize about Asher on my own time, but I sure as hell wouldn't do it on the clock. And what in the blue hell anyway? I'd never, not once, envisioned my characters as anyone from real life. Sure, I used characteristics from those closest to me, but they were tiny details that didn't change who the character actually was, which was fictional. I shook my head, making it to my bedroom and falling onto my bed. Maybe I just needed a break. Needed time to separate the very real-life cravings I was having for an unattainable man and the very fictional book I was writing about someone with a similar lifestyle. Okay, I could see how my streams got crossed, but I needed to put an end to that right now. I rolled onto my back, dead set on taking a 20-minute nap, despite the fact that I needed to be up in 6 hours to meet with the billionaire I couldn't get off my mind. That kiss. It was absolutely the kiss's fault that I couldn't focus while writing. I've heard of authors having writer's block before, but I'd somehow always escaped the curse. And this wasn't exactly a block as much as it was a distraction. A really handsome, funny, brilliant, smells too damn good distraction. I reached for my phone across the bed and swiped open the screen. It was 10 p.m., which meant Asher was likely just finishing up reading. I had half a mind to shoot him a text and blame him for my inability to finish the scene. Maybe I could ask him to just put me out of my misery and finish what we started when he kissed me. Maybe then I'd be able to finish this book. Pulling up his contact info, I couldn't help but smile at the picture I'd snapped of him when I'd saved his number. He'd taken off his suit jacket, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows as he leaned over his desk. He'd glanced up at me because I'd said his name, and there was this almost smile on his lips, but his eyes gave away something I still hadn't put my finger on. Amusement, or annoyance, or a little bit of both. Either way, he looked perfect, because that's who he was. He was the perfect billionaire who ran empires and owned the Carolina Reapers. He spent his time with professional athletes and other billionaires and did his best to help the general public when he could. He donated to charities and went to galas and was basically royalty of our modern time. My fingers hovered over the keys, antsy to send him a text, to tell him how much I was going to miss him when our time was up, or to beg him to come over and kiss me again. I closed out the text and chucked my phone across the bed to quash the temptation, because sending him a text like that wasn't part of his perfect world. It would be reckless and spontaneous and this side of chaotic. And men like him didn't get texts like that, which only further proved how much I needed to stop all the feelings growing for him in their tracks. Because if I got in any deeper, I'd be the one paying for it in the end.
7. Asher. Day 31, and we were on our way to the poker game, against my better judgment. But when push came to shove, she'd asked to go, to see this last section of my life, even though I'd told her she wasn't allowed to use any of it in her book. Technically, our time was up. I'd fulfilled my end of the dare with Weston. I was well within my rights to say no to bringing her to Nicaragua, where Weston had arranged for our next event. But if I was being honest, I wasn't ready to let her go. Somewhere in the last 30 days, I'd gotten used to Daisy showing up for morning workouts and breakfast. I'd grown accustomed to her asking questions after a phone call or sitting quietly while I stewed about something that hadn't gone my way. I looked forward to the way her scent filled my car on the way to work and found myself watching, absolutely rapt for what she'd be wearing that day. And that fucking kiss. It was the most electric, consuming mistake I'd ever made, because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Instead of listening at meetings, I was staring at Daisy's lips, remembering just how soft they'd been under mine. I was constantly on edge, aching for something I instinctively knew no one else could give me. Just her. There was no one else I even wanted. My fingertips itched to feel the silk of Daisy's skin, my cock.
So you just write down the names of companies or prized items?
Daisy asked, yanking me from my absolutely inappropriate thoughts as she leaned toward me on the plush leather couch we currently shared on my jet. She'd traded her usual retro dresses for a strappy summer number that left her shoulders bare and dipped to reveal a more than enticing amount of cleavage. Then again, she probably could have worn a potato sack and I would have been enticed. The gauzy skirt skimmed her knees, and she'd paired it with strappy sandals that were currently curled under her as she waited for me to answer. Depends on what the current bets are. I flipped the screen on my iPad and dug back into the contract Miles Newsom, the Reapers' general manager, had sent me. He wanted to poach one of the star players from Tampa, and I just didn't see it happening, but I was still willing to look at what he had in mind for terms.
So what point do the bets get too rich?
Daisy asked. When you aren't willing to risk whatever they're looking for. I gave up on the contract and set the iPad on the table next to me. She was more fun to talk to anyway.
But you guys don't, bet on girls or anything, do you?
2 little lines appeared on her forehead. My stomach pitted. How do you mean?
Like you're not over there including nights with your girlfriends on the chips, right?
She whispered as if anyone could hear us. I'd already told her early in the flight that the staff was accustomed to staying the hell out of the main cabin unless I pushed a button for service. I did way too much business back here for anyone to come and go as they wished. None of us would ever do that. I lifted my brows and made sure she knew I meant it. Besides, none of us really keep regular girlfriends. Ethan drives women away the second they realize he's actually a flaming asshole. Crossland is too busy fucking as many women as he can to settle on one. Gareth keeps his personal life personal. And Weston... I shook my head and grinned. Weston hasn't quite figured out why he can't settle down, but I bet once you've been in the room with him for less than an hour, you'll know exactly why.
Well, now you have me curious.
A smile tugged at her lips. I ripped my hand over my hair, disheveling it. But I do need to tell you something before we get there. We probably only had about a half hour before we landed. I'd already put this off for too long.
You're married and have 3 children that you keep hidden away?
She teased, sipping on her mimosa. I only let you shadow me because Weston dared me, knowing it would fuck with my schedule and the other guys were there, so it wasn't like I could tell him to fuck off. There. It was out.
Huh?
She blinked and settled into the back of the couch with her shoulders as she stared at me. I shoved the sleeves of my white linen shirt up my forearms and waited for her to explode.
I guess that makes sense.
She shrugged. That's all you have to say? My brow furrowed.
Well...
Her nose crinkled, and it was cute. Not sexy, not glamorous or hot, but cute. It made my entire body clench.
I wonder why you'd agreed, honestly. I know you love your players, and you could have done it as a favor to Brogan for a day, or maybe even 2, but an entire month? There was no way. I just didn't question it because I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth.
So you're not angry? I pivoted slightly to face her, only a cushion of space separating us.
Nope. I really don't care why it happened. I'm just glad it did, but I'm curious what the terms of the dare were.
She raised an eyebrow in my direction. I had to let you shadow me for as long as you asked, I answered, and I had to give you whatever access you wanted. You set the terms at a month. I agreed. It was that simple.
Oh.
A devilish smile spread across her face.
What if I asked you for 2 months?
Then I would have agreed to 2 months. I reached back and rested my arm along the back of the couch.
If I'd only known,
she teased, twirling her nearly empty glass between her thumb and forefinger.
And yet here we are, a month later.
Here we are. Just like that, the air between us thickened. That tension that had been growing since the second I laid eyes on her, and nearly exploded when we'd kissed, seemed to fill the entire jet.
Our month is up, you know,
she said softly, setting her drink on the coffee table. As of yesterday, or today, if you count that there were 31 days in August. It's early September now.
And yet, I'm still on your jet.
A smile curved her mouth.
Still headed to the infamous poker game.
You are? I nodded, noting each rise and fall of her breasts under that dress in my peripheral vision, but keeping my eyes locked on hers. It had been nearly impossible to keep my hands to myself for the past 11 days, and yes, I had been counting, since the kiss, but I managed. I didn't touch employees or business associates, and up until we'd gotten on this plane, that's exactly what she'd been.
So you're taking me as what? A favor?
Curiosity shone in her eyes. You said you wanted to go, so I'm making that happen. The corner of my mouth lifted. We're all allowed to bring a guest or two. Some of us travel with private security. Gareth has never brought anyone but his team, but Weston never goes anywhere without his assistant, Bryn. I think you'll like her. Rosalind, Ethan, and I have been known to bring dates.
Is that what I am?
She leaned forward slightly.
Your date?
Well, as of about 10 minutes ago, I am no longer your research project, so if you're looking for labels...
Was she?
Shit. Was I? Then, yeah, Daisy, I guess you're going as my date. Why the hell did I feel so nervous? I always knew what I wanted, and I always made the right moves to get it, but I'd never wanted anyone quite the way I wanted her.
Your date,
she repeated, her smile stopping my heart. Your date, if that's what you want. If not, we can stick with me being your lab rat until we get back home. There's no pressure.
I like date.
Good. I did too. So, no more research questions you'd like to throw at me? Last chance and all. She tugged her lower lip between her teeth and scooted over, closing the distance between us. My pulse jumped.
Actually,
she whispered,
I do have one thing you could help me with.
And what is that? My voice lowered as she grasped the skirt of her dress in her hands and swung one knee over my lap, resting it on the other side of my hip and straddling me. Hell yes. I guess I wasn't the only one who knew how to make the right moves to get what they wanted, and it was fucking hot. There was nothing timid or shy about her right now. She was fully comfortable making the first move, and damn if I didn't find that sexy as hell.
I've always wanted to research the whole Mile High Club thing.
She ran her fingers through my hair and settled onto my lap. Are you asking me to fuck you on this plane? There was no way I was going to take her up here, not when we would land before I could hit the 3 orgasm 2 rounds she deserved. But that didn't stop my hand from drifting under her dress and up her thighs, or my cock going stiff underneath her.
If I was?
She leaned in and brushed her lips over mine.
Would you?
No. I shook my head, but pressed my fingers into the soft skin of her hips to keep her right where she was. There's not enough time to do everything I want to you up here.
So you've thought about what you want to do to me?
Another graze of her lips over mine and I nearly broke. At least every few minutes since you walked into my office. I admitted, my hand shifting to her ass. I groaned. You're distracting as hell.
So what about just doing one of the things you thought about while being so...
She ran her tongue along my lower lip.
distracted?
I snapped. Our mouths collided and we both moaned as our tongues met and swirled. She tasted like orange juice and champagne, and a heady, sweet taste I realized was just her. Her fingers tugged at my hair, and I kissed her deeper, taking full control. She liked it when I stroked the little ridge of flesh right behind her teeth. She loved it when I sucked her tongue into my mouth. The kiss caught like wildfire, inflaming every one of my senses as I took her mouth again and again, my hands kneading her ass, pulling her tighter against me. She rocked her hips against my cock, and I moaned into her mouth, driving right back against her. She rewarded me with a whimper, pushing me to the edge of my restraint faster than anyone ever had, robbing me of every logical thought with that simple sound. I wanted more. I needed to hear what she sounded like when she let go, when she came apart.
One thing I've thought about?
I asked against her mouth.
One thing,
she whispered, rolling her hips over me again. This was absolute madness, and yet I was absolutely here for it. Hold on, I ordered, gripping her ass and flipping her to her back on the couch, sliding her up so her head brushed the armrest. She gasped, and I took complete advantage, settling my hips between her thighs and consuming her mouth with my own. Fuck yes, this was exactly where I wanted her, with all these delicious curves beneath me. I kissed her breathless and pushed her skirt to her waist.
Asher.
Her knees squeezed my hips. Tell me I can't touch you and I'll stop right now. I promised, my fingers drawing slow circles at the top of one thigh.
I think I'll die if you stop,
she said, pulling my head back to hers. That made two of us. I kissed her with every ounce of skill I'd learned over my lifetime, bringing one hand up to cradle her cheek, then brace my weight so I didn't crush her. Her hips arched, and I kept my fingers right where they were, sensitizing her skin, drifting just to the elastic of her, yeah, those were satin, underwear. And back to her thighs, I kissed us both mad. Then I brought my mouth to her throat, and her back bowed beneath me. You like that? I whispered.
I like everything you're doing,
she responded, her hands in my hair. Good. I kissed down her collarbone and then to the swell of her breasts. I've thought about these every single day. You have no idea how many times I catch myself staring, wondering what they'd feel like on my hands, against my tongue. She slipped the spaghetti straps of her dress down her arms, revealing her pale pink strapless bra.
You have no idea how many times I've wondered what your mouth would feel like.
This woman was going to be my fucking ruin. I raised one breast from its cup, and my dick throbbed at the sight. She was more than enough to overflow my hands, and the coral pink tip was already hard and ready for my mouth.
Fucking beautiful. More mouth,
she teased, her hands back on my head, guiding me exactly where she wanted me. I went willingly, sucking her nipple into my mouth, all while stroking and teasing her thighs, wandering closer and closer to her pussy. She cried out, muffling the sound with her hand, and I worked her nipple harder, lashing her with my tongue and scraping my teeth over the sensitive peak before switching my attention to her other breast. Fuck me, she was absolutely exquisite. Her hips rocked, and still I withheld my touch.
Sure,
she begged. Tell me I can touch you. I grazed my fingers over that soaking wet patch of satin.
Yes, touch me, fuck me, do whatever you want with me,
she said, her eyes lust-glazed as they locked with mine. I swept her panties to the side and stroked her from entrance to clit. You're already so damn slick for me, aren't you, love?
Yes,
she gasped, her hips arching to follow my fingers. I can't wait to feel you come around my cock. I brushed a kiss over her chest, her neck, her lips. But for now, my fingers will do. I thrust one inside her and she mewed, two and she moaned into my mouth. No one is going to come back here, Daisy, I promised her, but I wonder if they'll hear you come. Her eyes flew open and I smiled, working my fingers just like I would my cock, with slow, hard thrusts.
I brought my thumb to her clit and circled the little nub, feeling it swell for me. I can't wait to taste you here. I stroked upward, curling my fingers to stimulate every inch. That... She gasped as I strummed over her clit with my thumb. Mouth, she groaned. I would never have taken you for a talker, Asher Silas. Her words were punctuated with moans and keening little cries as I worked her higher, driving her toward her orgasm without mercy. You never heard me in the bedroom, Daisy Lewis. I lowered my chest so her nipples caught the friction of my shirt as I kissed her deep and hard, fucking her with my fingers. My dick screamed at me to be let in on the action, but I ignored him. When I finally took Daisy, it would be in a bed where I could flip her into any position I wanted, in a room where she could scream out her pleasure time and again. I was good at waiting for exactly what I wanted, and she was more than worth the wait. You're so beautiful, I said, glancing at the way her curls fanned out around her. So responsive and so fucking hot. I curled my fingers again and she tightened beneath me. You're going to grip me so tight when I finally get to fuck you. Her pussy rippled around my fingers and her thighs started to tremble. I rubbed at her clit harder, the flesh slick from her own desire, and I finally gave her the pressure she needed. I covered her mouth with mine and she flew apart, coming with a stuttered gasp and a moan I swallowed, her walls contracting around my fingers as I stroked her through the orgasm. Over and over her body arched up for mine as the waves took her. Only when they subsided did I slip my fingers from the heaven I'd found. Her eyes were sleepy and sated, but they widened as I brought those two fingers to my lips just like she'd written in her book, and licked them clean. Holy fucking hot, she whispered. So sweet. The taste of her was completely, utterly addictive. Mr. Silas, just letting you know that you should buckle in. The captain said through the speakers. We should be on the ground in about 5 minutes. I slid off Daisy, keeping my eyes locked with hers as I pushed the little button on the table beside me. Thanks for letting us know, Curtis. We'll fasten in. Daisy scurried into a sitting position, staring at me like she'd never seen me before. I planned on seeing much, much more of her. The tiny, exclusive resort Weston had chosen was an hour from the airport, and I'd caught Daisy nodding off more than once. A hard day of travel and a good orgasm would make anyone tired, but me, I was fucking wired. I wanted her. I'd known that before I ever put my hands on her, but now, want wasn't even the right word. I craved her. I needed her. I required her. I had to fucking have her. I'd put myself in a position I avoided at all costs, one where I couldn't control the outcome of a situation. We pulled into the resort as the sun went down, and attendants raced out to take our bags, just as Weston came through the doors of the lobby. The air was thick with humidity and lush vegetation hid the moon, but not the sounds of waves crashing on the beach. You're finally here. He grabbed me in for a hug, smacking my back. And you must be Daisy. He grinned. Do not charm her. I arched a brow. He grinned even wider, taking her hand and pressing a kiss to the back of her hand. Oh, how I've waited to meet you. She blinked, taking her hand back. Thanks? Daisy Lewis? I said, palming her waist and tugging her against my side. Meet one of my best friends, Weston Rutherford. Raleigh? Her brow puckered, because you don't look anything like Bristol. Weston's eyes flared in surprise. Yeah, I own the Raptors. You're thinking of Crossland. Bristol's brother. She smiled. Right. She doesn't know who you are, Ethan said, laughing as he appeared in the doorway. This is awesome. I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Of course she doesn't know who he is, Bryn muttered, shoving her way past Ethan. She was dressed in a breezy blouse and linen pants, her strawberry blonde hair pinned on top of her head. It's not like he's Ryan Reynolds or anything. Weston spun on her.
You have a thing for Ryan Reynolds?
Bryn rolled her eyes. Every woman has a thing for Ryan Reynolds. It's true, Daisy agreed. Your room is ready, Mr. Silas, the older of the two attendants said. If you'd like to follow us.
Absolutely. Thank you, I answered.
And look at her. She's dead on her feet.
Bryn walked forward, pulling Daisy away from me and tucking her arm with hers.
Let's get you to your room.
The two walked off after the attendants. I'm heading to the bar, Ethan said. Meet you there? In a few. Weston called back over his shoulder as we followed the girls. You look... Weston studied me with a quizzical face as we made our way down a wooden path, passing separate villas along the way. What? I was too focused on the swing of Daisy's hips, the curve of her skin between her neck and shoulders, to pay too much attention to Weston. Hungry? My eyes snapped to his as we stopped at the last one on the path.
This one is yours,
the attendant said, opening the door to the private bungalow. We walked inside, and my gaze swept over the interior with an appreciative eye. There was a simple, king-size, four-post bed in the middle of the space, draped with mosquito netting we obviously didn't need since the room was sealed, but it added to the ambiance. The floors were teak, leading to a sitting room across from the bed and what looked like a sumptuous bathroom beyond. There was a wall of windows and a sliding glass door revealing a deck that looked out over a private beach. Weston had done well booking this place. It was beautiful.
This place is gorgeous,
Daisy said, her eyes taking in every detail like she'd need to remember so she could write about it later. Two-sided, the attendant explained, putting Daisy and my bags next to the dresser. You can see out, but no one can see in. That's fantastic, I told him, pulling tip money out of my pocket.
I claim this one.
Daisy fell backward onto the side of the bed, kicking off her sandals. Okay, then off to mine next, I said to the attendant, handing him the large bill. He stared at me in obvious confusion, taking the money slowly. Yours? My room, I clarified. This one is obviously Ms. Lewis's. How about that? Weston smacked me on the back. What about that? I lifted my brows at him. We have only one room, the older attendant said as I palmed the younger one with another bill. Wait, what? I glanced from the attendant to Weston. I made an error in booking. Kind of. Weston shrugged. You don't make errors. My jaw clenched. Did I want to climb in there with Daisy? Absolutely. But I also wasn't about to force my way into her bed by default. It had to be her choice.
Weston!
Bryn snapped. Well, I thought it was funny. He rubbed the back of his neck.
There's one bed?
Daisy called out, laughing so hard she snorted.
Get it?
See? Weston pointed at her. She gets it. You brought a romance novelist to the game, and there's only one bed. He looked her way. It's funny, right?
It's epic.
She laughed even harder. This isn't funny. I shook my head at him.
Oh, Asher, it's fine,
Daisy argued, propping herself up on her elbows and cracking a huge yawn.
It's not like I haven't spent every waking minute with you for the last month. I think we can survive spending a few unawake ones.
She slapped the bed.
Come on, get in this bed. I'm too tired to chase you down and drag you in. I cannot believe you thought this was in any way appropriate.
Bryn hissed, smacking the back of her hand against Weston's chest.
Daisy, you can absolutely share my...
Weston grabbed her by the waist and slung her over his shoulder. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Weston Rutherford, you put me down. I swear I'll...
The door shut behind them.
Mr. Silas.
The older attendant looked at me with abject apology in his brown eyes.
It's the only room we have. I'm so very sorry.
Not your fault. I palmed him another bill and saw them to the door. Please, don't think about it again. It wasn't their fault. It was my jackass of a best friend's fault. The guy was never going to grow up. Once they were gone, I turned back to Daisy, ready to offer that I sleep in the lobby or anywhere else if she wanted her space. But she was asleep.
8. Daisy. "You got me hiking boots?" I asked, eyes wide as Asher held the pair of boots in front of me. "Well, you can't really hike properly without them," he teased as I took them from him. "And you got me hiking pants and a shirt," I clarified, eyeing the clothes he'd put on the freshly made bed, a bed I'd absolutely passed out in so hard I hadn't even noticed Asher sleeping next to me. I could blame the jet lag exhausting me to the point of delusion, but it could have also been what Asher did to me on the plane yesterday. "Yes, essentials," he said. I smiled up at him, my heart racing. The way his fingers had felt against my skin, how he'd slipped them inside me with such confidence, as if he'd been playing with my body for months. The way he'd kissed me as he stroked me, the combination so intense I'd felt my orgasm throughout every inch of my body. My cheeks flushed just remembering it, and now I didn't have a clue what to say to him. I mean, I'd been the one to hop on his lap and beg for it. Thanks for the courage, mimosas. But what could I say to him now? Thanks for the amazing orgasm? Sorry I passed out right after. God, how incredibly embarrassing. But he was acting totally normal, aside from the fact that he wasn't in his traditional suit. He stood before me in a pair of gray hiking pants, black boots, and a thin long-sleeve shirt that was made of thin UV material that protected from the sun's rays. "What?" he asked, after I'd stared at him a little too long. "Do you not like them? You don't have to come with us if you don't want to. Bryn isn't. You could stay." "No, I love it all," I said. "I was just thinking how good you look like that." I motioned to him, then grabbed the clothes and hurried into the bathroom, running away from my comment like a real adult. After I changed, I found Asher in the resort's restaurant, a breakfast feast spread out before him and his friends. I took the empty seat next to him after saying hi to Weston and Bryn, Crossland, and Ethan, who were all already digging into their breakfast. Asher passed me a plate he'd already filled with my favorites before pouring steaming hot coffee into my mug, and I swear my heart flipped at the gesture. I forced myself to keep a calm mask on my face and thanked him before glancing at Crossland. "You don't look like you're dressed for a hike up a volcano," I said before digging into my food. Crossland shook his head. "Hell no. I draw the line at volcanoes." Weston laughed. "This is the second time you've opted out when I've been hosting," he said. "I'm beginning to think it's a pattern." "Screw that," Crossland said. "I jumped out of a plane for you." "So what's one little instance of volcano boarding?" Weston asked. "One little active volcano," Crossland fired back. "Not happening. Bryn will keep me company, won't you?" "Of course," she said, smiling at him. "I'm dying to check out the natural reserve. You in?" Crossland smirked at Weston, whose mood had quickly shifted from playful barbing to downright growly. "I'm in," Crossland answered Bryn. Weston flashed him a warning look, but Crossland just laughed. Ah, now what Asher said about Weston not settling down makes sense. "You know this means I get to write your first chip of the night," Weston said, his tone this side of sharp. "I know," Crossland said, shrugging. "Better than being melted by an erupting volcano, or crashing aboard and breaking my neck." My eyes widened, and I glanced at Asher, who shook his head. He slid his hand over mine under the table, leaning over to whisper in my ear. "I've got you, Daisy," he said. "I wouldn't let anything like that happen." Warm shivers danced along my skin, the sensation stealing all my words, so I merely nodded. 2 hours and a seriously intense hike later, I stood on top of an active volcano with 4 billionaires and a local guide who was passing out goggles and boards while explaining how exactly to ride them down the mountain. But it was hard to listen while staring out at the impeccable view that stole my breath. Black volcanic ash covered the dunes and slopes that stretched out across a vibrant green landscape, meeting a horizon with the clearest blue sky I'd ever seen. "Crossland is really missing out," I said, when the guide had finished speaking. "You're right," Asher said, turning to Weston. "You've outdone yourself this time, Wes." Wes grinned. "This is nothing," he said. "Wait until I host again. I've already got ideas." I laughed, but Gareth, who'd arrived late to breakfast but dressed to hike, stood on the other side of him and groaned. "You don't always have to top the last one," he said. I watched the exchange with a writer's eye, unable to turn it off. If I had to write Gareth, he'd definitely be a mafia boss. He just gave off that tall, dark, and murderous vibe without even trying, though he'd been totally nice when Asher introduced us at the dinner a couple weeks ago. He'd said no more than 5 words, but they were nice. "You've never complained before," Wes said. "And I'm not starting now. But at the rate you're going, I feel like I'll have to wrestle an alligator or something next." I raised my brows. There was no doubt that Gareth could do that. He was the biggest of their little owners' club, and when each of them was over 6 foot and ripped, that was saying something. Ethan held up his phone, snapping tons of pictures. "I'm going to give Crossland so much shit for opting out. This is breathtaking," he said, pocketing his phone and sliding his goggles over his head. "I should have brought the twins up here with me," he added, and Asher rolled his eyes. "You don't need this view to impress them," Asher said. "They're already blown away by the trip." Ethan shrugged, and I laughed. He was definitely one of the playboys of the group. Weston was the adrenaline junkie, but he kept his schedule close to Asher's. I still hadn't figured out who Crossland was, but I couldn't deny that I was eager to learn more about this group that was so different but somehow fit perfectly together as friends. Asher helped adjust my goggles over my eyes, smiling down at me. "You ready?" "Definitely," I said, practically bouncing on the balls of my feet. I was sweating and a little worn out from the hike, but there was legit no place I'd rather be. And I was standing on top of an active volcano, about to ride a board all the way down it. But with Asher looking down at me like that, it didn't seem like such a crazy thing to do. "See you at the bottom," Weston called as he situated himself on his board and pushed himself down the side of the volcano. Gareth and Ethan followed him, whooping as they went. "This is us," Asher said, taking my hand and guiding me to a wide, flat board with handles on the sides. He sat down first, on the back, and opened his long, muscular legs, motioning for me to sit between them. I did, my spine pressed against his powerful chest as he tucked me in close. The position of the board at the top of the volcano gave the perfect view of just how steep the ride would be, and my heart jolted a little at the sight. Asher's lips were at my ear, hauling me back to him. "On 3, he whispered, and I nodded, taking a deep breath. 1, 2. He pushed off on 3, and the slight free-fall stole my voice as we soared down the volcano. Dark ash jutted up on either side of us as we raced down the volcano, and Asher wrapped one arm around my stomach, holding me tight against him as we gained speed. I threw out one hand, squealing an excited cry as I got my bearings, loving the wind on my face and the view of the dunes stretching out by the horizon, making it look like we were flying. I could hear Asher's laughter behind me, could feel the rumble in his chest when he let out a whoop of his own, and by the time we slowed at the base of the volcano, we were both riding that adrenaline high. "That was amazing," I said, once we were off the board. I leapt into his arms, wrapping mine around his neck. "Thank you for bringing me, Asher. This is incredible." Asher held me tight, not a hint of awkwardness from the night prior lingering between us. This, whatever this was between us, felt natural, and I wasn't going to waste 1 second questioning it. Not here, not now, not under these amazing circumstances that he was sharing with me. "I like this one," Weston said, high-fiving me once Asher settled me back on my feet. I grinned at him, taking high fives from Ethan and Gareth, too, as we all headed back to the jeep that would take us to the resort, and wondering how the hell I'd managed to get here, on the side of a volcano, with 4 incredibly wealthy men, one in particular who was quickly stealing my heart. "So each of you take turns hosting the monthly poker game?" I asked, hours later, sitting slightly behind Asher where he was seated at the poker table. "Yes," Asher answered, while the others nodded. I was freshly showered and in a ridiculously comfortable sundress, Bryn wearing much of the same where she sat behind Weston, which was a relief, since the girls Ethan had brought were wearing skin-tight club dresses with all manner of sequins on them as they flitted back and forth from him into the bar. And they looked amazing in them, for sure, but I thought I'd missed the memo on the dress code. But Bryn had been my savior. "I haven't hosted yet," Doyle O'Brien said from where he sat on Gareth's left. The older man was stout, his suit looking like it was 1 size too small as he shifted anxiously in his chair. "That's because this is your first game," Crossland snapped, not disguising his annoyance at the newcomer. None of them were very good at hiding their discontent for the man, actually. Asher had told me earlier, when he introduced him, that Weston had lost a Ducati race to Doyle, which had earned him a seat at their exclusive table. Doyle had a kind of overconfident and sleazy attitude about him, but I was doing my best not to judge, especially when his daughter, Serenity, was so sweet when we'd met just minutes prior. She sat behind her father, quiet and contemplative, definitely on the shy side, but kind all the same. "Texas Hold'em?" I whispered into Asher's ear after Weston had dealt the cards. Asher folded his cards, then turned to look at me with an eyebrow raised. "What?" I asked. "I have a whole series set in Vegas," I explained. "I know my way around a poker table. What I'm confused about is the chips." Normally, in a regular Texas Hold'em cash game, there were at least 3 colors of chips, varying in monetary amounts. More if you were bringing a lot of coin to the table. Here they only had white chips resting next to stacks of cash, a black Sharpie sitting not far from the 2. Asher smiled. "I'll have to add those to my reading list," he said, then reached for one of the white chips he had in his stack and handed it to me. I took the chip, flipping it over to see words scrawled in black ink across it. "The Waverly Hotel." I tilted my head at him. "What, this is like to stay there for the night?" "No," he said. "I own that hotel." "And you're betting the entire hotel?" Asher nodded, like it was the most obvious and easy thing in the world. "If I bet that, and one of them wins it, I have my lawyers sign it over to them within the week." My lips popped open, shock rippling through me. Asher tracked the move, a smirk shaping his lips. "It might seem outrageous," he said, "but when you have as much money as we do, we have to bet with things that have more stakes attached to them, or the game would be pointless. We have our own set of rules, including cash to cover the blinds, but for the real bets, we use whatever raises the stakes." He explained it so effortlessly and without a hint of condescendence. He wasn't bragging that he had enough money to buy and sell 100 companies. He was just stating facts. I loved that about him. And earlier this morning, I said, handing him back the chip, when Crossland backed out, Weston gets to write something on one of his chips. Asher answered my unspoken question. Because Weston is hosting, and Crossland didn't complete the task before the game. It's standard for all of us. You back out, you hand over a blank chip. Oh my God, I said. So someone could write the Carolina Reapers on a chip of yours, and you could lose the team? Technically, yes. But I rarely back out of the experiences, so I hardly ever give out blank chips. Weston finished dealing the hand. Gareth won something from Weston I couldn't make out on the chip, and then Weston passed the deck to Gareth to deal the next hand. Asher didn't like his cards again, and folded, only losing the pre-flop blinds. The game went on, and I was fascinated to watch how they played, betting things I couldn't even imagine owning. There were also lower-stake chips, too, like when Crossland won against Ethan, who had to supply Crossland's next charity event with food and drinks. Servers brought me and Bryn and Serenity drinks, though Doyle never allowed his daughter anything other than club soda and lime. It rubbed me the wrong way, but Serenity seemed fine with it, so I kept my feminist filter in check. The girl was at least 20, so clearly she shouldn't need her father's permission for anything, and I even caught Gareth glaring at the way Doyle spoke to her, but I wasn't about to insert myself where I wasn't wanted. After a couple hours, and 2 mocktails since I had to write later, I was fully invested in the game, rooting for Asher whenever he had a good hand. You say you don't give out blank chips often, I said, then nodded to a stack of blank chips near the rest of them. But you have some there. Sometimes we bet with a blank chip if the hand is intense enough. So anyone could write anything on it once they've won it? Yes, he said. It's a risk I don't like to take often. I smirked at him. Can I have a blank chip? His gaze widened on me. You want a blank chip? He asked, his voice gravelly and doing all sorts of things to my body. I nodded, not at all expecting him to give me one, but he grabbed one from the stack and handed it to me without a hint of hesitation. The whole table fell silent for a few seconds. Did that just happen? Ethan asked Gareth, who sat next to him. Maybe she's just looking at it, Gareth answered, both of them staring at us with shock. Weston arched a brow at Asher, too, but he and Crossland remained quiet. Anyone have a spare marker? I asked, since I didn't want to reach into Asher's stack of chips and money to grab his. I do, Bryn hurried to say, practically chucking a marker at me across the table. I laughed, holding the chip close to me while I scribbled across it, meeting Asher's eyes while I did it. Why, Asher Silas, I said. You look scared. Asher blinked a few times, shaking his head. Not at all. I leaned closer to him. You're not at all worried about what I wrote on this chip? I teased. It could be anything, and we both know how you love to be in control. His eyes churned, a muscle in his jaw ticking as he glanced down at my lips, which were probably way too close to his for such a public setting, but I couldn't find a fuck to give. This was too much fun. You like it when I'm in control, he said, lowering his voice so only the two of us could hear. You proved that much yesterday. And there it was, the unspoken, hot-as-hell incident from yesterday. The memory played red-hot in my mind, and an ache wrenched between my thighs that had my heart beating harder. "And you like it when I surprise you," I said, then glanced at the table. Everyone looked away, trying hard not to eavesdrop, but unable to hold back their looks of shock. Gareth dealt fresh cards, and Asher peeked at his. "Do you like those?" I asked. He nodded. I tossed the chip into the middle of the table when it was Asher's action, adding it to the pot of blinds without him looking at it. His eyes flared wide, but there was something there, a sense of wonder and excitement, like we were at the top of that volcano again, about to plummet down. "Damn," Weston said, laughing as he leaned over and read the chip. "This one has your number." Crossland and Ethan laughed too, calling with their own chips, and Gareth merely grunted his amusement. Asher finally broke my gaze, leaning over the table enough to read the chip. I scooted back in my chair, knowing I needed to go back to the room and write. Plus, if this pissed him off, I'd at least have an escape route. "Take a last-minute vacation." Asher read the words aloud as I rounded the table, flashing smiles and waving at everyone else as I headed toward the exit. I paused at the door, glancing back to look at Asher, whose eyes were on me. "Don't do anything foolish, like bet our ride home or anything." I winked at him, and he shook his head, but there was nothing angry shaping his features. Nothing but that surprised grin I couldn't get enough of, and that look in his eyes that made it extremely hard to turn around and walk back to our hotel room. Because I knew if I stayed a second longer, I wouldn't be able to escape the need I had for him. And my book wasn't going to finish itself.
9. Asher.
"Don't do anything foolish like bet a ride home or anything."
Daisy winked and disappeared through the double doors. And just like that, I didn't give a shit if I won or lost this hand. I just wanted to go after her. Take a last-minute vacation. Damn, if the woman didn't have me pegged. Guess that came with spending every waking minute together for the last month. I'd never given anyone the kind of access to myself that I'd given her, and I didn't regret a single second. She'd not only kept up today, but done it with a giant grin on her face. Fuck, did everything about her have to turn me on? "Pretty great girl you got there, Ash," Ethan said, throwing in his chip. "Well aware," I said as Ethan dealt the next hand. If she was just a little less great, I wouldn't be so fucking distracted. I was borderline obsessed with the woman. She was a walking contradiction to what I thought I wanted in every way. Cash blinds went in. "Where is that damn waitress?" Doyle grumbled from his seat between Crossland and me, looking down the same hall Daisy had just taken. "I'm sure she'll be back at any second," I said, aiming a look at Weston. He was my best friend, and it wasn't like I wasn't going to have his back, but fuck, he let a viper into our happy little game. Doyle was a Class A prick. Spending the last couple of hours with him had only driven that point home. "Give me another drink, Serenity." Doyle snapped at his daughter, who was sitting behind him.
"Sure thing."
The pretty little blonde was a demure thing, dressed in a sheath dress that would have made Jackie O proud, and a simple strand of pearls. Her hair was long, falling nearly to her waist, and that was what tripped her up as she scurried to do her father's bidding, catching on the buttons of Gareth's sleeve as he stretched, and she turned quickly back to her father.
"What do you want, Daddy?" "Ouch!"
she exclaimed, falling toward Gareth as his arm swept back to his side, pulling her with him. "Shit." He pivoted in his seat, catching her head with his left hand. "Fuck, sorry. That's my fault." "Damn it, girl," Doyle hissed, pushing back from the table. Two bodyguards rushed toward Serenity, but Gareth leveled a stare on them that had them stepping back.
"I'm so sorry,"
she whimpered. Crossland started. "I got it," Gareth said. "Have your balance?" He asked Serenity.
"Yes,"
she said quietly, careful not to nod her head. Gareth studied her on her heels, then quickly untangled her hair from the buttons of his cuff. It hadn't gone unnoticed that he'd worn long sleeves both this morning and at today's game. If I had to guess, he had some kind of ink that he didn't want Doyle seeing, but it wasn't like either of them was talking about their connections. "There you go. All free."
"Thank you,"
she whispered, quickly standing upright. Doyle glared at the girl as though she'd done it on purpose. "Gin and tonic." She nodded and scurried off to the bar, followed closely by one of the two bodyguards. For fuck's sake, you could have just sent the guards to begin with. Fucking women. Doyle shook his head. "She seems like a lovely girl," Ethan said, narrowing his eyes at Doyle. "You don't know her. She's only obedient when it serves her. Trust me." He shook his head. I made it through one more hand, winning my chip back for a last-minute vacation, but my train of concentration was shot as I looked at Daisy's handwriting. For the first time since starting this game years ago, I had somewhere better to be. "I'm going to sit this one out," I said, stacking my chips, both earned and blank, and pushing away from the table. Just cash me out, Yeah. Weston gave me a shit-eating grin. "We get it." I grasped the box of chips and took off without another word or excuse, because that would be exactly what it was, an excuse. It took me almost no time to get back to our room. I unlocked the door and walked in, the scent of her hitting me like an aphrodisiac. "I'm back," I called out so I didn't spook her.
"Oh, good. Just in time to see me throw my laptop,"
she called out from the sitting area. "I can never tell if you're kidding or not when you say things like that," I said, putting my chips on the nightstand.
"Oh, I'm deadly serious."
She rolled her neck and glared at her laptop screen.
"I've got these two through the fight scene, and now they're in makeup territory, and I'm just not feeling it. Just distracted, I guess."
"Is there anything I can do to help? Or is this one of those listen and don't try to fix kind of moments?" Even I could admit that I tended to try to jump in and fix things, which wasn't the right approach with most women unless they were directly looking for me to fix it. She shrugged and stood, stretching up on her tiptoes.
"I just have to be in a certain mood, and I just keep looking up at the view and—"
She shrugged again.
"It's hard to explain."
"Can't blame you. The view is pretty gorgeous." Tropical flowers bloomed outside the deck, and the shimmering water beyond begged to be explored. "Why don't you read me what you got?" I kicked off my shoes.
"I could never."
She flushed bright red from her hairline to her collarbone.
"I mean, I'm not embarrassed about writing steamy scenes, but reading them aloud? No, thank you. Some words should only be typed."
My eyebrows rose. "Steamy scene?"
"Well, yeah."
She tugged the elastic out of her hair, and her curls tumbled down to her shoulders.
"What did you think when I said makeup?"
Her fingers worked into her hair as she rubbed her scalp. "An apology, I guess?" I leaned sideways and saw a blinking cursor on her open document, instantly intrigued.
"Oh, we're way past that. We're into screw me like you missed me territory here."
She grinned, her smile a touch wicked. "You didn't seem to mind when I was saying some of those only typed words on the plane." In fact, she'd gotten wetter.
"That's—"
She ran her tongue over her lower lip, her eyes heating.
"That's entirely different."
My stomach tightened. "Can I read it?" She pursed her lips and studied me, then finally nodded, stepping sideways and leaving the path clear to the laptop. I stroked her waist as I walked by, simply because I couldn't help it. If she was near, I wanted to touch her. It was like my hands simply gravitated toward her. Then I unplugged the laptop and lifted it with one hand, scrolling up just a little in the document with the other. My cock stiffened. "Alex's lips at my neck were soft," I read, sending chills down my entire body as he kissed his way down my throat, as if to say, "I'm sorry," with every press of his mouth.
"Oh, no, you don't."
She reached for the laptop, but I spun away from her. His hard cock brushed against my stomach as he pulled me closer, promising ecstasy, and I needed that connection more than ever.
Kill me now. Right now.
She cupped her cheeks. Fuck. Your words turned me on, Daisy. I looked at her with exactly how much need I was feeling. Her lips parted and she lowered her hands slowly.
Really?
Want me to press up against your stomach and see if you can feel how much? Thank God I opted for the easy drawstring shorts for the game instead of slacks. Her breath hitched. He kissed my collarbone, lingering on the places he knew I liked, the places that made me arch for more. The man played my body like an instrument, inciting a riot of need with every touch. His mouth at the swell of my breasts, his hand stroking my waist, my hips. He lifted one plump curve and scraped his tongue over my nipple, and my knees faltered. My own mouth watered as I read, picturing Daisy's curves instead of her characters, picturing my mouth at her breasts on the couch of that plane. She backed up a few steps, her hand grasping one of the bedposts as she sagged, sitting on the edge of the bed like her own knees were giving out. Seems like it's going pretty well for them right now, I said, my eyes raking over her, taking in her glazed eyes and the rapid rise and fall of her breasts against the neckline of her dress. She was just as turned on as I was.
Keep going,
she whispered, her knuckles turning white on the bedpost. I dragged my gaze from hers to the screen. But he wasn't content to hear me gasp as he sweetly tortured one of my breasts and then the other. He wanted my surrender, and we both knew it. I read.
Let me have you,
he begged, hitting his knees in front of me, his eyes almost green in the office, where anyone could walk in at any moment.
Shit,
she muttered, her eyes slamming shut. I blinked, but kept reading. His hands were on my hips, his fingers pressing into the fabric of my dress. Let me remind you exactly why we're so damn good together. That's where it ended. Why are you cursing? I asked, my hand trembling slightly as I put the laptop back on the desk.
I just forgot to edit something out,
she admitted, her eyes still locked shut. A thought occurred to me, but surely not. I moved in front of her and took her chin between my thumb and forefingers.
Daisy,
I whispered.
Open your eyes.
Big brown eyes met mine. In the last passage I read, he had blue eyes, I said, tapping my temple. Eidetic memory, but I have hazel eyes that tend to change colors in different light or with what I'm wearing, eyes that look green. She swallowed, and I grazed my thumb over her lower lip. Did your thoughts about me somehow bleed into what you're working on? I hissed as she licked the tip of my thumb. Because I can tell you that my thoughts of you bleed into everything.
He's not you,
she said softly, but there was enough heat in her eyes to burn me alive.
After all, I could never imagine someone as powerful as you, a man who can have whomever he wants, falling to his knees to beg a woman for anything.
She leaned forward and sucked my thumb into her mouth, her tongue swirling around the digit.
It's why it's part of the fantasy, to have someone like that at your mercy.
Someone like me. My cock jumped, longing for the same attention.
You'd be amazed at what I'd be willing to beg for.
My voice sounded just as rough as I felt. Her breath hitched. And if it helps any, I know exactly what should happen next. I continued, lowering myself to her eyeline and shifting my hands to her hips. If you're open to suggestions.
I'm not against,
she swallowed.
Advice? Tell me what you're thinking.
I yanked her forward and stood with her in my arms, lifting her from the bed. I'd rather show you. She nodded. Her arms circled my neck and her ankles hooked around my back as I walked toward the glass door that led to the deck. A flick of the lock and it was open, the ocean breeze ruffling her curls. I didn't bother shutting the door. Just walked forward until we reached the wide railing of the deck. I sat her on the polished wood, then put one of her hands on the support beam that ran vertically. There was no one else on the beach, and none of the other bungalows could see us thanks to the high walls at the end of the deck. You're going to want to hold on. A lazy grin spread across my face as I pushed her knees apart. And you're going to need to tell me to stop if you want me to. Otherwise, I'm going to show you exactly what I think should happen.
Okay.
She braced her other hand next to her on the thick rail. Let me have you, I said, lowering myself to my knees in front of her, putting the apex of her thighs right in front of my face. The words from her book had suddenly become mine, and I meant every single one of them. And I know this isn't exactly as vulnerable as my, say, office would be, but just think, anyone could walk behind us on that beach, and they'd see me on my knees in front of you. Her eyes flared wide, but she didn't look behind her. I reached for her thighs and slid my hands up her dress until I reached the sides of the bikini she was still wearing. The strings came loose with two simple tugs, and she was bare to me, all glistening and pink with a tiny strip of curls just above the cleft of her thighs. Pure electric need jolted down my spine. I want you so fucking badly, I said, looking up so I could see her eyes. Let me have you, Daisy. Please. Even if it's just here. Just this one night. And there it was. The first time I'd begged a woman.
Touch me, Ash.
The desire in her eyes was my undoing. This was no longer about her book, and we both knew it. This was about how badly we wanted each other, needing each other. I slipped her thighs over my shoulders and hooked my hands around the tops to steady her. Then I split her with my tongue and licked a path, starting at her opening and up and around the swollen pink nub of her clit. So damn sweet. I'd barely gotten a taste on the plane, but she was a heady mix of sweet and salt as I explored every inch of her with my lips and tongue. She cried out, one of her hands spearing into my hair as I nibbled and sucked at her. Screw the office, the plane, and everything that waited for us back in Charleston. I was going to keep her here, in this tiny slice of paradise where nothing mattered but her little keening cries and the sweet taste of her sliding down my throat. Her hips started to move, and I tightened my grip so she didn't fall, spearing my tongue into her with deep, rhythmic thrusts and nudging her clit with my nose. Her pussy clamped down on my tongue. She was going to be so fucking tight around my cock.
Sure,
she moaned loudly. That was fine with me. If anyone walked by, they'd know exactly who she had on his knees between her thighs. Fuck, I wanted to put up a giant flashing sign that said she'd found me worthy of getting her off. I brought the flat of my tongue up to her clit and licked, alternating flicks and long sensuous strokes, making sure I brought every nerve ending to life as she swelled under my mouth.
Oh God, oh God, oh God,
she chanted, her fingers tightening in my hair, her thighs tensing around my head. My own pleasure was driven by hers, and though I always made sure my partners got off, I'd never been so focused, as obsessed as I was about wringing every orgasm out of Daisy that I could, starting right here.
Just like that.
Her words were stuttered gasps. Her hips rocked against my mouth, and I kept my rhythm and pace constant, only increasing the pleasure when her sweet thighs began to shake. That's when I sucked her clit between my teeth and used my tongue to push her over the edge.
Sure,
she cried out, and my cock jerked in response, throbbing in time with my pulse as Daisy came, her body undulating as wave after wave had her rolling against me, riding my face. I licked her through the first, but kept every sensitive nerve on alert as I flicked her hypersensitive clit once more before rising between her thighs. That's one, I said, crushing her mouth to mine and kissing her hard and deep. Then her hips were in my hands again, and I carried her back to the room. Her bikini bottoms were left abandoned on the deck. She untied the top of her suit as we kissed, and my hands made quick work of the straps across her back as I set her on the edge of the bed. Her hands gripped the hem of her dress, and she threw it upwards and off, tossing it on the floor.
"Does this mean I get more than one?"
she asked, reaching for my shirt. I lost a button or two as it came off, but I couldn't have cared less. Oh yes, starting again right now. I climbed over her as she scooted backward, putting herself in the middle of our bed. "Fuck, you're perfect," I managed to say as I took in the sight of her naked. Her curves were perfect handfuls, her waist a tempting indent, and her breasts my blatant obsession. She was all creamy skin, freckles in places that saw the sun, and soft everywhere I was hard.
"You..."
She shook her head as her fingers trailed down my chest, tracing the dips and lines of my muscles.
"I could come just looking at you."
Let's put that to the test, I answered with a grin, sucking her nipple into my mouth and teasing the other with my fingers. Her back bowed, and her swift inhale told me she was more than still here with me. I teased each peak until it was rose-colored and hard, and I fucking loved the flush that crept over her skin as her knees rose around my hips. I kissed every inch of her torso, swirling my tongue around her belly button and nipping soft at the gentle slope of her belly. Each hip got equal attention, and by the time I reached the soft strip of curls above her pussy, her breathing was ragged, and her hips were arching for more.
"I want you,"
she said, widening the gap between her thighs. "And you'll get me," I promised, using the room for my shoulders as I hovered my mouth above her pussy. Now that I knew how sweet she tasted, how she sounded when she hit that peak, I wanted to live here, sustained on nothing but her. But I need you to come again.
"Ash."
My name ended on a cry as I ate at her again, my tongue lashing her clit as I pumped two of my fingers into her slick heat, stretching her with the third finger when her hips rose to meet every thrust. She was so fucking slippery, so ready for me. This orgasm came faster, and a minute later she was moaning, her head thrashing on the pillow as her body arched over and over, her tight walls fluttering around my fingers like a vice. Fuck yes. I lifted my head to watch her as she came down, her body practically vibrating as she reached for me.
"Now you..."
I nodded, shoving off my shorts and underwear, then reaching across to the nightstand where I'd put the condoms last night. I ripped open the box in my rush, then withdrew a foil packet before settling myself back between her gorgeous thighs.
"You actually brought condoms?"
Her eyebrows rose. "I'm always prepared, and I've been imagining this for 32 days, Daisy. You have to forgive me if I was a little hopeful." My body was damn near humming with need, and my hips rocked. I gritted my teeth against the sublime pleasure of feeling just how slick she was against my cock.
"I have a pack in my suitcase,"
she admitted, brushing my hair out of my eyes, a tender motion that made my heart constrict. "Tell me again this is what you want." Stopping might kill me, but I'd manage. She took the foil packet from my fingers and ripped it open with her teeth.
"I want you inside me, Asher Silas. How clear is that?"
"Crystal," I said through gritted teeth as she reached between us and rolled it onto my dick.
"You're so hot in my hands."
She reached my base, then kissed my neck, and my abs tensed. I was on the edge, my control hanging by a thread that existed only by sheer will. And every touch of her finger up my sides, every caress of her tongue at my throat threatened to snap what little was left. I wanted her too much, needed her too badly. "I fucking need you," I ground out, my cock nudging her entrance. Her brown eyes locking on mine, she reached between us and guided in that first tight inch.
"Then take me."
I braced my weight on one hand and took her hand in mine with the other, pressing a kiss to the center of her palm as I drove my hips forward, claiming her inch by tight inch. Our gazes broke as her head tipped back, the sweetest moan slipping through her lips as I bottomed out,
taking everything and stretching her for just a little more. Fucking made for me. That was my only thought as she tightened around me, her pussy a satin vice that gripped me perfectly. "You okay?" I asked, struggling to keep still, to keep my breathing level. "More than," she promised, looping her arms around my neck. "Good, because I need you to come at least one more time for me." I claimed her mouth in a deep kiss and rocked within her, withdrawing nearly to the tip only to plunge forward again, filling her to the hilt. "You feel so damn good inside me," she said against my mouth as I set a deep, hard rhythm. "So damn good." There were no words for me, nothing I could say to adequately describe the ecstasy of each thrust, the pleasure that only got sweeter each time I consumed her. I fucked her with slow, steady strokes, ignoring the roaring in my head that demanded I let loose, concentrating on every one of her cries, her moans, the sharp bite of pleasure pain in my back as her nails dug into my skin. Sweat dripped from our skin, our bodies sliding with delicious friction as I took her over and over, my world tapering to this bed and the woman I had under me. The woman slowly devouring my control with just the sound of my name on her lips. "Asher." Her hips rocked with mine as she chased her pleasure, and I grabbed her thigh and rolled, bringing her on top. "Take whatever you need, Daisy," I ordered, driving up into her. Her head fell back, her breasts hovering over my mouth, and I teased each nipple with my teeth as she rode me, grinding down and swiveling her hips each time she rose again. Fuck, that move was going to be the end of me. She was a beautiful siren above me, sweat making her skin glisten, the swollen temptation of her mouth forming an O as she sat back, taking me even deeper. Every undulation of her body brought me closer, my orgasm coiling, barely leashed, fighting to be let free. But not yet. Not until I felt her flutter around me. Her brow knit with concentration as she chased her pleasure, the movements of her hip growing jerky as her thighs shook, and her breath grew stuttered. I slipped one hand from her waist, dipping between us and stroked her clit in light, tight circles. Her eyes flew wide, finding mine as she shouted, collapsing over me as her body shuddered with pleasure, her pussy gripping my cock with every wave. She hadn't come down entirely when I flipped her to her back and drove in hard, finally letting the tether on my control snap. "Asher," she moaned. "God, yes." I pushed her knee higher so I could slide deeper, and then I fucked her exactly how I needed to, hard and wild, lost in her eyes as I plunged in and out, taking everything she gave and pushing her for more as her orgasm rolled on and on. Only when her walls locked down on me one last time did I let myself come. The orgasm barreled through me, filling every cell in my body with such exquisite pleasure that I exploded, a wave of black edging out my vision as I fell against Daisy. I gulped air into my lungs, and I fought through the peaceful oblivion to roll us to my side so I didn't smother her. Fuck me. That. Incredible. Addictive. Perfect. I was so fucked. Because as she lay there, her head on my bicep, her wide brown eyes locked on mine as she fought to level out her breathing, there was nothing I wouldn't do, nothing I wouldn't give her to stay in this moment. She owned me. "You're absolutely incredible," she whispered, stroking her hand over my cheek and kissing my lips softly. "That would be we," I corrected her, because I've never felt anything like that in my life. She deserved that, the absolute honesty. "Me either," she admitted with a soft smile. "Good." I kissed her, licking my tongue over her lower lip. "Because I'm about to carry you to the bathroom so we can feel it again." She laughed, giving me a smile that stalled the breath in my chest and made my heart flip backward. "Is that your way of offering me a round two?" "And three, and four," I promised, wrapping my arms around her back. Delight shimmered in those beautiful brown depths. "I can go for that. We can sleep on the plane." "The plane is for round 5. I kissed her
and then made very good on my promise.
10. Daisy. Don't freak out. Seriously, don't freak out. Don't. Oh my God! I squealed, unable to listen to my own warnings, as Asher held the door open for me to his private box in Reaper Arena. Pretty sure my mouth fully dropped as I took in the luxurious space designed for watching the games in ultimate comfort. Rich cream leather chairs and small couches lined the room, positioned before tables piled with food and drinks. A giant photograph of the Reapers mid-game decorated the back wall, one that focused on Maxim Zolotov and Brogan Grant mid-skate. There were 4 different flat screens hanging on the side walls, showing different stats and angles, and of course, the focal wall was made entirely of glass, looking out over the arena below. Thin black tables and barstool-height chairs lined the glass, and I headed straight for those. "Did you just walk past the food?" Asher asked, a tease in his voice as he followed me. "They're being announced on the ice," I said, bouncing in the chair as I watched the Reapers take the ice in the first preseason game. Asher pulled the chair out next to me, tugging on my green jersey with a frown. "How many of these do you have?" he asked, a slight grumble in his voice. I tore my eyes away from the ice, arching a brow at him. "Several," I said. "I've been a fan since the Reapers arrived in Charleston." I nudged his shoulder. "If you want to get me an owner's jersey, I'll gladly wear it." "Don't tempt me," he said, sitting next to me. "Aw," I teased. "I kind of like it when you're possessive." "I know you do," he said, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to me, his lips right at my ear. "Especially in bed." Lava shot through my veins, drawing up memories of what Asher had done to me since that first night at the poker retreat. We'd barely been able to keep our hands off each other since, but we still hadn't defined anything. Not that I was complaining. Whatever we were, I was happy, and I didn't really need to see past that. I turned enough that our lips almost brushed, but Asher didn't kiss me. He held me there in the sweetest anticipation. "Hi," a bubbly feminine voice called from the box's entryway, causing Asher to back away from me a few inches. "What did I miss?" The woman was beautiful, with long brown hair that hung to her mid-back and gorgeous hazel eyes that were super familiar. "They just took the ice, sis," Asher said, and my brows raised. "You're Harper," I said, standing up to greet her. "Asher has told me all about you. You're the genius behind the Reaper's safety gear." Harper smiled at me, then Asher, and waved me off. "Genius is a little strong, but yes, the safety line design is my baby, and my brother is the force behind it." She gave him a squeeze, then glanced from him to me and back again. "I'm Daisy," I said, after the silence approached the awkward line. A little sting pricked my chest when there was absolutely no recognition in Harper's eyes, but I ignored it. Maybe he hadn't got a chance to tell her about me yet. Or maybe he simply didn't want to. "Nice to meet you," she said, taking a seat on the other side of me as we all sat back down. She wore a noble jersey, and I smiled, remembering Asher mentioning his sister was attached to one of his players. "You too," I said, focusing on the game that was now in full swing. We engaged in small talk while watching, and made several runs to the snack tables, too. Harper was a delight, totally easygoing and fun. I could easily see her fitting in with Fiona and Madison on a girls' night. And watching Asher watch his team, it was enough to give me butterflies. The man had a passion for the game and his players that was evident in the way his eyes lit up when he tracked a play, or the way he leapt out of his chair when we scored a goal. He was relaxed yet energized in a way I never saw at the office or during one of his regimented scheduled meetings, and it was probably my favorite look on him, besides the one where he was above me in the bedroom. "So," Harper said after we'd scored another goal, "how did you two meet?" I fumbled with my words as I glanced at Asher. Asher opened and shut his mouth a few times before shrugging. "We worked on a project together." I tilted my head at the answer. It wasn't wrong, but was he embarrassed to say what kind of project? "Daisy is a romance author," Asher continued, and I blew out a breath. "Oh, that's awesome," Harper said. "I read a ton. Do you write under your name or a pen name?" "My name," I said. "Daisy Lewis." Harper pulled out her phone and typed my name in a web browser, and I did that thing where I tried not to be awkward in my own body. I loved my work, and I was incredibly proud of my books, but there was something about another person Googling my name right in front of me that made me feel like I was expected to perform on the spot or something. "Added," Harper declared happily, then furrowed her brow as she sat down with her phone. "Wait, how did my brother help you?" I laughed, and Asher said, "Really, sis? You ask that like I couldn't possibly be any help. With a romance novel?" Harper cut him off, laughing with me. "I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you're offering. It's not like you're the love letter type, or even a grand gesture type." "Thanks," Asher said, but his features were light, showing the love and trust between him and his sister. He waved to me. "Please enlighten my baby sister." I grinned, so beyond relieved he hadn't been embarrassed about how we met. "Asher was kind enough to let me shadow him for a month," I explained. "The book I'm writing has a billionaire main character, and since one of my best friends is engaged to Brogan Grant, I kind of got this special introduction." Harper's eyebrows raised. "You shadowed my brother for an entire month? Like, stuck to his crazy schedule and everything?" "Yep," I said. I never got used to those pre-dawn wake-ups, but the shadowing helped authenticate my character a ton. "That's fun," she said, her eyes flashing between us. "And now?" "And now we should watch the game," Asher said, giving her a look that said, "Leave it alone." And I couldn't blame him either. Neither of us had had a discussion about what we were doing, and again, I didn't mind that. I lived my life in the moment anyway, so as long as we were both happy, that's all that really mattered to me. Okay, she said, but gave me a genuine smile all the same. It was a comforting one after what could have been an uncomfortable conversation, especially if Asher had gone the other way and left out the details of how we met, which I half expected him to, since he was a perfectly tailored billionaire, and I was a scatterbrained writer on the best of days. The game was phenomenal, and by the time we were down to the last minutes, my body was surging with adrenaline, as if I'd been the one on the ice. I always loved that about hockey, how captivating it was, and the Reapers never failed to deliver one hell of a show, even if they lost, which we didn't today. "I'm going to head toward the locker rooms to meet Nathan," Harper said while pushing out of her chair. "It was super nice to meet you, Daisy," she said. "I hope to see more of you." "Likewise," I said. She hugged her brother, then headed out of the box, leaving me and Asher alone. "She's wonderful," I said. Asher nodded, leaning back in his chair in a relaxed way with an easy smile on his face. "She's something," he said. "Glad you got to meet her. I would have told you, but I wasn't sure she was going to sit with us or sit down in the family seats." "No worries there," I said. "I loved meeting her." "I'm glad," he said, then eyed my grin. "What are you thinking right now?" "I'm thinking how much I love seeing you like this." "Like what?" "Relaxed, excited about the game. It's fun to watch how invested you are in your players." "It's nothing compared to how much you're invested in my players," he teased. "I feel like I could give you control, and you'd lead us straight to another cup." "Shh." I covered his mouth with my finger, stopping him. Don't jinx us. It's the first preseason game. He flicked his tongue over my finger, and I laughed. You're as superstitious as my players. I'm a true fan, you know that. Don't jinx my team. Asher cocked a brow at me, gently gripping my wrist and hauling me out of my chair and against him. Your team, huh? My breath caught as I looked up at him, his body flush with mine where we stood between the tall chairs. Yeah, I said, but it came out a breathy whisper. Mine. Something churned in his eyes, and he leaned down, slanting his mouth over mine in a claiming kiss that had me forgetting the conversation entirely. I whimpered as his tongue swept into my mouth, kissing me with sweeping strokes that made my heart race. I fisted his shirt, tugging him closer, giving him everything in return. Do you have a meeting? I asked between his kiss, his hands sliding down my sides and around to grip my ass, hefting me against him. No, he said, drawing back enough to look down at me. This is my downtime. I grinned up at him. I can think of a better use of your downtime, I said, and his eyes flared. Is there somewhere we can be alone? Sure, we were alone in the private box, but I'd bet my savings that someone was about to burst in here to clean it, and with what I wanted from Asher, that was the last thing I needed. Come on, he said, smirking as he took my hand and led me out of the room. He practically dragged me behind him through the hallways, his long stride eating up the distance at rapid speed until he stopped in front of his office door. Asher, I said, grinning deviously as he hauled me inside and locked the door behind us. You said you never do this. I don't, he said, eyes churning as he grinned at me. Didn't you write something like this? He asked, turning to face me. I nodded, my entire body a live wire from the anticipation. Asher slid his hands in his pockets, leaning against that door. And what happened? Heat soared through me, but I glanced around his spacious office, eyes skimming over the rich leather sofa that would have been the first choice for me. But he wanted to know what happened in my scene, so... I walked toward his large glass desk, rounding it until I leaned against it, facing his huge leather chair. My hero, I said, glancing over my shoulder, sat here. I motioned to the chair. Asher stalked across the office and took a seat before me. And she was here? He asked, reaching up to smooth his hands over my hips. I nodded. And then what happened? I swallowed hard, anticipation flaring through my veins at the game we were playing. I shifted out of his touch, just enough to peel my leggings and shoes off and toss them to the side. Asher tracked the move, eyes lingering on the way my Reaper's jersey just barely covered my panties. Then he put her on the desk and scooted the chair up at just the right height to... I gasped as Asher plopped my ass on his desk, needing no more direction. He adjusted his seat, dropping it so he was eye level with my thighs. He slid his hands along my legs, the touch lingering and searing as he climbed higher, hooking his fingers into my panties and gliding them down my legs. My heart raced against my chest as he took his time, savoring the touch as he parted my thighs wider and then lowered his head between them. Asher. His name left my lips when he set his mouth on me, his tongue gliding through where I was aching for him. He wrapped an arm around my lower back, urging me closer to the edge of his desk, and then holding me there as he licked and lapped, each stroke working me into a white-hot knot. I tangled my fingers in his hair, gripping him and leaning back slightly on his desk, chasing that feeling as I arched into his mouth. He moaned against me, the vibrations hitting my oversensitive flesh with another wave of pleasure. You taste like a dream, he said, pulling back enough to smirk up at me. Tell me what happened next, he demanded. I whimpered, barely able to remember what had happened next, but managed to say, My billionaire, fuck right I'm yours. Asher cut me off, flicking his tongue over that sensitive bundle of nerves. Keep going, he demanded while he tortured me. I was breathless, my heart racing as Asher ate at me, plunging his tongue in only to draw it out and tease my clit, working me in such teasing strokes that I felt like my whole body was on fire. He what, Daisy? Asher asked, his tone gravelly and pleased with himself. He used his fingers, too, I said on the end of a moan. Like this. Asher slid 2 fingers inside me, pumping and curling them as he teased my clit with his tongue. God, I said, yes, just like that. My grip tightened on his hair, my hips bucking off the desk to meet his thrusts, chasing that sensation that was building inside me like a rising storm. You're so fucking beautiful, Daisy, he said, pumping his fingers into me deeper. So responsive. He slowed his pace, drawing out the tension so much I looked down at him with pleading eyes. You're going to be a good girl for me now, he said, and come on my tongue. He slid his fingers out, replacing them with his tongue, thrusting inside me while he flattened the heel of his palm against my clit. I shattered entirely, his name a plea as I came. My thighs clenched as I arched into his mouth, my body shaking as my orgasm kept rippling through me in waves of sparks that ignited my entire body. Asher worked me through the throes of it, giving me gentle laps until he backed away enough to stand. Good girl, he said, licking his lips as he unbuckled his pants, shucking them, his boxer briefs, and his shoes to the side. I fumbled with the buttons on his shirt, but managed to get through them and peel his shirt off, leaving him entirely bare before me. I marveled at the amount of smooth skin over his muscles, ran my fingers down his broad chest and carved abs, relishing the feel of him reacting beneath my touch. He reached for my jersey and pulled it over my head, throwing it and the lone cami I'd been wearing beneath it across the room, and he didn't waste time before lowering his mouth to my breasts. I bowed, gripping his shoulders as he sucked one nipple into his mouth, teasing his tongue around it until it peaked, then did the same with the other one. Every touch felt electric. Every graze of his hand on my skin felt like striking a match to life. Asher, I said, please. I needed more of him, his touch, his body, his words. I needed all of him. Tell me what you need, he said, kissing his way up to my mouth. I moaned at the taste of him and me combined, reaching between us to grip his hard cock with both hands. He hissed, thrusting into my grip, the velvet-smooth shaft filling my hands so much it made my heart flutter. I need this, I said, squeezing him for emphasis. Inside me. Fuck, he hissed, a smile on his lips as he kissed me. He backed up for only a moment to grab a condom, rolling it onto his cock before stepping between my thighs again. He lined himself up with my center, teasing me with the tip until I was arching against him, trying like hell to get him where I needed him. Was it like this? He asked in a raspy tone, his free hand sliding up my spine to grip the back of my neck. We were face to face, our lips brushing as he slowly inched inside me. In your book? I trembled as he sank inside me another inch, then another, until he was seated to the hilt. But he held my gaze, the flecks of gold in his eyes nearly glowing. No. I breathed the word, my breasts brushing against his chest with my breathing. "This is better, Asher," I said with all sincerity. "This is so much better." A slow, wolfish smile shaped his lips, and he pulled all the way out of me, only to thrust home so hard I moaned. He did it again, and again, each stroke acclaiming. I wrapped my legs around him, locking my ankles as I submitted wholly to him, and he held me there, pumping into me while he slanted his mouth over mine, stealing my breath and igniting my soul as he hit every spot I never knew I had. This was the stuff I wrote about, but better. This was indescribable. The way we fit together, the way he wrung pleasure from my body like he'd been doing it for years, it was the stuff I always read or wrote about, but never realized how damn real it could be. "Asher," I moaned, clenching my thighs tighter around him as he pounded into me. Our bodies slick with sweat, I dug my nails into his back as he rode me right up to that delicious, sweet edge again. "Harder." "Fucking hell, Daisy," he said, thrusting into me harder. "You're a goddamn dream." His hand on my lower back flexed, pushing me closer with each thrust, and the one on the back of my neck held me in place so he could claim my mouth as he unleashed himself on me. Over and over again, he pounded into me until our mouths broke apart because our breathing was too ragged. "Come for me," he demanded, shifting me back slightly so he could fuck me from a deeper angle, the position hitting my clit at the same time he slammed home, each time shoving me right over the edge. "Asher!" I gasped as I came, my orgasming rippling down my spine and making me see stars as I shivered all around him. "Fuck, yes," he growled as I clenched tight around him, drawing his own release from him. He kept pumping me, stroking me through it until we were both still beyond our breathing. He kissed me again, quick and fierce, before leaning his forehead against mine. And I couldn't help it. The happiness building inside me tumbled out in the form of a laugh. He grinned at me. "What is funny now?" I wet my lips, catching my breath as I glanced down at the computer behind us. "I bet emails will be more exciting now," I teased, and he laughed. Asher gripped my hips, hauling me up and off the desk, walking us toward his couch across the office. He settled us down on it, smiling at me. "I'll never be able to sit at my desk again without seeing you perched and moaning on it." Warm shivers danced along my skin. "Should we go?" I asked, and he cocked a brow at me. "Don't you have meetings or things to do? A schedule?" He shook his head, leaning to kiss me again. "The only thing I'm interested in is right here, and we're just getting started."
11. Asher.
It would just make me feel so much better if she had one of those helmets you've been working on.
Mom said through the speakers of my car as I headed toward the little burger joint Harper and I made our own since moving to Charleston.
She's your only niece, Asher. I would think you'd want her safe on her ski trip.
Of course I want Allie to be safe on her ski trip, I replied, downshifting as I took the tight curve off the highway exit. My phone beeped and Alan Parker's name flashed on my screen. I tapped the decline button. He was on my team of assistants, but he'd have to wait. I never hung up on my mom, not even for Dad. I can have someone send one of the helmets from our professional lines. I'll just need her measurements. I'm sure Harper won't mind asking one of the lab techs to fit one for Allie. Harper was going to be annoyed as hell, but she loved our knees just as much as I did. And since the helmets were her baby, I had no doubt she'd get it done.
Harper shouldn't have to ask to fit a professional one, Asher.
Disapproval dripped from my mom's voice.
The kind of technology you're making millions from that department should be put to good use and made accessible for people who aren't professional athletes.
My stomach sank as I turned the green light. Yeah, I know, Mom. That's what we've been pushing for all year. The cost of the professional helmets is way too high for this market.
Then find a way to get them lowered, she urged. Honestly, you have all that money, all that brain power, and it's just...
She sighed, and I felt it in my damn bones. I could picture her now, rubbing the bridge of her nose, struggling to find the words that would adequately express her disappointment without raising her voice that I was wasting my gifts.
It's just frustrating to know that your niece can't just walk into a sporting goods store and pick up the best helmet to keep her safe on her trip.
I hear what you're saying, I said, falling back on my conflict de-escalation training.
Don't handle me, Asher Silas Thompson,
Mom snapped. Not trying to, Mom. I didn't remind her that I dropped the Thompson from my name a decade ago, so I'd stand on my own in the business world. Just trying to get to a place where we can have a guilt-free conversation. She sighed again. Look, I've already told you that Allie will be covered. She'll be safe. I'm not sleeping on this tech. I'm in round-the-clock discussions with the lab, the production line, marketing, all of it, trying to get the price tag down to an accessible level that doesn't leave us with a zero profit margin. I pulled into the burger place and searched for a parking spot.
You shouldn't have to make a profit on safety equipment.
Yes, I do. I barely kept my tone in check. Because I answer to a board of directors. Silas Tech is a publicly traded company, Mom. You know that. And the numbers are looking pretty promising for us to begin production on the recreational line in January, once we have the retailers on board. I located a spot and pulled my R8 into it.
You certainly don't answer to your board about that little hockey team you spend your time playing with, she said sweetly. And look, I love that you found another focus for your passions.
Apparently, I said dryly. And no, I own the Reapers. I started the team before I ever took Silas Tech public, and I will always solely own the Reapers. No one was going to tell me what to do with my team. Sure, we had a general manager, but I made the big calls. That was where the buck stopped.
But that's not your only distraction right now, is it, honey?
Mom asked, and it was only the concern in her voice that kept me from snapping at her. Hinting at issues and hoping I'll catch on to whatever is bothering you is beneath you, Mother. I stepped onto the parking brake and killed the engine, picking up my phone to continue the conversation through the handset.
Fine. I've noticed a lovely brunette in your social pictures over the last 2 months. Seems you've narrowed your focus to one woman.
I wasn't sure how it was possible to blend both hope and disapproval into one tone, but Mom managed it. I knew exactly who she was talking about. Her name is Daisy, and any pictures in August were while we had a business relationship, and anything after September was taken after we became romantically involved. 3 of the happiest weeks of my life had passed since Nicaragua. I missed having Daisy at the office, that was a fact, but having my evenings with her, my weekends, even some mornings after she spent the night at my place, made up for the daytime hours I missed. Plus, I had the added perk of getting to make love to her whenever I wanted. It was one hell of a perk.
Oh, and what business relationship did you two have before you crossed that line?
My mom asked, her voice descending into that rare tone I couldn't decipher, the tone that made me worried she'd be on the next plane to meet Daisy. She's a novelist and wanted to shadow me. I got out of the car and closed the door behind me, hitting the button on my fob to lock the door as I headed across the parking lot to the local place.
A novelist?
Mom questioned.
You're letting yourself get distracted from the most meaningful project in your life by a novelist?
I rolled my eyes.
Please tell me she's a Pulitzer Prize winner? National Book Award, maybe?
Nope, she writes romance, I answered, stepping up onto the sidewalk and glancing through the parking lot. I didn't see Harper's car yet. You'd like her, Mom. She's smart as a whip, kinder than I'll ever be, works just as hard as I do, and has a wicked sense of humor. How could anyone not like Daisy?
Romance?
She repeated, like she didn't understand the word. Romance, I said as Harper pulled in. Now, not to change the subject, but just measure Allie's head and we'll get something over to her in the next month. Of course, I wanted my niece to have the best protection she could. That's what expanding the line was all about, not just protecting the million-dollar heads of professional athletes, but the priceless ones of kids everywhere.
Next month?
Mom's voice rose.
No, Ash. She's going skiing next week.
My forehead furrowed. Mom, who the hell goes skiing on the 1st of October? Where's she headed to? The Andes?
Exactly. It's a trip with her class.
I bit my tongue as Harper parked her car and took a deep breath. Mom, are you seriously lecturing me about making my helmets more accessible too slowly while Allie's exclusive private school goes on a trip to the Andes?
Well, yes.
Harper waved as she walked towards me. Mom, Harper just walked in. I'm going to let you go so we can have lunch. Just text me the measurements, okay? I love you.
Oh, ask her if she thought about what we discussed last week. Love you.
We hung up just as Harper reached me. Mom, I said, shaking the phone before sliding it into my back pocket and opening the door for my sister.
Oh, is she pissed you haven't solved world hunger yet?
Harper asked, sliding her sunglasses to the top of her head as we walked inside. She'll settle for accessible safety gear, I responded as we moved into the line to order. I'm supposed to ask you if you've given any thought to what she talked to you about last week? Harper sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, a move so like our mother that I bit back a laugh.
She wants me to work for a medical lab. She thinks I should be using all of my education to find a cure for cancer.
My eyebrows rose. Did you tell her that you have doctorates in physics and organic chemistry, or does she think the PhD should just transfer over to MD? Harper laughed.
I don't even know. Sometimes I think I could cure the common cold or something, and she'd say that I only removed an annoyance and should have focused on more meaningful work.
I feel that. And I did. Hard. Mom loved us, but whatever we did was never enough. We could be more, do more for the world. I filled her in on the helmet situation while we moved forward in line. Then we ordered our burgers and carried our food to a table by the window.
I keep waiting for you to buy this place,
Harper said before taking a ginormous bite. They treat you differently once you own it, I said with a shrug. Besides, I never go after family-run local places. If they start looking to sell, I'll know. Until then, I'm not fucking up the best burgers in town. I took a bite of my own and moaned. There were days you just needed a burger and fries, and this was definitely one of them.
I was kind of hoping you'd bring Daisy,
Harper said not so subtly. Only after you agree not to grill her or put her through whatever torture you have in mind. I arched an eyebrow before my next bite, hoping she'd realize I was serious.
Oh, please. If she can survive the torture of dating you, she has my approval.
She shoved a fry in her mouth.
I've been thinking about what you said about marrying Nathan, too.
I nearly spit out my milkshake. I never meant to pressure you. What you and Noble have is between you, and if you're happy being engaged, then it's none of my business.
I am, but he's not.
Two little lines appeared between her eyebrows.
And I love him, which means I need to seriously consider what's holding me back. I mean, we live together, we sleep together almost every night.
Ugh. No, I don't need to hear that. She was still my baby sister.
We spend every minute we can together. We're pretty much common law married anyway, and it's not like he's even asking me to take his name. But the whole institution doesn't mean anything to me, you know?
I nodded and took another bite, knowing she was just processing in her head and didn't need my opinion.
But it does mean something to him. Nixon is so happy with his wife and kids, and I know it's eating Nate up inside that
She shook her head and looked at me.
When you love someone, you should want the best for them, right?
Right. I quickly filled my mouth again, downing half of my order of fries in a matter of minutes.
I mean, you would want what's best for Daisy.
I managed to swallow without choking. Come again?
She lifted her eyebrows over her hazel eyes. You want what's best for Daisy, because you love her.
Harper, I've known Daisy for exactly 7.5 weeks, and only been dating her for 23 days. Don't you think you should give me some time before you start throwing words like love at me?
Please.
She waved me off and consumed more of her burger.
You know everything you need to know about someone in the first 2 weeks. You're a quick judge of character.
Character, not compatibility. Though I did have to admit that Daisy and I fit together perfectly in just about every area of our lives.
The last girlfriend you had lasted 6 weeks and 5 days.
She held up her finger.
Which I might add is a record for you. It was the very accomplished, very poised Miss Carolina Woodsinger of the...
She cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes in thought.
Pennsylvania Woodsingers?
Boston, I corrected her, and Caroline was far more in love with her father's company than me. She only wanted kids to continue her family's legacy, and we had absolutely zero chemistry. We would have been a powerful union, but not a happy one.
Exactly.
She lifted her milkshake like it made a point for her.
You knew that within 6 weeks. Admit it, bro. You have feelings for Daisy Lewis.
Never said I didn't, I retorted. She's... All the words I used to describe her to Mom weren't adequate enough. She makes me look at life completely differently. She makes me happy to wake up and more than excited to get to bed.
Ew, now that's TMI.
I grinned. I think there's an area between getting to know someone and loving them. The place where you catch those feelings and start to fall, I said slowly. I think that is where I'm at. The words tasted like an unrealized truth, sweet yet poignant, scary as hell. Daisy and I were as different as two people could be. She wasn't poised or power-hungry. She was open, honest, impulsive, and utterly addictive.
You're falling for her,
Harper said with a smile. Shit. I squared my shoulders and looked my sister in the eyes. Yeah, I'm falling for her.
You're sure you don't mind me sleeping over again?
Daisy asked a few nights later, pulling her curls through her hair tie as we stood at the bathroom sink side by side. I love having you here, I said honestly, starting my bedtime routine.
But I've slept here 3 nights this week already.
She scrunched her nose before tugging her bra off beneath her tank top. It always felt like magic when she did that. Never mind, the magic was the sudden rise in my cock at the sight of her hard nipples beneath the thin cotton of her tank top. And I loved every single night, I promised her, reaching for my toothbrush. The scene was so domestic, so ordinary, and I loved it. Daisy's hoodie was in my hamper, along with the yoga pants that had held my attention all evening. Her pajamas were simple, just a tank top and my boxers. So fucking hot. I'd taken note of her preferred products and had everything she liked duplicated in my bathroom, from her shampoo to her tampons, making it not only easy for her to spend the night, but logical. Because I wanted it to make sense for her to spend as much time with me as possible. I started to brush my teeth, and she did the same. Even the way we handed over the toothpaste was domestic, as if we'd been sharing space for years, not, well, whatever day this was.
You're going to be a great father one day,
she said randomly after we'd finished both our night routines. I blinked across the king-size bed at her. What makes you say that?
The way you take care of me.
She smiled, and my heart somersaulted.
Or was that not my exact line of skincare in there?
She hoisted an eyebrow. I like having you here, I admitted. It seemed efficient to stock up so you wouldn't have to pack a bag. Trust me, my motives are purely selfish. Of corners of my mouth tipped up. Though I will say it's nice of you to say that. You think I won't fuck up my kids.
Oh, I never said that.
She laughed, climbing into bed next to me and taking her laptop with her. I'd known that was part of the deal with her staying. She needed to finish her word count for the day.
I think every parent, no matter how good they are, inevitably fucks their kid up in some way. I just think you'll be a fantastic dad.
Thank you.
You know everything you need to know about someone in the first 2 weeks.
That's what Harper had said. And yet, I hadn't done my basic research on Daisy. Found out the answers to the questions I asked every woman I dated. I'd simply jumped in, feet first, willing to take whatever she wanted to give because I was already addicted to her. Do you want kids? I asked, pulling back the covers and fighting to keep my eyes off her incredible breasts as they strained at the fabric of her tank top. My sexual wants and desires were not going to be the reason the woman didn't get her work done tonight, and I wasn't going to give her a reason to say no the next time I asked her to stay with me for the night.
Oh, yeah,
she answered, her eyes sparkling.
A whole horde of them.
A horde? I climbed into bed and turned on my side, bracing my head with my hand. Is that a technical number, or is it more than a gaggle but less than a flock? She laughed and settled her laptop on her lap.
It means I want 3 or more.
She shrugged.
I figured trying for 3 and just letting the others happen as they happen.
3 kids. I imagined dark, curly-haired boys with deep brown eyes and girls with my darker hair and hazel eyes. And all have Daisy's smile, her laugh, her ability to see the best in the world. Yeah, I could do 3. But I'd take as many as she'd give me.
Holy fuck, jump ahead of yourself much? What about you?
She asked, opening her computer and glancing at me with a curious, non-judgmental look. 3 sounds good. More is better. I knew whatever I said would be fine with her, that she didn't have some neurotic checklist for a future spouse, not like I somehow still did. But I found myself not quite caring that she didn't tick off every box. The very criteria I'd used for the last decade didn't mean shit when it came to Daisy because, well, just because. She made me feel like we could break every rule and still come out on the other side unscathed.
More is better,
she repeated with a little smile, opening her document. Just no sending them to boarding school, I clarified. That had been one of my breaking points with the Woodsinger woman. I want my kids to have every advantage, including their parents being all up in their business.
Okay.
Daisy turned, and there was concern in her eyes. And no pressure, either. I continued. I want them to have every door open to them, but they only have to walk through the ones they choose, and I won't choose for them. I shook my head. The pressure my parents put on me made me the man I was today. Logically, I knew that. I just didn't want the same for my kids.
Okay, Ash.
Daisy leaned over, cupped my face in her hand, and kissed me softly, reassuringly. It wasn't passionate, but sweet, and all the better for it.
No boarding school? No pressure?
She kissed me again.
I like that.
Her lips curved into a smile against mine.
I like you.
I growled and kissed her harder, parting her lips with my tongue and claiming what I'd come to think of as mine. When her breath hitched and she leaned in for more, I pulled back. You'd better get your words in, or I'll be in you. She laughed and sat up, shaking her head as she started to type.
Thankfully, I'm the writer because that line was awful, Asher.
Oh, I'm not just bringing out my A game because I know you have shit to get done. Trust me, love, if I wanted to turn you on, I'd tell you how much I love it when your pussy ripples around my cock, especially when you come super hard that second time. Her hand slapped over my mouth.
No. You keep all your naughty little thoughts to yourself, mister.
We settled in, and I reached to the nightstand for my book. I knew the world had moved to e-readers, but there was still something to be said for the weight of a hardback in my hands. The first chapter flew by, and I started reading another. Would Daisy ever have a hardback book if she never tried the traditional publishing route? Any publisher would be lucky to have her, no doubt, and she said there was something to be said for being in bookstores and airports. I'd seen her eyes stray to bookstores more than once as we'd walked by over the last 7 weeks. Maybe there really was something I could help her with. "What do you think about getting a book into bookstores?" I asked, but she didn't respond. A quick look told me why. She was fully focused on her work, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Daisy?" No response. There could have been an earthquake, a tsunami, or hell, her boyfriend talking to her, and she wouldn't have noticed. It made me smile and chuff a little laugh. She was just as intense about her work as I was, and it was obvious to see that the world had fallen away and nothing else existed for her besides what was on her pages. I had meetings and calls that pulled me from whatever project I was feeling passionate about, but Daisy's focus was what allowed her to get her books written, and it was pretty damn enchanting to see. Everything about the woman was bewitching. I shook my head, smiling to myself as I turned back to my own book, and by the time my eyes ached, ready for sleep, I put my heart back on the nightstand, then turned off my nightstand light and turned onto my side. I watched Daisy as I fell asleep, the clacking of her keys, an unlikely but soothing lullaby.
12. Daisy. "You know," I said as we walked deeper into the forest, "when you said we were going on a date, this was the last thing I expected." Asher glanced down at me, his hand in mine as we walked the trail, lush vegetation on either side of us. "Why is that?" "You have a private jet," I explained. "You've whisked me across the globe before. Between personal chefs, sports cars, and running an empire, a hike in one of our local parks seems random for you." I shrugged, my heart so damn full. It had been over a month of these stolen moments with Asher, where somehow he'd fit me into his rigorous schedule permanently. We'd both fallen into this effortless rhythm where we both worked our asses off during the day and spent most nights together, unwinding from said work days. I couldn't be happier or more into him. My heart continued to whisper just how much I was into him, but I continuously ignored her, not wanting to put a label on anything so fast. But it was kind of hard when Asher Silas kept surprising me, kept growing with me, and the more time we spent together, the more I fell for him. Asher tugged me toward him, tucking me under his arm. "You've never been impressed by that stuff, and you know it." He chuckled, shaking his head. "From the first day I met you, you were more impressed with the way James could make eggs than you were with my wealth." I laughed, unable to deny that. "I'm sorry," I said as we rounded a bend in the trail, the park empty except for the two of us and the deer who liked to munch on the lush greenery around us. "I never said I wasn't impressed with your wealth. Who wouldn't be? Sure, I'd been blown away when he allowed me to accompany him to the poker retreat in Nicaragua, but I'd been more blown away by what happened between us while we were there." "But," he urged me on, "but I'd like you without the fancy cars or planes or endless wealth." "Is that right?" he asked, stopping to face me with his arms folded over his chest, a challenging look on his face. "It's 100% right," I fired back, throwing that challenging gaze right back at him. "You're funny, smart, and sexy as hell. Plus, you have this ability to listen without judgment or give advice that is super endearing. You're a rare find, on your own, Ash." Emotion flickered in his gaze, but he held my stare, calculating and content, just the way he did when waiting out a stubborn person in the boardroom. And he didn't need to be wearing his suit to look intimidating. Even in his beige hiking pants and blue shirt, he looked downright regal, especially with the vibrant hunter-green trees scattered behind him. "Okay," he said. "Forget about the money and the plane. What if I didn't own the Reapers?" I shrugged. I loved the Reapers long before I even knew who owned them. That'll never change. He nodded, studying me. Something bright clicked in his eyes, a flash of victory before he'd even opened his mouth. He leaned down closer to my level, the nearness raising awareness in my body. What if I didn't have James? I gasped, looking at him in faux shock. Oh, well, in that case, I'd kick you to the curb. Asher laughed, a full-on belly laugh that made my bones feel like warm honey. God, this man. He had the ability to challenge me, center me, and send me into orbit at a moment's notice. I was totally in... Nope, don't go there. That's harsh, Daisy, he said through his laughter as we continued our hike. I may be lying, I said as he wound his fingers through mine. I may be very good at telling when someone is lying to me, he said, glancing down at me. And you most certainly were. Why do you seem so surprised by that? I asked, noting the way his features had shifted from humor to shock. He focused on the path ahead of us, a muscle in his jaw ticking. He'd never brought up his romantic past before, not anything beyond the two of us exchanging some ridiculous first date stories, but that look, it made me wonder if he'd been burned too many times by someone who only wanted him for the money or the advantage his position in life could afford them. And that hurt my heart, because he was such a phenomenal man without all the glitz and glamour that came with his life. Hey, I said, tugging on his hand and pulling him off the trail where a bank of southern oaks fanned out in a giant circle. A wooden swing sat in the middle of the little grove, and I took a seat on it, Asher settling next to me. You need to know something, Asher, I said, and he arched a brow at me. Uh-oh, he said. Is this the part where you tell me you're married? He asked. Or that you're a spy sent to gain information on me from a rival company? I parted my lips, shaking my head. No, but that's not a bad storyline. I quickly grabbed my phone and typed out the line into my notes app, then pocketed it. Asher watched me, patient and used to me doing it by now. Anyway, I said, focusing. What I wanted to say was that I grew up comfortable. Not rich, not poor. Comfortable.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
We had the basic needs, and we'd save for anything luxurious. Yearly trips or a new computer. Money to me has always been a necessity, but not a source of happiness. I motioned to the spectacular view before us, the swing positioned so hikers could take a break and watch the sunset through the breathtaking oaks. This moment, right here with you, costs nothing. But it means more to me than any 5-star resort vacation could. Asher visibly swallowed, something in his eyes churning. Why is that? He asked, voice low. Because I'm with you, the man who makes me laugh every day, the one who tolerates me getting lost in my work for hours at a time, or when I stop mid-conversation to write down an idea. I smiled at him, scooting closer so our thighs touched. The man who didn't hesitate to help me when I asked, and the man who can steal my breath just by walking in a room. My cheeks heated with how much I was laying myself bare, but I just couldn't help it. He needed to know that he deserved to be liked for who he was outside of his wealth. I'm proud of you for the empires you've built and the wealth you've generated, but it doesn't define you, Asher. Not to me. Not ever. Asher crushed his lips against mine, kissing me with a hunger that had my heart racing. He slid his fingers into my hair, tilting my head to kiss me deeper with sweeping strokes and warm flicks. Then he pulled me away enough to meet my gaze. "Thank you," he said. The words so genuine and raw, they almost brought tears to my eyes. "Any time," I said, my eyes flashing from his to his lips. Asher grinned at me before slanting his mouth over mine again. I fisted his shirt, the swing swaying back and forth from our movements. And when we broke apart, my body was practically buzzing with need and joy and all the things that I couldn't define but had a pretty good idea what they meant. "It's beautiful," I said after a few minutes, gazing at the sky, which was now a burnt orange color through the trees. "Yeah," Asher said. "You really are." I glanced at him, finding him looking down at me. I leaned my head against his muscled chest as he tucked his arm around me, a content sort of silence wrapping around us as we rocked back and forth on that swing and watched the sunset, and I couldn't remember a time when I'd been happier. "You sure you want to go to your apartment?" Asher asked me an hour later from the driver's seat of his car. We'd finished the hike and were on the road again. Normally, we'd go back to his place, but tonight I wanted him to see just how much he meant to me, not his mansion and private chef and all the perks of being wealthy. "Absolutely," I said, "unless you don't want to spend the night with me." He flashed me a look that screamed, "Don't be ridiculous." "Good," I said as he drove toward my high-rise. "We'll order takeout, and you can sleep in a normal-size bed. Live like the other half does for a night." Asher laughed. "You act like I was born with money," he said. "Fact check. I wasn't." I rolled my eyes as he parked outside my complex. Yeah, I said. "It's easy to forget." I tugged him through the lobby, into the elevator, and then finally hauled him inside my place. Asher's eyes scanned the small space, noting the piles of books scattered in any given area around the apartment, the dishes in my sink, and the array of pink Post-it notes stuck all along the walls near my desk. "You breathing okay?" I teased as I kicked off my shoes. "I know it's not pristine and orderly." "It's you," he said, smiling at me. "I like it." My heart expanded, and I reached for the hem of my shirt, hauling it over my head. His eyes flared as I dropped my pants, too, leaving me in nothing but my panties and sports bra. "Want to shower with me?" I asked. "Hell yes," he said, tugging his shirt over his head as I spun around, walking into my bedroom and the connecting bathroom. "I have to warn you," I said as he followed me into the bathroom in nothing more than his boxer briefs. "It's not as big as yours." "Nothing is as big as mine," he said, and I laughed as I turned on the hot water. Once it was steaming, I shed the rest of my clothes, and we stepped inside the small space. It wasn't cramped, but we certainly didn't have our own benches to go to like in his shower. We both stood near my lone shower head, taking turns under the hot stream of water. Asher grabbed my body wash and lathered up his hands before working on my body, and I did the same for him. Each pass of his soapy hands had warm shivers dancing across my skin, but we took our time, savoring each other. Once we were rinsed, I grinned up at him. "How bad do you hate this?" I teased, wringing out my hair. "I don't," he said, wrapping his arms around me and drawing our bodies flush. I sighed happily at the feel of his slick skin against mine, his muscles hard against everywhere I was soft. But I let that hang there, knowing he had a but. He shrugged, leaning down to kiss me before answering. "This is just a little too small for what I want to do to you." Heat licked up my spine at his words, my heart soaring. "Say no more," I said, shutting off the water and grabbing our towels. I hurried to dry off, reaching for a fresh set of clothes in my bedroom. "Don't bother getting dressed," Asher said, a wolfish grin on his lips as he tossed his towel in the bathroom. He stalked over to me, taking the towel out of my hands and throwing it in the bathroom too. I motioned to my queen-sized bed. "Is that big enough for what you want to do to me?" "It'll do," he said, sliding his hands along my body as he guided me back to the bed until the backs of my knees hit it. I fell atop it, scooting back as he climbed on the mattress, stalking me until he was on his knees above me. He reached for me, but I shifted, surprising him by sitting up and taking his cock in my mouth in one movement that made him hiss. "Fuck," he growled as I took him all the way into my mouth, savoring the warmth of him as I flicked my tongue over his head. "Daisy." I bobbed up and down, swirling my tongue along his hard cock, shifting my pace from slow to fast and back again, relishing the way his fingers tightened in my hair as I devoured him. Gently, he pulled me back enough that his cock slipped out of my mouth with a little popping sound that made him shudder. "You're going to ruin all my fun," he chided, then nudged me back on the bed and leaned over me. "I was having fun," I argued, but he sighed contently as he planted kisses along my jawline, down my neck, and over my breasts. I bowed off the bed, arching into each kiss as he worked his way lower, his hands roaming everywhere his mouth touched. His lips grazed over my hips, then down my thigh in long, languid caresses that had chills racing along my skin. Slow and tender, he left no inch of me untouched, except for the place I needed him most. But I was content to wait for him forever, because he was worth every ounce of tension and need burning inside me. Asher's fingers were teasing as he explored my body, taking his time as he made sure he worked me into a panting mess. And just when I thought I couldn't take another second of his delicious torture, he parted my thighs and dipped his head between them, sliding his tongue through my heat in one long stroke that had me bowing off the bed. He shifted, gently putting one of my legs over his shoulder, and lapped at me again, the sensation like a lick of flame down the center of me. An ache wrenched in my core as he continued to taste me, alternating between long laps and sweet sucks. "Asher," I groaned as he increased his pace. He murmured against me, plunging his tongue inside me faster, and slid his hands beneath my ass, lifting me so he could eat me at a better angle. The possessive move had every already firing nerve ending lighting up like a lightning storm, and when he placed his lips over that small bundle of nerves and sucked, I lost it completely. My thighs clenched as I came, my entire body shaking from the force of it. Sparks of electricity danced over my skin, making my muscles tremble and my head spin as he continued to lap at me as I came down. Asher grinned up at me when he settled me on the bed, rising up on his knees and rolling a condom on before he reached above me for a pillow. "Ass up," he demanded, and I immediately obeyed. He slid the pillow beneath me, wasting no time to situate himself between my thighs. Tell me if it's too much, he said, sliding his cock inside me where his mouth had just made me slick for him. I groaned at the feel of him sinking into the hilt, the way he filled me so much I could hardly breathe or think around it. From this angle, he hit that spot deep inside me with each slow thrust, and since I was already oversensitive, it had me riding that edge faster than ever. I reached up and drew his face to mine, kissing him between my moans. I wrapped my legs around his hips, urging him deeper with each time he pumped inside me. "You feel so good," I managed to say, my mind whirling like a sparkling fog swirled around me, the kind created by bliss and sustained by pleasure that Asher freaking Silas owned every inch of. "I love how you look beneath me," he said, rising up just enough to trail his gaze down my body to where we were joined. His eyes blazed as he watched himself fuck me. Then he returned to me, kissing me fast before he rose up on his knees, gripping the backs of mine. I gasped as he pistoned his hips, driving inside me harder and deeper, the angle leaving me powerless and completely at his mercy. And I fucking loved it. I clutched one of his muscled forearms with one hand and trailed my free one over my breast, rubbing it because it just felt too damn good not to. "Fuck, Daisy," Asher said, pumping into me as he watched me. I met his gaze, loving how hazed it was, loving how he looked above me, all muscle and strength and passion. Loved the way he took control, loving how I could trust him with my body without a hint of doubt. Loved, "Come with me, baby," he said, hardening inside me another degree. He reached between us and rolled his fingers over my clit at the same time he drove into me, shoving me right over that edge. "Asher!" His name left my lips on a shocked breath as my entire body sparked with 1,000 different levels of electricity, each delicious crackle settling deep into my soul and sending me spiraling in the best possible way. Asher groaned, pounding into me as he found his release, before he knelt over me, settling his head against my chest, our breathing matched as we came down. I absently ran my fingers through his hair, content to never move again as his body settled atop mine, one of his arms bracing half his weight so he didn't crush me. After we caught our breath, Asher shifted so we were on our sides, facing each other. He had this vulnerable yet content look on his face that had me smiling. He pushed some of my still wet hair out of my face. "So," he said, "what do you want to eat tonight?" My grin deepened. "I love you," I said. Then my eyes flared wide at the words that had left my tongue. Asher went wholly still, almost as if he was afraid if he moved, it would be an acknowledgement of what I'd just confessed. But I couldn't take it back now. I couldn't cheapen it by saying it was a mistake, because I knew in my heart it wasn't. So I shrugged and looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry," I said. "Sorry because you didn't mean it?" he asked, his voice a whisper between us. "No," I admitted. "I'm sorry I let it slip. I know it's fast, Asher. I've told myself 100 times it's too fast, and we've even talked about how on paper we shouldn't work. You're one type, and I'm a totally different one. But I won't lie to you." I wet my lips, taking a deep breath. "I love you." A smile shaped his lips as he tugged me closer, kissing me and hooking my leg around his hip. "I love you too," he said between my lips. I pulled back just an inch. "Really?" I know it's fast, too, he said, but I can't help loving you, Daisy. You've turned my world upside down in the best way. My heart expanded in my chest so much I could barely hold back a squeal. Luckily, Asher kissed me, saving me that embarrassment. Love. I was in love with Asher freaking Silas. And by some miracle, he loved me back. How in the hell did I ever get so lucky?
13. Asher. The water was unpleasantly cold this time of year off the coast of Cabo, but it was the best place for shark diving in early November, so here we were, all decked out in cold weather scuba gear, surrounded by a cage as we were lowered into the Pacific Ocean. This was one challenge I wish Daisy had sat out, but naturally she was scuba certified. She said it had been for a book research. I swore the woman was scared of absolutely nothing. It was all well and good until the guy threw out some chum into the water. Then I nearly forgot to breathe through my mouth as the sharks swam up, their massive jaws opening the closer they got to us. I'd always been a predator in the business world, the biggest dick at the proverbial table. With those teeth? Fuck that. I looped my arm around Daisy's waist and backed away from the edge of the cage, careful to put her smack in the middle, the safest place. The other guys had a problem, and Doyle apparently did, considering the air bubbles frantically exploding from his mouth as he let out a warbled scream. They could fuck themselves. Ethan, Crossland, and even Weston backed away from the massive sharks and their beady eyes. But Gareth? That motherfucker stood against the steel cage, his arms folded across his chest like he wasn't impressed, his breathing deep and even. Daisy's eyes met mine through our diving mask, but she didn't seem scared. There was a flash of excitement before she ripped her gaze away, her head turning left then right, watching every shark as they swam by, her eyebrows rising as one butted up against the cage. Fine, it was exhilarating, but I'd finally realized the one line I wouldn't cross when it came to these challenges, the one thing that would have me offering up an empty chip. Daisy's safety. Logically, I knew we were fine. Our hands and feet were inside the cage. It was reinforced steel and not going anywhere. But emotionally, those were fucking sharks just feet away from my girlfriend, swishing their tails and opening their life-ending mouths. This was the woman I loved. The first woman I'd ever loved. The only woman I was going to love. I eyed one shark straight on and fucking dared him to try and breach the cage. I'd beat him to death with my own hands if he got too close to her. Then again, that was easy to say from behind a cage, but still, my bare fucking hands. You guys are something else, Doyle said a couple hours later, once we'd made it through our first 2 hands of the game. Shark diving? He rubbed his thinning hair. Never thought I'd ever do something like that. That's the point, Ethan said with a predatory smile. He made his dislike of Doyle pretty fucking obvious. To get in the water with the very things trying to kill you and tell them to fuck off. Doyle scoffed and rearranged his cards. Well, 2 of them. I'd already picked up an apartment in Tokyo and lost a guest appearance at whatever fundraiser Gareth was throwing next. But I didn't care, because I had Daisy in my lap, sipping on a glass of champagne as she peeked at my cards. Stop wiggling your ass like that or we're not going to make it through this hand, I warned her in a whisper, nipping at her earlobe. I can't concentrate with you rubbing up against my cock. I'd hate to distract you, she whispered back with a smile as Doyle laid the 4th card on the board, giving me a straight. So, what's the most valuable chip you guys have ever seen at this table? Doyle asked. We all shared a glance, and Gareth settled deeper into his chair. A favor, Weston answered, throwing his bid in. Guess we were on a property streak this go-around since I'd put up my beach house in Amalfi, and he'd just tossed in a house in Scotland I hadn't even known he owned. What kind of favor? Doyle asked, his beady little eyes glancing at Daisy. Seemed like we'd jumped out of the shark cage but brought one of the predatory fuckers with us. The kind where you get to call in whatever you need whenever you need it, I said. Daisy kissed me on the cheek and slid off my lap, heading toward the couch where Bryn was currently lounging behind me. Doyle's brow shot up and a shrewd look came over his face as he glanced around the table, skipping over Gareth. It's only happened once or twice. Ethan tossed in his bid. Asher got one from me, Weston chimed in, which resulted in myself and a lot of my players showing up at a charity date auction. Hey, that charity date auction was the best thing that ever happened to your quarterback, I countered with a tight smile.
Shit. I missed being able to relax, but Doyle had every sense on alert.
True. Weston grinned as Doyle tossed in another bid.
So if Harper ever marries Nathan, would that make Nixon your brother-in-law?
It would make him my sister's brother-in-law, if that ever happened, but not mine.
You'd trust each other with a blank favor?
Doyle asked, his brow puckering.
Yep,
Crossland answered.
That has to be honored?
Doyle got a calculating look in his eyes.
Well, yeah.
Weston nodded.
We keep our word, otherwise this all has no meaning. We bid a house and lose it, then we have to sign it over. We bet an action or take a dare, we fulfill it. Besides, it's not like any of us over here are calling up someone to bury a body.
I scoffed. There was that time you made Crossland break up with your girlfriend for you, I reminded him.
That was more like taking a bullet.
Cross smirked.
And what happens if you don't honor it, Chip?
Doyle asked.
We kill you.
Gareth deadpanned. Every head turned toward him.
He's kidding,
Weston quickly said, shooting at Gareth a WTF look. Gareth rolled his eyes. The hand went on, and Crossland raked in the chips, beating my straight with his flush, but there was no disguising the side-eye Ethan gave Doyle every time the asshole opened his mouth.
You guys ever put players on the table?
Doyle asked.
I keep trying to get Asher to give me Briggs back so I can see a little more of my sister.
Crossland answered sarcastically, throwing in the blind.
Never.
You let him go. I snapped him up. I shrugged.
Alas, we're just not up for treating people like commodities around here.
Ethan snapped.
You got a problem with me, Berkeley?
Doyle countered, his tone sharpening.
I don't know you well enough to have a fucking problem with you, Ethan retorted. Do I have an absolute problem with you asking if we bet our players like the pieces of property? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Doyle turned tomato red.
It was just a goddamn question.
Serenity stood from her seat behind her father and walked around the table to join the other girls on the couch. My stomach pitched as I wondered if she had practiced putting herself out of reach when her father's temper spiked. It hadn't escaped my notice that her hair was pinned up this game, but was that to avoid any mishaps like she'd had with Gareth the last game? Or pure coincidence? Then my eyes flared as I noticed Gareth, noticing. His eyes tracked Serenity's movements, then darted back to Doyle and his bodyguards. There was history there, but I didn't know the extent of it. None of us really knew the extent of, well, anything when it came to Gareth. Honestly, for the purposes of the FBI ever showing up, the less I knew about Gareth's mafia ties, the better. Same went for Doyle, too.
You throw companies around like it's no big deal?
Doyle continued. We trust each other well enough to know who needs a certain division for an upcoming project, I said calmly, hoping to diffuse the situation. And we've never, not once, made a bet that got someone fired or resulted in a restructure that fucked with our employees.
We just don't trust you,
Ethan grumbled.
We've been playing together for years, Doyle.
Weston quickly added,
Sorry to say it, but you're the new kid at the table.
He arched a brow at Ethan.
And Ethan's never quick to trust.
Ethan was an exceptionally good judge of character, even better than me. But I wasn't about to throw fuel onto that fire.
Or maybe Ethan just knows your history,
Gareth said, his voice low and pretty fucking menacing. I glanced at Weston. This shit was getting out of hand.
As opposed to yours, Doyle sneered. I know exactly who you are, Maxfield. Covering up the tats in your arm isn't going to change who your family is. And playing with us doesn't mean we accept you in our circle. Gareth snarled. You bet your way into that seat fair and square because Weston is a reckless motherfucker, so we let you sit there. But don't for 1 second think that any of us are too happy about it. And I know exactly who you are, too. He shoved his sleeves up, revealing sleeves of tattoos. Holy fucking tension. You guys want to call it? I offered. Nope, Gareth answered. We're playing. Cross and I threw in the blinds. So, not to change the subject. Doyle cleared his throat and rolled his shoulders. Silas, is there any chance of me stealing Miles Newsom away from you? Fair and square, that is, not in the game. I doubt it. I forced a smile. His contract is pretty ironclad, and he knows I'll beat out any other offer. Weston and Ethan threw in their cash. I would guess so, seeing as your Reapers took the cup last year. Doyle added his money, too. The new general manager might shake things up for you guys up there. Cross added in as the bets continued. It was no secret that the expansion team in Bangor was one of the worst decisions the NHL had ever made. The town was too small to support a major team like that, and Doyle hadn't exactly dropped the kind of money into the program that I had when I'd built the Reapers. Sterling, one of my goalies, hadn't minded his time up there, but he'd said the atmosphere had changed once Doyle bought the team a few years ago. A new roster might shake things up, Doyle muttered. I swear, Patterson, the guy I have in the front office, is running the team into the fucking ground. You handed him the shovel. Gareth grunted. That's the thing about owning a team. Your players and staff deserve the credit, but when it's time to place the blame, it's ours. We're where the buck stops, I agreed. You guys are a tough fucking bunch to win over, you know that? Doyle said, a smile curving his lips. We wouldn't have it any other way, Ethan replied, his answering smile tight and his eyes cold. I leaned over to Weston. No more Ducati races, asshole. He nodded. No, I whispered into the phone, making my way to the front of the bookstore. That's not going to work. I already told you the price point is too high. So what do you want me to tell Mr. Hammersmith? Julie Gladstone, my newest personal assistant, asked, pure panic rising in her voice. You tell him that we're going to have to get the price point down to the figure we discussed, and if they can't do it, we'll go with another manufacturer. This is what I got for taking my lunch hour off to spend some time with Daisy. Shh! One of the booksellers glared at me. Sorry, I whispered, pushing my way out the door and into the mid-November air. Look, Mrs. Gladstone, I know it's your first week. Why don't you ask Ellen Parker to catch you up to speed? Mrs. Donaldson has the proposed figures on her desk, and if it's a phone call you don't feel comfortable making, then I'll be back in the office in about 20 minutes. She thanked me profusely and hung up. The problem with having an amazing team of personal assistants was that they eventually outgrew their jobs and moved on, forcing me to train new ones, and the learning curve was a bitch. My phone rang and I answered without looking. Did you get the figures? Well, no. My mother's voice came through the phone. But I did just book a flight for your father and I to come to Charleston. I blinked. Mom? A flight? Why? Thanksgiving, dear. It's in a couple of weeks. I know it's in a couple of weeks. I yanked at my tie, loosening it an inch. I mean, why would you book a flight? I can just send the jet. You're not wasting your company's jet on us. Commercial is just fine for Dad and me, Mom said. I thought it would be nice to come see you in Harper. Thanksgiving. Here, in Charleston. My stomach hit the floor and my eyes darted to the bookstore window where I saw Daisy browsing for books. You don't think Anne and Clark will miss you? Your sister will be just fine with her husband and Allie. Mom, I'm sure Harper and Nathan will be ecstatic to have you, and I can't wait to see you, but I already have plans for Thanksgiving dinner with Daisy's family. Perfect. We'll combine it into one happy gathering. I can't wait to meet this woman you're so completely besotted with. No one says besotted, Mom. Well, if she's snagged your complete attention, then she's definitely worth meeting.
She's absolutely worth meeting. I just didn't want Mom to scare her off. I wasn't sure how Nathan had managed to survive the first encounter with my parents.
Now, didn't you say that she's a writer?
I did.
Funny, but I went to our local chain store to see if I could pick up a few of her books. You know, it would be absolutely rude to meet her and not have read her books. Oh, did I tell you that Annie just published another book on the psychology of baby wearing? It's really quite fascinating.
I already purchased a copy, though. Not sure why academic texts are so damn expensive. Her students are probably cursing her for updating the old one.
Anyway, I went to grab a few of Daisy's books, and I couldn't find any. You said her name was Lewis? Does she have a pen name or something?
That's her name. I think if you want to order her books, you have to do it online.
Oh, I see. So she's not in bookstores?
Nope. I rubbed the bridge of my nose.
Well, I can't wait to meet her. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
She hung up before I could tell her what a horrible idea that was. And I didn't miss the way she said complete attention. She still thought Daisy was a distraction. I walked back into the store, shoving my phone into my jacket pocket and searching for Daisy in the romance section. She had 6 books piled high and was contemplating a 7th.
Business?
She asked without looking out from the back of the book she held.
Yes and no, I whispered. My parents are coming for Thanksgiving. Really? That'll be great. The more the merrier,
she said, adding the 7th to the pile and dipping low to take a book off the bottom shelf. Fuck, her ass looked good in those yoga pants.
Let me hold those.
I took her stack. My family is...
I fumbled for words.
They're just weird.
Harper is great, and every family is weird, Asher.
Daisy grabbed another book and stood, moving to the next display case.
They're just weird in their own little ways.
Yeah, well, mine is weird, and let's break out the whiteboard and find the problem in the quadratic equation over dinner kind of weird. I cringed. There was a reason I didn't bring a lot of friends home when I was younger.
Huh. Well, mine is more a break out the whiteboard for Pictionary weird, but we'll make it work.
Her fingers trailed over the L section, right where her books would be if they'd been shelved there.
Every once in a while, I just get this little pang right here.
She rubbed her hand over her heart.
It would be so much fun to see one of my books in a store, you know, to sign it and tuck it back away as a surprise for a reader.
She shrugged and moved on to the next case. I stared at the section where her books should be. How hard would it be to make a few calls? How happy would Daisy be to see her books in a store? The idea that had taken root a few weeks ago took firmer hold. With Daisy, I couldn't help but feel like I had everything I wanted, or was at least on the path to it. Were we polar opposites? Absolutely, but everything about her was refreshing. She looked at the world differently, offered me a new perspective on every situation I presented her with. Didn't she deserve to get everything she wanted to? And if I could help her with it, then even better. We made our way up to the cashier and presented my card.
I can afford to buy my own books, you know,
Daisy said, bumping my hip with hers. It makes me happy to make you happy, I countered, paying for the stack. Besides, I'm the one who crashed your book buying time.
I'm just happy you called.
She leaned up and brushed a soft kiss across my face. Fuck, I love this woman. That right there was the reason I'd called her 40 minutes ago and asked where she was. My day at work had gone to shit, and I'd known that just a couple of minutes with her would set my world to rights. The attendant bagged the books, and we headed back out into the sunshine holding hands.
Oh my God! Asher Silas, is that you?
Daisy and I turned on the sidewalk, and I blinked. Carolyn? Holy shit, that was my ex standing in front of us, dressed head to toe in a couture suit I only recognized because it was Bristol McLaren's brand.
It is you!
Caroline lifted her Chanel sunglasses to the top of her head and gave me the practiced, polished smile I hadn't really missed. She leaned in for a hug, and I was forced to drop Daisy's hand to give her a quick, polite squeeze since I had the books in my other hand. Daisy, love, this is Caroline Woodsinger. I introduced the two. We dated a few years ago. Caroline, this is my girlfriend, Daisy Lewis. Caroline's gaze swept down Daisy's figure, lingering on her curls, her hoodie that proclaimed she was a reader, and her black yoga pants before offering her hand.
It's lovely to meet you. You too?
Daisy shook her hand, offering a genuine smile. Damn, my girl was classy.
I'm so surprised to see you out of the office in the middle of the day.
Caroline wrinkled her nose toward Daisy.
Usually this one is behind his desk from the time the sun comes up until it goes down. Oh, I know,
Daisy countered, and I laced my fingers through hers.
I'm trying to get him to loosen up a bit.
Caroline blinked.
Asher, loosen up?
She laughed.
That would be something to see.
What are you doing in Charleston? I asked her, more than ready for this exchange to be over. I only had a few more minutes before I was needed back in the office, and I wanted to spend them alone with Daisy.
Oh, I had a meeting with Bristol McLaren. You know, she moved her company all the way down here to Charleston. It's ridiculously inconvenient, but her designs are worth it. We're trying to get her line into one of our retailers.
She's married to one of the players, I said. As far as I know, they're both very happy down here, though Cross is always trying to get Briggs back to Calgary.
You boys and your hockey teams, she teased. Tell me, you're coming up to New York over Christmas, right? I know you had a hand in that new exhibit at the Met.
If it fits with my schedule. It wasn't going to.
Naturally. Well, let me know when you're in town. We finally secured the new office space for the company, and I'd love to have you swing by and give me your opinion on a few mergers we're toying with.
Happy to, I said with a forced smile.
Nice to meet you,
she said to Daisy, then leaned up and kissed my cheek.
Always a pleasure, Asher.
She continued down the sidewalk toward where I knew Bristol had built her headquarters, and I walked Daisy to her car.
You dated her?
Daisy's eyebrows rose as she hit the unlock button, taking the bag of books from me. I did, for about 6 weeks. She put the bag in the passenger seat of her car, then closed the door, leaning back against it.
She's very put together.
She is. I shrugged and moved in, bracing my weight on the frame of the car and caging her between my arms.
She's so different from me.
Worry creased her brow.
I mean, if I'd known you were going to call, I would have thrown on one of those dresses that drives you wild.
I kissed her quiet, sinking into her mouth with a deft stroke of my tongue. My pulse leapt just like it did every time I got my mouth on her. I fucking love your ass in yoga pants, I assured her. And wait, you know those little retro dresses make me crazy? She smiled, slow and sexy.
Oh yeah, I may have bought out every retro shop within 50 miles to be sure I kept your attention.
Her fingers trailed the lapels of my suit, then wrapped around my tie. You have my total, complete attention. I ignored the buzzing on my phone and stole another kiss, taking my time as I pressed my body against hers. So soft. She was so damn soft and fit against me like she'd been made for that exact reason. She broke the kiss and stared up at me.
Is your mother going to expect me to be like her, Caroline? All polished and put together?
No. I shook my head and my phone buzzed again. And I'm not going to lie, Thanksgiving has the potential to be awkward as hell, but we'll make it work.
That's what happens when opposites attract, she teased. Things get awkward. Someone wants you, Ash,
she said, poking my vibrating pocket. Someone always wants me, but I'm with you, and that's the only place I want to be right now. I tangled one hand in her hair and then kissed the hell out of her so she'd know I meant it. She melted against me, and I deepened the kiss, not caring that we were in the middle of a parking lot in full view of anyone walking by. Right here was where I could breathe, where nothing else mattered but Daisy and how much I loved her.
You're going to be late getting back to work,
Daisy said against my mouth. You could always come back to the office with me and we could reenact that scene, I suggested, nipping her ear.
I have work to do, she laughed. You have work to do. I'll see you tonight, though, she asked. Unless you want to take me up on that offer to whisk you away to Key West for a weekend, she teased.
Tonight. I kissed her again. I guess that will have to tide me over. I love you. It was always like this lately, stinking tidbits of time with each other, waiting until we could spend our nights together. Even then, she was at her keyboard half the time, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be wherever she was.
I love you too,
she promised. That's all that matters. Who cared if we were polar opposites? As long as we made each other happy, then we could only be stronger for our differences. As long as she didn't run screaming once she met the rest of my family.
14. Daisy. "You look nervous," Asher said as we watched his parents' car drive through the gates to his home. My mother was already in the kitchen, probably getting in James's way, but I could hear them both laughing, so at least she wasn't annoying him. She was used to cooking, but had been super chill when I'd told her Thanksgiving was one of James's favorite days to work. "Daisy," Asher urged me. I couldn't even muster up a white lie. Who wouldn't be nervous? "I wasn't nervous to meet your mother," he said, motioning behind him to the hallway that led to the kitchen. We stood on Asher's front porch, the door wide open behind us. "I adore her." I huffed a laugh. Everyone loves my mom. She was a hippie through and through, artistic, laid back, and always chasing joy. She was easy to love and accepted everyone for who they were, which meant she'd treated Asher just like she'd treat everyone else, not like a billionaire who was dating her daughter. Of course he'd loved her. "And you met her in her RV," I said. We'd had a small lunch together yesterday, since my mom had timed her constant travels to sync up with Thanksgiving in Charleston. "Not a mansion." Asher had looked so damn big sitting at her little table in the RV as we munched on turkey sandwiches, but there had been laughter and stories and fun, so it gave me hope for today. Maybe his parents would be the same. Easy. Asher slid his arm around my hip, tucking me close to him as he looked down at me. "Since when are you ever intimidated?" He arched a brow at me. "You didn't even blink when you were surrounded by sharks." I blew out a breath. "That was different. This is your parents and your family. I didn't need the sharks' approval to date their son." "You don't need anyone's approval. And you love Harper. My parents—" His voice trailed off, but he shrugged. "If you're that uncomfortable, we can go anywhere you want. Let them have Thanksgiving by themselves," he teased. I laughed. "No, I don't want to be anywhere else," I said, waving him off. I haven't met anyone's parents in a really long time." Asher grabbed my hand and pulled it up to his mouth, planting a kiss on the back of it. "They'll love you," he said. "You're amazing." Well, if that wasn't the best pep talk ever. "Okay," I said, but couldn't fully shake off the self-consciousness as his parents got out of their car and headed up the stairs to us. "Mom, Dad," Asher said, not moving to hug them. He'd warned me they weren't big huggers, unlike my mom, who hugged everyone. "How was your flight?" "Just fine, thank you," his mother said, shifting the small overnight bag on her shoulder. "Told you we didn't need to waste the company jet of yours." The sleek pastel pantsuit Asher's mom wore didn't even look wrinkled, and she didn't have a hair out of place. Suddenly, my hunter green 50s dress felt like the absolute wrong choice for this meeting. I'd grappled with the choice all night, torn between this one, which was the more modest of the choices, or a pair of plain black slacks and a silk blouse. But when it came down to it, I didn't feel like myself in the slacks, so I'd opted for the dress. "It was crowded," Asher's dad said, but smiled at his son. Asher turned to me. "This is Daisy," he said, then glanced back to his parents. "Daisy, these are my parents, Stuart and Carla." "Nice to meet you," I said, offering my hand for a shake. It felt awkward as hell shaking their hands and not embracing them with a hug, but I managed to keep the smile on my face. A squeal sounded behind me, and I clenched my eyes shut for a second. My mom would bombard us in 3, 2... You must be Asher's parents! My mom came barreling down the hallway and out the front door, throwing her arms around his dad first. You're Stuart, she said, releasing him. And you must be Carla. Asher is the sweetest man. He's told me all about you, too. She wrapped Carla in a hug that I swore made her eyes pop from her head. I grabbed my mom's arm, tugging her back to me. This is my mom, I said by way of explanation, but there was no wiping the looks of shock and something else off of Asher's parents' faces. Hi, Daisy, Harper called from behind her parents, Nathan Noble following behind her in the best timing ever. Harper, I said, sighing slightly at the familiar, friendly face. Come here, I said, motioning inside. I want you to meet my mother. I dragged them both inside, my chest loosening a little with each step I got away from his parents. I was never one to judge a book by its cover, but it was sort of hard not to when the cover was staring at you like you were aliens from another planet. After a couple hours where Asher's parents were scarcely seen, exploring his estate, Asher had said, we finally all sat down to dinner. James, you've outdone yourself, my mother called after we'd all filled our plates and taken a few bites. Asher smiled at my mother's outburst, but Carla, she was not amused. James already left for the day, Asher whispered to my mother, who sat on his other side, his parents seated across from us, and Nathan and Harper at the end on the other side of me. Oh, my mom said, shrugging as she took another huge bite. Still, amazing. I nodded my agreement, focusing on my food like it was a lifeline. I couldn't shake the weight of Asher's parents' quizzical looks my way, or the way they ate like it was a ballet dance instead of digging in like we were. So, Daisy, Asher's mother said after a few minutes, remind me again what it is you do. She knew what I did. Asher had told her a few times. I do a lot of things, I said, opting for a joke, including your son. I tried not to laugh at my own internal monologue, which was super easy once I realized no one at the table was laughing except for a slight chuckle from my mom. I glanced around, noting Asher's mother wasn't getting the humor. Daisy is an awesome author. Harper hurried to fill the silence, and I flashed her a grin. Oh, that's right, Asher's mother said, moving things around on her plate with her fork. What kind of books have you published? Educational? Nonfiction? My daughter Anne has several accredited textbooks out right now. Asher smoothed his hand over my thigh under the table. Fiction, I said. I'm a romance novelist. Stuart's brows raised before he focused on his plate again. Oh, yes, Carla said, pausing with a bite on the way to her mouth. Asher mentioned that. And you do this as a hobby? I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. I'd heard that kind of question 1,000,000 times before, but coming from my current boyfriend's mom, I opted for taking a breath before responding. No, it's my career, I said, and his mother laughed, then quickly stopped when she realized I wasn't joking. I've binge-read like 9 of her books, Harper said, doing her best to break the mounting tension. They're amazing. I flashed her a warm smile and a silent thank you. I'm sure they're very entertaining, Carla said. Daisy has always been writing stories, my mom chimed in, even before she could write. She looked at me with shining eyes. I'm so proud of the author she's become. I gave her a silent thank you, too. "How's the formula going, Dad?" Asher asked, but before his father could answer, Carla cut over him. "Do you find that kind of work fulfilling?" She asked it with a genuine air of curiosity about her, and I quickly realized she wasn't intentionally being condescending. She was completely oblivious to it. "I wouldn't do it if I didn't," I said, trying my best to keep my tone just as calm and respectful as I could. I'd battled complete strangers who tried to cut my career down simply because it had the word romance associated with it, and I sure as hell hoped that wasn't where this conversation was heading. "What publishing house do you work with?" she asked, her features brightening. "I'm a huge fan of the one who puts out the literary works focusing on STEM research." I swallowed hard. I could guess just about how well this was going to go over. "I'm self-published." Carla set down her fork, and Stuart looked up from his plate, flashing a concerned glance between me and Asher. God, you'd think I'd announced that there was a fly in the mashed potatoes. "And you're able to support yourself this way?" she asked. "Mom," Harper chided, "can we pause with the third degree?" "What did your chef put in these potatoes?" Nathan asked, and I warmed to him even more for the attempt to take the spotlight off me. "They're ridiculously good." "Seriously, Mom," Asher said, his tone low. "What?" she asked innocently. "I'm just interested, is all. We've never met a self-published author before." I blew out a breath, hating that I was such a cause of tension at the table, but on the other hand, my personal choice and career shouldn't be such a hot-button topic either. "So are you able to support yourself, dear?" she asked again. "Or is it a struggle every month to make ends meet?" My mom's eyes widened at Carla, but she quickly glanced at me, a silent question if she needed to step up to handle that question. I shook my head at my mom, and then I couldn't help but laugh, like a full-on awkward laugh that had them all gaping at me. "I'm sorry," I said, after I'd reeled it in and cleared my throat. "Yes," I said, "I make a good living, thanks to my readers. You can both rest assured I'm not dating your son for the money, if that's what you're worried about." Nathan snort-laughed on the other side of Harper, who smirked at me, and then her parents. They were not laughing or smiling. They were downright shocked by the words that had left my mouth. And Asher? Well, he just squeezed my thigh in approval. "Do you like the dressing?" Asher asked me, and I scooped up a big bite before nodding. "It's delicious." "That's all mine," Stuart said, a prideful grin on his face. "I sent the recipe to James last week. If we were in Seattle, I would have started it 3 days ago. The trick is making your own broth, too." I sighed, the tension finally broken for the moment, and dug into the food. Asher's mom remained silent for most of the rest of the dinner, but once dessert was cleared and we were all drinking coffee, she focused on Asher. "I haven't heard a peep about the safety line becoming available to the public yet, Asher. When can we expect to see that? It would be wonderful to be able to have your niece and her friends outfitted with your and Harper's gear for her future ski trips." "We've hit a few snags with some of the investors," Asher said, adopting his boardroom tone. "Snags?" She shook her head. "You control the owning interest in the company. You can't have snags." "I can," he said, sighing. "It's about distribution and cost. We have to be able to make the product affordable while maintaining our quality standards, and then we have to lower the purchase price while still making a profit." "We're making huge strides in that area," Harper chimed in. "We'll get there. It just takes time." "Time." Asher's mom cut her off, her eyes on Asher, then me, and back again. "Time you seem to be spending with your focus elsewhere." She sighed. "Asher, You and your sister have been blessed with gifts many would kill for. You're not helping the world, sitting up there at Reaper Arena watching some fools play hockey. Mom! Harper snapped. No offense to you, Nathan. You know I adore you. Nathan cleared his throat. None taken, I guess. I glanced at Asher, watching the previous relaxed and confident set to his shoulders shift to that heaviness he carried whenever he felt like he wasn't doing enough. You have a duty to this world, she continued, to use the gifts you were given for the greater good. God, can we have one meal together where this doesn't come up? Asher groaned. Not waste your time with your NHL teams and your resorts and your romance authors. Carla continued like he hadn't even spoken. You're losing perspective. I'm writing a series on billionaires. I cut over her, and I swear the entire table held their breath. I've had to do tons of research, of course, since I'm not a billionaire myself. She narrowed her gaze on me. And you want to know the most surprising thing I've discovered? I asked, and didn't wait for her to respond before I answered. How much someone like Asher distributes his wealth to those in need. He donates to a variety of charities, gives his time to organizations in need, and never stops for a second to think about himself. I can't even tempt him into a weekend trip to the Keys. I looked at him, and he met my gaze, a sadness and understanding churning in his eyes. I can't think of one person I know who does more for the greater good than your son. Asher's mom smiled at me, but it was in more of an, oh, honey, way than a genuine way. That's nice, dear, she said. But you don't know my son the way I do, and you never will. You may make a good living with your books, but they aren't changing the world, now are they? And that's what this family does, strives for. Anything less is just less. I'll have you know that hundreds of thousands of readers around the world find an escape through my daughter's work, my mom snapped. People who are struggling with mental health, or hurting, or simply needing a moment of joy outside this wretched world, and her stories give that to them. A lump formed in my throat, but I swallowed around it, smiled, and pushed away from the table. It was really nice meeting you all. I hurried through the house, noting the sound of raised voices the second I cleared the room. I didn't even check to see if Asher followed me. I just had to get out of there. I barreled through the front door, walking down his long graveled drive and following it until I found my favorite cobblestone path that led to Asher's manicured gardens. I knew she meant well, but Asher's mother had hit a nerve, first with her clear dislike of my career choice, and then her taking Asher to task for no reason. Sure, she was suspicious of me for being with her son for his money and was trying to protect him, but that didn't excuse her lack of tact when it came to placing value or no value on what Asher spent his time doing. I sank onto the small wooden bench, looking at flowers under the moonlight, and took a deep breath. Asher had told me his mother had been the one to help him design his vibrant landscape that sprawled across his estate. He'd told me, as children, she'd always tried to give her chaotic kids a safe and tranquil space to retreat to when the demands of the world weighed too heavy. That story made me hear her comments in a new light, one of that of a mother who had somehow raised 3 genius-level children and the pressures that came with that. She wanted them to use their brains for the greater good, but only if she deemed which greater good was worthy. Asher's and my conversation from the other day about wanting children someday raced through my mind and sank like a stone in the pit of my stomach. Because if we somehow made this work and did have children, they'd be given the same treatment by his mother, be held to the same expectations, save the world or be seen as unworthy, and I would never, ever let any children of mine be subjected to anything like that. But I'd also never be the person who forced my partner to choose between his family's way or my way. I'd never want to put Asher in a position like that. I thought you could use a beer, but I can leave if you want to be alone. No, I said, taking a sip. Please sit. Nathan settled next to me on the bench, his large frame eating up a good deal of it. In another moment, one not weighed heavy by the clear unacceptance from Asher's family, I probably would have been freaking out that Nathan Noble was sitting next to me. But right now, I could barely muster anything other than worry in my heart. Asher and his mom are having it out, Nathan explained, sipping from his own beer. Harper, too. I raked a hand through my hair. I never wanted to be a source of argument for his family, I said. Don't say you're sorry. He cut me off. I have a few more years on this family than you, and I can tell you their arguments about what they should and should not be doing or dating are standard. That's exhausting, I said, and Nathan laughed. It is, he agreed, but you get used to it. Learn when to pick your battles, and learn when to simply silently support your person. My heart warmed to him another fraction. Harper is lucky to have you. Nathan shrugged. I'm the lucky one. Even with all this, she's worth it and more. He sighed. Her mom, though. She's tougher on Asher because he's the tech billionaire, and she thinks he could always be doing more. And she's always been worried someone would date him just for his money. She's grilled that into him since before I even came into the picture. I'm not. I know that. He cut me off. Hell, everyone at that table can see that except for his mom. I blew out a breath. I've gotten used to judgment pretty well since becoming a romance author, I said, shaking my head. But that was only part of it in there. The scrutiny she put on Asher. The way she cut him to size for being successful in things she doesn't deem worthy. I don't think I'll ever be able to remain silent while that's happening. I get that, Nathan said. Love is easy most of the time, but there are pockets of difficult that you have to get through. He glanced over his shoulder, back toward Asher's home. Harper's family has always been one of those pockets. We finished our beers, settling into a weighted sort of silence, but it felt good to talk to someone who understood. I better get back in there and check on her, he said after a while. Thanks for the drink, I said, and the talk. It means a lot to me. Nathan stood, looking down at me. Any time, he said. I've been around Asher long enough to know when he's passionate about something, and I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. I gave him a soft smile, and he headed back toward the estate. The sounds of the night wrapped around me, filled with thoughts about how to weather this new obstacle before I realized there was no weathering it. Asher and I had only known each other a few short months, and while I loved him, and I knew he loved me, I suddenly knew how this would end. I'd seen this story before. He'd never choose me after his family reacted the way they had. I was too chaotic, too much of a distraction, too much of a wild card with a profession none of them deemed worthy. New couples never survived that kind of stuff. Another crack fissured in the foundation Asher and I had custom built to stand on. We came from different worlds, and every day we spent together only pointed that out more and more. I didn't know if we'd built our foundation strong enough to withstand the weight that kept crashing down on top of us, and I couldn't help but wonder how much joy I could give Asher before it all, inevitably, came crashing down. My parents just left for their hotel, Asher said as he walked into his bedroom, way past his normal scheduled bedtime. Sorry I missed saying goodbye, I said, only half meaning it. I'd retreated up here not long after my chat with Nathan. I'd been thinking, trying to sort my mind out and not let what happened at dinner come between us. But it was hard. I just needed some space, I said truthfully. I knew the last thing Asher needed was to open up the topic of conversation right after it had happened. I'd still been too heated on the subject, and I always found that if I took a few hours to think and breathe, I could see both sides of the situation better, calmer. Asher slipped off his tie, the tension feeling like a tightrope between us, and I hated the idea of crossing it to get to him. But this was Asher, and there wasn't much I wouldn't do for him. Asher, I said, and he paused, unbuttoning his shirt. His hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd raked his hands through it while I was in my think session up here. I stood on the other side of his bed, unable to take that first step around it to where he stood on the other side. I'm sorry about tonight, I said. You have nothing to be sorry for, he said. My mother was out of line. She's trying to protect you. I cut him off, shrugging. I understand that. I've never been one to care if people accept me or not. I've always lived my life where if you don't like me, no worries, no one is forcing you to. Plus, I rarely ask for anyone's approval. A small smile flashed across his lips. I love that about you. My heart fluttered in my chest, even though it was heavy. I know I'm not what your parents expected or wanted, I said, swallowing hard around the lump in my throat. But Ash, I'm not going to change. I would never ask you to, he said. But I'm not exactly the socialite page's idea of who should be on your arm either. I wear sundresses, retro dresses, or sweats. I own maybe 6 pieces of jewelry, and most of them are bookish themed. I have a 1-bedroom apartment that I can barely keep clean between deadlines, and I think of candy and coffee as their own food groups. I sighed, waving an arm at him. He looked so damn gorgeous, with his first 5 shirt buttons unbuttoned, his tie discarded in his hamper across the room, hazel eyes on me, giving me the floor to speak. And your whole organic perfection. You shouldn't feel judged because of who you're with. And I hated that that was happening, that simply being with me was making his family question his thought process. Asher tilted his head, a muscle in his jaw ticking. I don't give a fuck about what anyone else thinks, he said, his tone low and rough. I raised my brows at the tone, heat sizzling down my spine. Daisy, he said more gently, something serious churning in his eyes. My heart raced, seeing the words climbing in his throat, the declaration he would make just to make me understand how much I meant to him, the promises he would make to ensure I never felt judged again. But I couldn't let him make such promises, because I could see what he couldn't. That we had an expiration date, one where he'd realize how I don't fit into his life, and he didn't fit into mine. And that truth threatened to break my heart. But I shoved that aside until the actual moment we broke. For now, I just wanted to be with him. So I leapt onto the bed, crossing it until I launched into his arms and wrapped my legs around his waist. He caught me effortlessly, holding me against him. I wrapped my arms around his neck, holding his gaze as we were now face to face. Say it again, I whispered against his lips. The part where you don't care what anyone else thinks. I don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks, he growled before slanting his mouth over mine. I sighed between his lips, tangling my fingers in his hair as he shifted us, laying me gently on the bed. He settled between my thighs, never breaking our kiss, like he could somehow erase the entire night with the power of his mouth. He was certainly close. Hearing him say those words, feeling his searing kiss, it was almost enough to make me believe nothing could touch us, break us. And I dove into that delusion, giving myself over wholly to Asher because he'd owned my heart for months now anyway. Asher broke our kiss, rising above me enough to trail his eyes the length of my body. Slowly, he grazed his fingers down my arms until he reached the end of my shirt and gently pulled it over my head. My pants were next, but he left me in my bra and panties, eyes drinking me in as he stood up and finished unbuttoning his shirt, then dropping his pants. I eyed him right back, my entire body reacting to the sight of him, even though I'd seen him like this so many times before. The way his smooth skin stretched over his corded muscles, the way his black boxer briefs did nothing to hide what was hard and aching for me, the way his eyes churned as he looked down at me, all greens and golds. There was something different about the way he was looking at me, something new, a sort of gentleness added to our need for each other, and it threatened to fill my heart so much I wouldn't be able to breathe around it. Asher climbed back on the bed, lowering his mouth to my breasts, teasing me over the lace. He kissed lower, over my stomach and my hips, down my thighs and back up again, raising chills everywhere he went, and making me arch off the bed as he slid his hands everywhere his lips touched too. And then he turned me over so fast I gasped, his lips trailing down my spine before pausing to unclasp my bra. I sat up slightly to slide it off, then gasped again when Asher flicked his tongue between my shoulder blades, working his way down until he'd gripped my panties and slid them down my legs, bearing me to him. He kissed the globes of my ass, his hands grazing over my spine and down, one of them slipping underneath me to tease me between my thighs. I arched upward, giving him better access, and he slipped his fingers through my heat, gliding inside me with ease. "Fuck, Daisy," he groaned, his mouth teasing its way up my spine again. "You're so wet for me, baby." I moaned as he pumped his fingers inside me, the feel of his powerful body behind me driving me wild as he leaned over, his lips at my ear as he teased me. "You do this to me," I managed to say, breathless as he increased his pace. "You're so beautiful," he said, his tongue darting out to tease the shell of my ear. "So responsive. I love it. I love you." He plunged in deeper with those words, curling his fingers in a way that had a white-hot knot tightening inside me. "Asher," I moaned, arching back into that touch, riding his hand. He nudged his knees between my thighs, spreading me wider, causing my breasts to sink against the mattress even more as he took full control. He kissed my back again, his teeth slightly grazing my sensitive skin as he pumped and worked me toward that edge, owning every inch of my body like it was his to command. I rocked into his fingers, chasing that sensation, feeling it right there on the cusp of my being, my muscles clenched as I moved against his hand. "I feel you there," he said in my ear, his warm breath sending delightful shivers over my skin. "Fuck, Daisy. You're so slick. I want to feel you come around my fingers." "God," I said as he curled those fingers, the heel of his palm putting pressure on my clit, sparking that white-hot knot into an explosion that zapped down my spine and across my body. "Asher," I moaned as my orgasm sliced through me, my entire body shaking as it buzzed along every nerve ending. Asher kissed my back again, then gently slid his fingers out of me and turned me onto my back before I could even catch my breath. "Perfection," he said. "You're absolute perfection." He slid off his boxer briefs, rolled a condom on, and parted my thighs with his hands. He lined himself up with my already aching center, the head of his hard cock teasing me through my wetness. He hovered above me, gliding his thick length through my slickness, slow and brazen, his eyes lighting up whenever he wrenched a moan from my lips, or I arched off the bed, trying to get more of him. A slow, sensual grin shaped his lips as he looked down at me, watching my every expression as he slid in an inch, then two, until finally he was seated to the hilt. "You feel amazing," I said, rolling my hips upward. Asher shuddered from the move, bracing himself on his elbows, his mouth an inch from mine. "You feel like a dream," he said, pulling out and sliding back in so agonizingly slow, I whimpered. He slanted his mouth over mine, the kiss slow and languid, like he had no intention of rushing any moment of this, regardless of how late in the night it was. It was like we were suspended in this moment of time where no one and nothing stood a chance at tearing us apart. Asher slid one hand beneath my head, lifting me slightly so he could kiss me more deeply, a claiming sort of kiss that I felt in my soul. I rolled my hips again, slowly riding his cock from beneath him, taking control while he focused on my mouth. I gasped between his lips, the slow, steady rhythm winding me into 1,000 strings of crackling electricity on the cusp of igniting. Each long stroke sent sparks along my soul. Each searing kiss stole my breath. Each time our bodies crashed together made my heart race. Asher continued to take his time, slowly raking himself over that spot over and over again until I couldn't remember anything outside of him, outside of what he was doing to me. And when he broke our kiss, just long enough to meet my gaze, sliding home again and grinding against that spot that had me seeing stars, I completely shattered around him. My back bowed off the bed, and he slipped his arm underneath me, holding me in that position as I came, his languid movements increasing with each thrust until he found his release inside me. Slowly, he lowered me back to the bed, reclaiming my mouth. "I love you." I whispered the words between our kiss, and meant it with every ounce of my soul. But my heart was still shaking from what I knew to be true, that sometimes love just wasn't enough, no matter how much I wished it could be.
15. Asher. The ballroom of the swanky hotel practically sparkled with all the gold and silver accents they'd brought in for the New Year's Eve party I was currently hosting, thanks to a chip I'd lost about 6 months ago. No expense had been spared to include hiring live music and the best catering the East Coast had to offer, though I could happily admit that I'd done that just to see Daisy's eyes flutter shut as she practically moaned with each bite. Feeding her was the best part of my day. Well, after making love to her. Plus, I owed it to her after I'd turned down not one but 2 of her requests to run away for the weekend over Christmas. With everything up in the air regarding the safety line, I just couldn't take the time away from the office. I leaned on the brass banister that framed the wide balcony that ran along the side of the room, putting me about 10 feet above the action, just high enough to see everyone on the dance floor. Daisy was currently on the floor with Fiona and their friend Madeline, and her smile told me she was having a great time. The slit in her black dress rode higher on her thigh as she danced, and I clenched the railing with my empty hand, reminding me for the 100th time tonight that I couldn't just steal her away to the penthouse suite and spend the rest of my night between her thighs. I'd nearly torn the silky confection right off her when I'd picked her up tonight and forgotten all about the party. Her hair was up, leaving the smooth column of her neck deliciously bare from my mouth, and the plunging neckline of her dress had me hard just looking at her. I fucking love that I didn't have to plan this, Ethan said, sipping his champagne next to me and leaning over the railing to look at the party. I bet you do, I muttered, nursing my own glass of Dom. I just love that Doyle isn't here, Weston chimed in from my other side. Have I mentioned how much I fucking loathe you for bringing him into our game? Ethan drawled, shooting a glare Weston's way. I know, Weston muttered. He really is a fucking asshole. That's putting it mildly, Gareth said from Weston's left. We have to get rid of him. We all whipped our heads toward Gareth. He tugged at his collar, undoing the bow tie of his Armani tux. What? He looked at us and rolled his eyes. For fuck's sake. I mean, we have to get him out of the game, not kill him. Weston slapped his back. Just needed to make sure, my man. He looked out over the floor. Is that Maddox Porter? His eyes narrowed. Probably. I invited a lot of my team, Ethan answered, following Weston's line of sight. I did the same and then quickly swallowed the rest of my champagne. Where? Gareth asked, scanning the crowd. Dancing with Bryn, Weston accused, white-knuckling his champagne flute. It appears to be him, I agreed. What the fuck is he thinking? Weston shook his head. That she's probably one of the only women he hasn't fucked in here? Ethan said, shaking his head. Swear to God, that guy has more. His hands are on her ass. Weston roared, shoving off the banister and charging for the stairs. Fuck me, Ethan muttered, marching after him. If you put your hands on my star pitcher, I'll pound you into the goddamn ground, Rutherford. They disappeared down the steps. Think we should? I started. Nope, Gareth answered. Should be glad Cross isn't here, because, there's nothing he loves more than to get involved in other people's love lives. Amen to that. I glanced across the crowd and saw Hendrix Malone dancing with his red-headed wife, Savannah. How's Malone working out for you? Fucking phenomenal, Gareth answered. I owe Weston for that one. Best deal I've made. That guy's going to put us in the playoffs this year. He nodded toward the couple dancing closest to them. What about Maxim Zolotov? He's still playing solid after his, last year? He's cured. I shuddered at the memory of Maxim's yips last year. He was our leading scorer, and the second his father had stuck his NHL legend nose into his business and his brother Sterling's, Maxim hadn't been able to shoot for shit. I guess it's something to do with his girlfriend, so long as they're solid, I think we're good. My phone buzzed, and I pulled it from my pocket, my eyebrows raising at the name on the screen. I have to take this. Gareth nodded, and I walked away, swiping to answer the call. 5 minutes later, I was practically bouncing with excitement as I searched out Daisy on the floor. Hi, honey, she said, her grin wide as she wrapped her arms around me. Are you done lording over your empire up there? Is that what you think I was doing? I pulled her into my embrace as the music slowed. Perfect timing. I think you love your players, but you try to keep a professional distance when possible. She slid her hands up into my hair. You aren't wrong there. I glanced to my left and smiled at Axel Nystrom, the captain of my Reapers, as he danced with his wife Langley. Have I told you how beautiful you are tonight? It took every ounce of my self-control, but I kept my hands on her waist and refrained from gripping her delectable ass. You have, she said, her cheeks flushed from the champagne. I leaned in so my mouth was at her ear. And have I told you how I'm going to strip this dress off you when I take you upstairs, then lick every inch of your body until you scream my name when you come? The entire hotel is going to hear you. She melted against me. I'm thinking I'll start with your breasts, then make my way down to that sweet pussy. I tested her earlobe with my teeth. And after you've come once, maybe twice, I want to see those glossy cherry red lips around my cock. Her nails bit into my scalp as she whimpered. And shit, all I'd done with that was make myself harder than the fucking floor. In fact,
maybe I should take you upstairs. You can't leave your own party. She drew back and arched a brow at me. What would people think?
Since when do you care what people think, Daisy Lewis? We swayed to the rhythm of the music as the singer crooned about finding a perfect love.
I care what people think about you,
she countered, her soft brown eyes full of so much love that I couldn't help but kiss her soft and quick. She'd been doing that a lot since Thanksgiving, taking my reputation into account. It was sweet, but it also set my teeth on edge because I knew my mother had gotten under her skin.
I love you.
I rested my forehead against hers as we swayed, hoping it was enough.
I love you,
she whispered. Meeting our families had only shown just how different our lives were, and maybe even exposed some of the issues we might face in a long-term relationship, but I'd always been good at solving problems. In fact, I was in the middle of solving one right now. The song ended, and we headed off the floor toward where Fiona was waving at Daisy.
We were just talking about New Year's resolutions,
Fiona said, firmly tucked under Brogan's arms.
Oh, yeah?
Daisy laced her fingers with mine.
And what's yours? Balance family and work, she answered.
You already do a great job of that. Brogan kissed her temple.
What about you?
Fiona asked him. I want to keep the cup. Fuck yeah, Sterling said from next to him, hoisting his drink in the air. Who thinks we should keep the cup? He shouted. The cup! Half the reapers shouted back from the side of the dance floor, lifting their drinks. I'm all for that, I added with a grin. What's yours? I asked Daisy. She pursed her lips as she thought.
To increase my sales and expand my brand,
she said with a nod. Sounds phenomenal. My heart pounded. She was going to be so fucking excited to see what I'd set up for her.
And you?
She turned into me, her hand sliding up the lapel of my tux.
What kind of resolution does Asher Silas make for the new year?
Besides the one I told you about earlier? My blood heated just thinking about taking her upstairs. I could never get enough of her.
Tell me your resolution and maybe we'll make that other one happen.
Her eyes sparkled and she tugged me closer. I had to think about it. My life was full of plans, calendars, and goals, but there was definitely one that stuck out among the others. To get the safety line out for recreational consumers. She rolled her eyes.
And here I was, hoping you'd try to take more time off.
Speaking of time off, I said to my players and their guests, we'll see you all later. I tugged her away from the crowd, desperate to be alone with her.
Where are we going?
She asked as we made our way around the floor. What are you doing the day after tomorrow? I nodded to friends as we passed, but didn't stop for pleasantries. My dick was already hard, my head barely able to concentrate past the lilac and vanilla scent of her.
Probably writing, she answered. I'm on a really tight deadline. Shouldn't even be here, let alone spending the night with you.
Can you make a meeting? I spotted the elevator and nearly cried with relief. What the fuck was it about Daisy that turned me from a civilized man into a primal, desperate Neanderthal?
A meeting?
Yeah, I've been working on something really big and I need you there. 9 a.m., the day after tomorrow? I stroked my thumb over the back of her hand.
I'm on deadline.
Please, Daisy? I paused just long enough to look in her eyes. She sighed and nodded.
If it means that much to you, yes, I'll be there, 9 a.m.
Good. Now can we get to the best part of the night? I smacked a kiss on her lips, and we continued the final dozen feet to the elevator. We were almost there.
Asher?
She gawked at me as she spotted my target destination.
It's almost midnight. They're about to count down. We can't leave.
We can do whatever we want. I hit the button, and the doors opened. It's my party, remember? I tugged her inside the gilded mirrored elevator, then used the key to hit the button for the penthouse. The doors slid shut, and I walked her into the side of the elevator, pushing my body against her soft curves as we started to rise. Her breath hitched.
Tell me something, love.
Do the heroes in your books ever fuck the loves of their lives in the elevator? I pushed the emergency stop button, and we halted between the first and second floor. There was no annoying buzzer, no blaring alarm, no flashing lights. Turned out money bought privacy, too.
Love of your life, huh?
Her eyes widened as I gripped both her wrists and pushed them above her head, pinning her in place. Answer the question. I worked my way down her throat with my mouth. I wanted diamonds, emeralds, rubies, every precious stone around this neck, but she banned me from buying her expensive gifts.
Elevators are a thing?
She gasped as my hand reached through the slit of her dress to cup the soft, bare skin of her ass. She was wearing a thong and no stockings. My lucky night.
They're a big thing in books? Now you'd better get this thing restarted before someone notices and we get into trouble. I'm sure being caught making out with your girlfriend in the elevator isn't good for your public relations.
You always say I need to be more spontaneous. I dragged my fingers over her pussy. She inhaled sharply. I'm being spontaneous. I pressed my fingers into the lace, rubbing the material against her clit.
I'm just worried for you.
I can't wait to get you upstairs. My voice lowered. Just because I was a scheduled, uptight, by-the-book guy didn't mean I couldn't tell the world to fuck the rules just for her.
Then get me upstairs, Ash,
she whispered, lifting her knee through the slit of her dress and wrapping her ankle around my ass. That's what I'm saying, love. I can't wait. I abandoned her wrist and leaned slightly to the right, reaching for the security camera and flicking the button off. Her jaw dropped.
Hotel security will freak out.
I shook my head and cupped the back of her neck. Not when you own the hotel, love. She gasped, and I took complete advantage, licking into her mouth and kissing her breathless. I poured everything I felt into that kiss. My love, my desire, my need, my hope. Then I dropped to my knees in front of her and dragged her underwear down her legs, my eyes locked with hers the entire time so she could tell me no. She didn't. Her breasts rose and fell in time with her ragged breathing as she stepped onto the black satin scrap of fabric. I shoved it into my pocket, then shifted the slit in her dress so I could taste her. The first lick was better than all the champagne in the world. Such a fucking dream. She was slick and so damn sweet. I worked the flat of my tongue against her clit, and her fingers dug into my hair as her hips rocked against my mouth.
Oh, God,
she moaned, her hips rolling as she chased her pleasure. You're not going to come, I told her, using her dress to pin her hips to the side of the elevator. Not yet. Not until I'm inside you. Then I proceeded to lick and nibble her right to the edge, drawing back every time her body tightened.
Sure.
Everything about you drives me wild, Daisy. Your taste, your scent, your fucking heels strapped around your ankles. I blew lightly on her clit.
Stop torturing me and let me come.
She shivered. I can't make it through a party without needing to fuck you. I can't sit at my desk without imagining you on top of it. I can't think straight unless I've heard from you. I gave her a long, luscious lick. You think this is torture? You consume every single thought. I flicked her clit with every word.
Fuck me,
she begged.
Get up here and fuck me, Asher.
She grabbed the collar of my jacket and yanked. I rose, my fingers sliding through her wet heat, teasing her clit to keep her riding that edge as I kissed her. Fucking my girlfriend in an elevator, with half the business community less than 50 feet away, was the most reckless thing I could possibly do. I should have been out there securing connections and discussing deals, but I just couldn't bring myself to care. Should have, didn't even begin to measure up against needed to. Her fingers fumbled for my zipper and she got my pants undone, freeing my cock as she shoved my pants below my ass.
Now,
she demanded, her legs trembling as I circled her clit with my fingers, giving her that light, steady pressure that kept her right on the edge of coming. Fuck, I muttered. Condom.
I'm on the pill.
She cupped my cheeks, and I damn near fell into those brown eyes.
Now fuck me.
I lifted her, bracing her back against the wall, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. I guided my cock to her entrance and nearly lost it at how fucking hot she felt against the tip. Are you sure? She lowered herself, taking me in those first couple of inches. I drove in the rest of the way with one hard thrust. So hot, so fucking wet, so mine. I punctuated each claim with a thrust, fucking her into the wall of the elevator. Yours, she moaned, throwing her head back as my hips pistoned against hers. 10! We heard the crowd through the elevator doors. I took her harder, driving into her with measured strokes as my heart pounded furiously. I'd never taken anyone bare before, never trusted anyone enough. But Daisy? I wanted everything with her. And if she got pregnant because we'd had a reckless moment, so be it. I'd have a ring on her finger before the test could even turn positive. 9! 8! You're so fucking perfect. I kissed her throat. 7! Give me your mouth, love. I ordered. She did, and I kissed her deep and hard, fucking my tongue into her mouth with the same rhythm as my cock as I drove us to completion. 6! Her legs started to shake and her breaths became choppy and shallow. 5! 4! Each second was another thrust, another glimpse of heaven. 3! I need you to come for me, love. I slid a hand between us and pressed down on her swollen clit. 2! Asher! She moaned as she came, and I kissed her quickly, swallowing the cries as the walls of her pussy gripped me tight, pulling me right over the edge with her. 1! Wave after wave of pleasure rolled through me as I emptied into her. Our tongues twined. We breathed the same air, shared the same body, and it was perfect. Happy New Year! The crowd yelled, and the band played Auld Lang Syne. And I kissed Daisy the whole damn time. My chest swelled with the kind of love I knew wouldn't strike twice. The kind that demanded I recognize just how precious it was and hold on tight. Happy New Year, Asher, she said with a smile against my lips. Happy New Year, love. I kissed her again, then leaned over and hit the button to restart the elevator. We began to rise again. See, we stayed at the party until midnight. Her laughter was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard.
16. Daisy. I just sent it to you, I said into my phone, my mind feeling like it had been run through the garbage disposal. I'd been up writing since 3 a.m. in order to finish my first draft and get it to my editor on time. It's about time, Stephanie, my editor, teased. I heard her clicking on her laptop. Ah, there it is. I'm going to dive in now. You should take the rest of the day off. Get some sleep. That's exactly what I intend. I glanced at the clock and yelped, Shit! What is it? I missed a meeting. I have to go. I quickly hung up the phone and slipped into the closest outfit I had, a pair of yoga pants and a thin white t-shirt, and raced toward my door. Shit, shit, shit! I cursed the entire drive over to Reaper Arena, guilt slicking my insides as I navigated the busy streets. I'd seen Asher's missed calls on my phone when I'd called my editor, but I'd thought he was just checking on me. Instead, he'd been calling to remind me about an important meeting he'd begged me to attend, and thanks to my intense deadline and the zone I'd fallen into, I'd totally, completely forgot. I was such an asshole. But then again, Asher was the business expert. He certainly didn't need me to broker a deal or have a meeting go successfully. Maybe he'd wanted me at this one just for a learning experience. Still not an excuse for me missing it, but maybe I hadn't screwed things up so royally. Since he hadn't answered any of the calls I'd tried to make on the way over, I was highly doubting that. I rushed into the arena and punched the elevator button to take me up to his office. His secretary gave me a super judgy look, likely because of my way too casual for business outfit, not to mention my messy top knot, or the fact that I'd been up for 8 hours writing, and so I had no idea what my face looked like either. I ignored her and hurried into his office, my breath coming in quickened waves as I shut the door behind me. Asher sat behind his desk, the phone to his ear. He immediately jerked a finger upward, signaling me to wait, and it stopped me in my tracks. Shit. He was pissed. My heart cracked a bit more. I hadn't meant to mess up his schedule or his meeting. "I understand," he said into the phone. "Of course. I appreciate it." He hung up the phone, then pushed away from his desk, buttoning his suit jacket as he rounded it. "You're 2 hours late," he chided, and I was taken back by his sharp tone. I took a few steps toward him, but stopped when he leaned against his desk, arms folded over his chest, a clear sign of his irritation. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. "Asher," I said, "I'm so sorry. I was up at 3 to finish this book and hand it in to my editor. I just turned it in. I got caught up in the ending. I haven't even eaten or showered. That's how lost in the world I was." Asher pinched the bridge of his nose. "Did the meeting go okay?" I asked. "I mean, you didn't actually need me for it, right? You haven't before, and—" "The meeting was for you," he said, agitation coloring his tone as he looked at me. I furrowed my brow. "What?" I shook my head. "What do you mean?" "I pushed 3 potential deals to make this meeting happen." He glanced toward the ceiling, sighing before he looked back down at me. "You know how embarrassing it is to call a meeting and then have everyone show up but the person it revolves around?" My lips parted, and I took a small step back, feeling like he'd sucker-punched me. With that one word, he'd dug up every insecurity I'd adapted since officially becoming his girlfriend. The same insecurities that had tripled after meeting his mother. "Embarrassing?" I whispered, but anger was boiling just beneath the surface. Asher shook his head. "I didn't mean it like that." "Sure you did," I said, cutting over him. "Daisy," he said, a warning tone. "Maybe you should have explained the importance of the meaning to me a little bit better," I said. "Would it have made a difference?" I narrowed my gaze at him, anger sweeping into my veins. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I said I was sorry. You think I'd ever intentionally miss something that was important to you?" "No," he said, "but just because you can't keep a schedule doesn't excuse what happened." I gaped at him. "Excuse me?" I shook my head. "Asher, what the hell was so important about this meeting that has you speaking to me like I'm an elderly suit insulting your success? Huh? Because I can tell you right now, I'm not a fucking fan." His eyes widened on me, and he pushed off the desk. "I bought a publishing imprint at one of the big 5. The team flew down from New York to meet you." "Wait, what?" The world froze around me. I wasn't sure I was breathing. "You bought an imprint?" "Yes," he said, pacing the length of his desk. "I bought it for you." I swallowed hard. "Why?" "Why?" He mimicked me. "Because I wanted you to always have a publishing avenue. Because this way you wouldn't have to shoulder all the work yourself. You wanted to expand your market, your brand, and this is how you do that." "I'm going to stop you right there, Asher," I said, holding up a hand, as if I could stop the oncoming crash slamming into my heart. "I told you I love self-publishing. I never asked for your help with going into traditional publishing." "I didn't think you had to," he said, stopping before me. "This way you could have your books in stores. and broaden your market, reach more readers. Have a shot at the New York Times bestsellers list? I said, full-on sarcasm. Yes, exactly. I folded my arms over my chest, my entire heart breaking. Tears gathered behind my eyes. Stores. Lists. That's what this is about, isn't it? He tilted his head, that muscle in his jaw flexing. This was about me trying to give you options. A broken laugh left my lips. Nah. I shook my head. This is about turning me into someone I'm not. This is about shoving me into a world that's just a little more publicly acceptable than where I live now. Because surely, if my books were in stores and airports and had a New York Times bestseller sticker on them, then maybe everyone else in your world would accept me a little easier, make me just a tad easier to swallow. That has nothing to do. Don't ever lie to me, Asher, I snapped. You can't stand there and tell me buying a fucking imprint didn't have anything to do with making me more appealing to the public, to your family. He opened and shut his mouth a few times, his eyes churning as if he hadn't realized that motivator had been there the whole time. Daisy. He let my name hang there as the silence between us was enough to fill an entire ocean. I knew this was going to happen, I said. I've known since Thanksgiving, but I've lied to myself every day since. Over a month, I'd convinced myself we could do this, fight this, beat the odds. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and I swiped them away. I knew it would all come crashing down one way or another. I'd either embarrass you in public, or your family would convince you I'm not your forever kind of woman. And I've been trying so hard not to screw up, not to do the very thing I knew would push you away. I shook my head, my breath stuttering. I'd been walking on eggshells since Thanksgiving, trying to be the best version of myself, and it didn't even matter. It still wasn't good enough. Daisy, that's not true. That's not what's happening. Isn't it? I said, choking on my words. I had a deadline and missed a meeting. I embarrassed you. I must do that every day, since you want to change my career into something more acceptable. The knife in my heart twisted. Well, I can save you a lot of trouble, Asher. I'm never going to be perfect for you. Even if I had 10 New York Times bestseller titles, I'd still be the woman who loses herself in her work, takes last-minute trips, and eats Kit Kats at 9 a.m. instead of organic green juice. I wiped at the tears on my cheeks as Asher stood frozen a few feet away. I'll make this easy on you, Ash, I said, my soul fracturing. Since I know there is real love between us. But sometimes, especially when the outside world's opinion matters so fucking much, it isn't enough. It's over between us. I said the words that did the final breaking in my heart. Daisy, please, let's just talk this out. I backed up toward his office door. There's nothing more to say, I said. I can't be with someone who makes me feel small because I made a mistake. And you can't be with someone who makes you feel embarrassed for just being who they are. I swallowed hard, swinging open his door. I glanced over my shoulder, the devastated look on his face crushing me even more. What right did he have to look that sad when I was clearly the problem in his life? A problem I was removing for him. Everyone thought I wanted you for your money, I said, stomach sinking. And all I really wanted was you. I just wish I could have been good enough. I turned around and shut the door behind me. I made it to my car before I completely crumbled, crying against my steering wheel as I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces.
17. Asher. Aspen fucking sucked. Snowboarding the backcountry via helicopter sucked. Everything fucking sucked. The flames in the outdoor fireplace crackled as I nursed my second glass of bourbon, staring out over the stupid fucking mountains from our stupid fucking private house that stupid fucking Ethan owned on his stupid fucking 100 acres outside the ski town. The sliding glass door to the deck opened and Weston appeared, zipping up his coat as he threw me mine.
Put that shit on before you freeze to death.
I momentarily debated throwing it in the fireplace just to see it burn, but decided the smell would probably be awful once the nylon caught fire, so I did as Weston demanded, shoving my arms through and zipping it up with more force than necessary.
Like a petulant fucking child,
he muttered, falling into the Adirondack chair next to me with his own glass of amber liquid.
You realize you lost an entire publishing house in that game to Crossland, right?
The door opened and shut behind me again. It was just an imprint. I threw back the rest of my bourbon.
Tell me you brought the bottle or get the hell out, Wes.
Damn, Ash. Not sure the deck can withstand the weight of your misery pouring off your sour ass, Ethan said, taking the chair opposite mine.
Don't be a dick.
Weston shook his head at Ethan as the door opened and shut again. For fuck's sake, did everyone have to witness my wallowing? That was what this was, right? Wallowing that I'd lost the love of my life?
He's always a dick,
Cross said, tugging a hat over his ears as he sank into the chair next to mine. Gareth took the only other one in the seating arrangement after handing me the bottle of bourbon I've been working on since 3 p.m. Please tell me Doyle isn't coming out here or I swear I'm jumping off the fucking railing. There was enough snow to cushion the fall. I'd break something, but at least my bones would heal. The empty, aching place that resided in my chest was a whole other thing. That shit was never going to heal. Nope, I think he's taking a nap, Cross said, leaning back in his chair and sipping something out of a travel mug.
What the fuck is up with the air up here anyway?
Weston asked.
This right here, all this snow, this is why I live in North Carolina. I like a little moisture in my air. Oxygen, too. It's too damn cold.
Don't be a pussy, Crossland muttered. It's at least 25 degrees out here.
Not all of us live in Canada,
Wes fired back. I poured myself another glass. I'm going to need way more alcohol if I have to listen to you. Weston lifted his hand to his mouth like he was holding a microphone.
The asshole-ish role of Ethan will be played by Asher Silas tonight.
Fuck off. I took another sip and savored the burn. At least that was something I could feel. The rest of me was dead, and whatever dared to try and live was just angry.
Does this have something to do with why Daisy isn't here?
Cross asked. I took another drink. Read the fucking room, man, Ethan snapped. Taking that as a yes, Crossland muttered.
She left him because he bought her a publishing imprint.
Weston filled him in.
She left him because he blew up at her for missing the meeting.
Gareth added his 2 cents. She left me because she thought I needed perfection and claimed she wasn't it. I corrected them. The door opened and we all turned to see who it was.
I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was out here.
Serenity winced as she saw us, and she tugged her pink hat down over her ears with one hand, holding a book with the other.
I was just looking for a little quiet.
Of course, the book was Daisy's. Fuck my life. The woman was everywhere. It had been a week, and still my bedroom in Charleston smelled like her. I found one of her notepads in my car, the one she used to jot down random things on my way to the airport. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard her laughter, saw her smile, then remembered her tears.
You're fine,
Ethan assured Serenity.
There's a warm spot right over there, if you're looking for a little space.
He pointed toward the end of the covered deck where a standing heater blazed with enough warmth to make the view of the mountains ripple.
Thanks.
She offered a shy smile and walked out.
It's too cold.
Her guard barked, his entire face puckering.
I just really need some air,
she said softly, a pleading look on her face.
And I just really need not to freeze my nuts off. Get your ass back in the house.
He glowered at her. Gareth stood. He was easily 4 inches taller than the guard and had about 50 pounds on him, too. Shit. I'd had way too much to drink for this. And somehow not enough.
Where I'm from, we don't talk to ladies like that.
Gareth growled. Serenity's blue eyes flared wide.
Like I give a shit what anyone does from where you're from.
The guard fired back, his Boston accent thick. Gareth took a step forward.
You know exactly where I'm from, asshole. Now why don't you go inside and relax, and she'll do the same right over there.
The guard glanced down toward the other seating area and back to Gareth.
If something happens to her, it's on me. What the hell is she going to do?
Weston asked.
James Bond her ass over the railing onto a snowmobile and disappear into the 100 acres of nothingness around us? She's not even wearing snow boots.
The muscle in the guard's jaw ticked.
Something happens to her, it's on me,
Gareth declared.
Now give the woman 10 damn minutes to herself.
He walked forward and pulled a couple $100 bills out of his pocket, handing them to the guard.
Our secret.
The guard grunted but took the money and walked back inside.
Thank you,
Serenity said, offering Gareth a flash of a timid smile.
Don't trust your guards. They know exactly who I am and still let me pay them off.
He turned his back on her and headed back to his seat.
And don't pull any of that James Bond shit either. I'm in no mood to run you down on a snowmobile.
He sat back down but angled his seat so he could see the blonde.
Doyle's such an overprotective asshole,
Ethan muttered.
It's not overprotection. He sees her as a commodity and guards her as one.
Gareth commented, leaning back in his seat.
But back to the problem at hand. Ash, are you seriously going to sit around and drink yourself into a stupor because you had a fight with the woman you love? Cosign,
Weston said, leaning forward to warm his gloveless hand by the fire pit. As opposed to what? I fired back. Begging her to be with me when she clearly doesn't want to be? No, thank you.
I mean, did you try telling her that she doesn't have to be perfect?
Weston suggested. I stared at him like he was a fucking idiot. No, I told her she had to shine like a motherfucking diamond in order to get one out of me. What the hell do you think I said to her?
My bad.
He put his hands up like he was under arrest and leaned back. None of you have ever had any successful relationships, I said, pointing my glass at every one of them in turn. Cross, you can't keep it in your pants with one woman. Ethan, your girlfriend split the second they realized that you're pretty much a dick to everyone around you. Gareth, I've never even seen you around a woman.
Just because I don't advertise my liaisons doesn't mean they don't happen.
He arched a brow at me. The fact you just called them liaisons is all I need to know, I countered. And Weston, you're really just fucking blind. So it's not like any of you can give me any realistic, meaningful advice, right? There was a mumble of assent around the fire.
You seriously bought her a publishing imprint?
Wes asked. Yeah, one that Cross now owns. I lifted my glass to him in a salute. Bottom line is that Daisy and I are opposites. We both knew it. We both did our best to fit into each other's lives, but only one of us believed that it could work. And now, well, here we are. Silence stretched between us, only broken by the crackling fire.
I'm sorry, man,
Weston said slowly.
Yeah.
I tried to force a smile, but it just wouldn't come. Me too. I stared at the calendar on my phone as both my assistants prattled on about some email issue within the company where someone had accidentally CC'd everyone instead of just hitting reply. How could it have already been 2 weeks since she walked out on me? How the hell was I still breathing? When the fuck was the vice around my chest going to let up and let me breathe again? Well, that's not a lot of comfort to the woman he was supposed to be replying to. Ellen snapped. My door burst open and Harper flew in, waving a flash drive in her hands and wearing a giant smile.
Everybody, get out.
She swung her finger toward me.
Except you. He has a meeting in 15 minutes, Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Donaldson yelled from the hallway. Is it just me, or has my life become a vortex of chaos in the last few months? I asked blandly, already knowing the answer. Daisy had taken my carefully constructed routine and then turned it on its head, then left me to deal with the ramifications of it. You two can go, I said to my assistants. They scurried out, still arguing about whose fault the email was. Harper shut the door behind them, then plopped into one of the seats opposite my desk. You look... I scanned her features. Smug? Satisfied? I can't decide which word fits.
Both,
she said with a grin, sliding the flash drive over the expanse of my desk. What's this? I caught it.
I think I've solved about 90% of our problem with the safety line.
She grinned. I inserted the drive into my computer and opened the file, scanning through the pages and pages of reports. And you think this material is as effective?
About 95%.
She nodded.
It's not going to be as pretty on the inside as the professional line, and the custom fit really isn't an option with the recreational, but if we use this material and allow them to place the pads themselves for a unique fit, the results are 95% as good as the professional line, and at least 50% better than what's on the market right now.
I studied the document, my brain whirring with possibilities. Weston owns a plant that's capable of this kind of production, and if I'm not mistaken, they just lost one of their contracts.
See? And it could save all of those jobs.
Harper was practically bouncing in her seat.
I know it's not 100% as good as the professional line, but this is as close as we're going to be able to get. And I honestly think that putting out a viable product that's 50% better than what's on the current market is a hell of a lot better than not putting out anything at all, because we're chasing that 5% that we just can't make happen, while not remaining profitable.
I leaned back in my chair and laughed. Harper cocked her head to the side and looked at me like I'd lost it.
You okay, Hesh?
It's ironic. We can make this happen simply by giving up on perfection. My laughter grew and grew until my chest shook and my heart ached.
Ash?
I shook my head and stared at my sister. You made it happen, Harper.
No, you made it happen.
She said slowly.
It was a joint project with the lab in Brazil. Sure, I get the privilege of heading up your science department, but you built an empire of the brightest minds here, Asher. You built the puzzle piece by piece.
We're going to be able to put the line out recreationally, I said slowly.
We are,
she said with a smile.
And we'll be able to make sure that kids like Allie have the best protection when they get into bike accidents or ski accidents.
Or that high school and college football players can have fewer concussions, I said, knowing that's what had killed Nathan and Nixon Noble's brother.
Yeah, that too. And it's affordable, accessible.
Her smile was as bright as I'd ever seen. Relief swept through me, easing the knot of tension I'd been carrying for years while we'd tried to figure this out. It had been years of testing, years of trial and error, years of trying to make this happen. You're pretty amazing, Harper Thompson, just in case no one's told you that lately.
Oh, that's the other thing.
She leaned forward, resting her elbows on my desk.
July 16th.
My brow furrowed. July 16th? I repeated.
It's way after any playoffs and before the season starts up again, right?
Typically, that's how the season goes, yes? What the heck was she getting at?
Good, because that's the date Nathan and I are getting married.
Somehow her smile grew even brighter. My jaw hit the ground. She laughed, then she took out her cell phone and snapped a picture.
I don't think I've ever seen you stunned before. This is great.
You're gonna marry him. Like, actually marry him. Like, vows, rings, marriage license? I asked, waiting for someone to walk in and tell me this was a practical joke.
Vows, rings, license. She nodded. I might even wear a white dress, though let's be honest, those virginal days have long since...
That's enough. I shook my head at her. You're serious? July 16th?
July 16th.
I flew out of my chair and ran around my desk, yanking her out of her chair and into my arms for a hug. I'm so fucking happy for you, Harper.
Thank you.
She hugged me back. What changed your mind? I pulled back and sat on the edge of my desk, and she sank into the chair.
I love him,
she said, tucking her hair behind her ears. You've loved him for years. My brow puckered. And don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled for you. I'm so happy I'll pay for the whole damn wedding and the honeymoon. I'm just trying to understand what changed your mind.
It was a couple of things.
She tucked her feet under her in the wide wingback chair. Daisy had loved that chair. She'd spent hours in it, watching me, taking notes and writing. The damn thing even still smelled like her.
First, you asked, and it made me start thinking. Second, it's really important to Nathan, and because I love him, I need to take that into consideration. But mostly,
she shifted in her seat.
Watching you lose Daisy has made me realize just how lucky I am to have Nathan, and how rare love is. And that's what you do when you love someone, right? You spend the rest of your life with them. You make that promise.
I tried to swallow the lump in my throat.
It had something to do with Mom, right?
She asked softly.
That blow-up at Thanksgiving was awful.
I think it started it, but mostly I think it was me. The words tasted bitter.
You?
Her gaze narrowed.
Were you an asshole?
No. I put my hands up, but I'm not sure I did enough to make sure she knew that she was perfect just the way she was, and when I bought that publishing imprint for her, Harper gasped.
You did what?
I bought an imprint, I said quickly. I mean, it's crosses now, but that's a long story.
You lost it in one of the stupid fucking poker games, didn't you?
Okay, not so long a story, I muttered.
She didn't want to be traditionally published.
Harper raised her eyebrows at me.
She's highly successful on her own.
Yeah, I got that by the end of the fight. I grimaced. Fuck. I don't know. I raked my hands over my hair in frustration. I saw how upset Mom made her at dinner and thought if she had her books in stores, then she wouldn't have to defend herself.
Yeah, and if I owned your tech company, I wouldn't have to defend my position as your head of science,
Harper countered, rolling her eyes.
If you cured world hunger, you wouldn't have to defend how you spend your time to Mom.
I'm 32 years old, Harper. I don't need to defend how I spend my time, I snapped.
But you do. I do too. Hell, even Anne does.
She sighed, her shoulders dipping.
We have pretty great parents who worked really hard to give us every advantage they could.
We do, I agreed.
But they also really fucking suck when they dump all their expectations onto our lives. Honestly, all three of us need to take a hard line with Mom and cut her off from information regarding our careers until she understands that she doesn't get a say.
That's not a half-bad idea, I mused.
You can't let Mom's absurd expectations affect your relationship with Daisy.
Harper said softly.
She's the best thing that's ever happened to you, Ash. And if you let her get away...
She's already gotten away, Harp. I gestured to my empty office. She's gone. She threw the whole "you're embarrassed of me" and "love isn't enough" at me and left.
And you just, what, let her go?
What was I supposed to do? I stood from my desk and started pacing. Beg? Fight? Force her into a relationship she clearly doesn't think will work?
That woman loves you,
she argued, standing up.
I've seen it, Ash. She loves you like one of the characters in her books. So what? You had to fight. Fix it. You had to fight to build this company, Ash. I saw it. You built it from the ground up with blood, sweat, tears, and a hell of a lot of battles. Are you seriously telling me you're willing to fight for your business but not Daisy?
She doesn't see herself in my life. Hurt and misery echoed with every word.
So you show her that you can make room.
Harper stood in front of me, making me pause and grip my shoulders.
You show her that she belongs in your life and you belong in hers. You compromise.
And you honestly think that'll work? A tiny kernel of hope took hold in the center of my chest.
I think you won't know until you try. And if you do try, you do fight, you do pull out all the stops and leave it all on the table, and she still doesn't want you, then she isn't who I think she is.
Harper said softly. I sat back on the edge of my desk, piecing together the argument I'd had with Daisy, the reasoning she'd used to push me away, and what, if anything, I could do.
I know that look,
Harper said, perching next to me on the desk.
You're thinking of something.
Yeah, I am. I sucked in a deep breath. I just don't know if it'll work. But I had to try.
18. Daisy. I clicked send and shut my laptop. It had been almost a month since Asher and I split up. A month of tears and 3 rounds of edits, and now the book I'd dedicated to Asher was off to print. Usually I'd call my girls, and we'd go out to celebrate. A nice dinner, some drinks and dancing, any excuse to let loose after a long deadline. But I didn't have it in me this time. The accomplishment felt hollow, despite knowing how hard I'd worked on it. If being with Asher had taught me anything, it was the realization of how hard I worked. Before, I'd never accredited myself in the way I should, because I didn't fit into a normal corporate schedule. I wrote when my characters spoke to me loudest, and plotted new ideas as they came to me. But that aside, when I really looked at it, I worked more hours than most 9-to-5 jobs, and even when I took my last-minute trips, I brought my laptop and cranked out words before I found the fun. I worked just as hard as Asher freaking Silas, but that hadn't made me good enough for him. Stop. My inner voice was definitely Team Asher, and had been ever since I'd taken some time to cool off and rehash the fight we'd had 1,000,000 times in my mind. Had his intentions been in the right place? Maybe, but he hadn't denied it when I'd said I'd never be accepted for me in his world. He was a smart man, the smartest I'd ever known. He had to see the hurdles between us weren't worth the effort he'd have to put in to stay with me. And I'd meant what I said. I couldn't be with someone who made me feel small for just being who I was, even though Asher had never once made me feel small up until that point. "Knock, knock," Fiona called as she let herself into my apartment, Madison following close behind her, 2 bottles of wine clutched in her hands. Fiona carried 3 massive pizza boxes. "Happy finished a book day," Fiona said, setting the boxes down on my kitchen counter. "You sent it, right?" Madison asked, setting down the wine before looking at her watch. "Just did," I said. "Right on time," Madison cooed, smiling at me as she came to sit next to me on the little love seat next to my desk. "You're like clockwork." "I am not," I said, flashing her a curious glance before looking over at Fiona, who was filling plates with pizza. "You are too," Fiona said. "Every book is the same. You scramble for a couple months, and then somehow you turn it in right on time." "Huh," I said, shrugging. "I guess I haven't noticed." I took the plate of food from Fiona before she sat down, handing Madison hers. We all took a bite, and I sighed. "Have I told you how much I love you both?" "Many times," Madison said, smiling at me. "But it never gets old," Fiona added. "Well, I do." We ate our slices, chatting easy stuff like Madison's patient schedule and Fiona's newlywed life. After we cleaned out most of the pizza, Maddie poured the wine, and we settled into an easy conversation that breathed life back into my soul. "I didn't realize how much I needed this," I said after 1 glass of wine. "Thank you both. I know you're both busy. I appreciate you taking the time to come hang." "Always," Fiona said. "And of course you needed it." "You're miserable," Maddie finished for her. "I am not." I lied straight to their faces. "You're a horrible liar," Maddie said. "Have you heard from him?" Fiona asked. A sharp pain sliced through my chest. "And here we are," I said. "I wondered how long it would take you two to bring him up." "Can you blame us?" Maddie asked. "You're still in love with the man," Fiona said. I couldn't even deny it. I'll always love Asher, I said. It's not one of those relationships where he was bad to me or cheated on me or anything like that. I finished my wine. He was wonderful until I wasn't good enough. Fiona groaned. That's so not true, she said. You are always enough. He bought me an imprint. We know, Maddie said, but even you have to admit that people make mistakes. Do you really believe he did it to turn you into someone you're not? I blew out a breath. Consciously, no. Subconsciously, yes. I think it would be easier to take me home to his mother if I had a bestseller tag stuck to my forehead. Fuck his mom, Fiona said, and Maddie and I laughed. What? She asked. It's true. Fuck her. You're not in love with her. True, but what kind of partner would I be if I held a grudge against his mother? His family? How could I put that wedge between them and claim I love him at the same time? Maddie tilted her head. That's a fair point, she said, rising from the couch. We need more wine. Daisy, I get it. I really do. But you are miserable. You've never hid in your apartment this much, not even when you're up against a deadline. Being with him was one of the happiest times I've seen you. And since I had my own trouble with Brogan in the beginning and needed you two to talk me into a second chance, I can't help but do the same for you. And I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think Asher was a good guy. I swallowed hard. He is a good guy, I said, as Maddie refilled our glasses and sat back down. The best, I whispered, 100 memories flashing through my mind of the times we laughed together or challenged each other. The way his eyes darkened right before he was about to devour me, or the way he'd hiss when I did the same to him. It sent warm shivers dancing along my skin. But my heart was still heavy, because I didn't know how to be the woman he needed me to be. Can I ask you a question without you getting angry with me? Fiona asked after we'd drunk our wine in silence for a little while. Sure, I said. We'd always had a safe space between the three of us, and that wasn't going to change now. Was there any time before that imprint moment that he made you feel you weren't good enough? I sighed. No. And do you think he's so perfect that he's not capable of making mistakes? Maddie asked. No, I said. They both stared at me, support and love in their eyes. It still doesn't change the rift I'll cause between him and his family, between him and the public who scrutinizes every move he makes. I love him, I admitted. You think I want to bring him down? Of course not, Fiona said. But you should really give him the choice, Maddie added, on whether or not he wants to say fuck you to the public, to his family for you. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks. Asher's words that night after Thanksgiving raced through my mind. But he did care. The question was, how much? He's tried to call a couple times, I admitted after a few moments. And? Fiona asked. And I was too scared to answer, too afraid of what he might say. Maddie tucked an arm around my shoulders. It's okay to be afraid, she said. It's worse to feel regret, to live in fear and never know what could have happened. A broken laugh tumbled from my lips. Thanks, Dr. Madison, I said, and she laughed with me. Any time, she said. Now drink up. The next day, I felt lighter in a way I hadn't in a month. Thanks to the girls' night, I felt like the fog over my mind had cleared, and my heart was marginally put back together. I'd even showered and put on a little makeup today. My phone rang, and I instantly answered it when I saw Fiona's picture. Hey, babe, I said. Want to do lunch? That would be fun, she said. But I have something else in mind. Oh, yeah? Yeah. You have a little time off now that you just turned your book in, right? I'm taking at least 3 weeks off, I said. I need the breathing room to think about the next book's plot. Perfect. Girls' trip. Where? That's a surprise, she said, something hitching in her tone. Cool, I said. I love surprises. I know you do, she said, but she still sounded unsure. I'll text you the deets. Be ready in 2 hours, okay? 2 hours? That didn't give me much time. It'll be worth it, babe, she said. Trust me? Of course I do. Perfect. Pack for the beach. We hung up, and I sprinted to my bedroom. Thank God all the time inside had given me plenty of time to stay on top of my laundry. I packed quickly, then grabbed a coffee before I was due to arrive at the airport. Brogan must have sprung for a private plane, because Fiona's instructions led me to where I'd gotten used to traveling with Asher. I needed to call him. I'd told the girls last night that I would, but with the new trip taking over my day, I hadn't had a chance. Maybe once I boarded, I'd have enough time to at least try. After security cleared me, I climbed the stairs of the private jet, entering, before I halted in my tracks. Asher stood in the middle of the aisle, wearing Hawaiian print board shorts and a graphic T-shirt that looked a little ridiculous on him. And I couldn't help it. Despite all the pain, the uncertainty, the heartache, I laughed. "Did you lose a bet to Gareth?" I asked, somehow managing to make my body move toward him.
19. Asher. No, I didn't lose a bet to Gareth.
Then what are you doing here?
Daisy asked, shoving her sunglasses to the top of her head.
Damn, she looked good.
Sure, her eyes were red and puffy, almost like she'd been crying, and there was a definite look of shock in those wide brown eyes, but the sight of her made my heart start beating again. Her flirty little sundress swished against her legs right above the knee, and her hair was up, but a few tendrils had escaped her bun. Fighting. I answered over the sound of the engines. She looked fucking perfect, and the impact of how much I'd missed her these last few weeks hit me like a semi-truck, knocking the breath from my lungs.
Fighting?
She repeated, her arms going limp. Her bag slid to the floor of the small aisle. The attendant closed the door behind her, making the cabin instantly quieter, but Daisy didn't even turn to look. Her gaze was focused on me and the Nirvana T-shirt I'd donned for the occasion. Fighting, I repeated, as long as you let me. I shoved both my hands into the pockets of my Hawaiian print board shorts and shrugged. I've never been the kind of guy to kidnap a girl, so I'm really hoping you'll consent.
To fighting?
Her brows rose. To taking off. I motioned to Sarah, the flight attendant, as she picked up Daisy's bag.
I'll just stow this,
Sarah said, popping it into a cabinet and then backing away through the door that separated the main cabin from the service one.
Pre-check is done, and we're ready for takeoff. But how about you just buzz us when you make your decision?
I nodded. Thanks, Sarah.
Anytime, Mr. Silas.
She mouthed, good luck, before retreating, shutting the door behind her.
This isn't a girls' weekend, is it?
Daisy asked, glancing around the cabin.
The others aren't coming?
Nope, it's just you and me. I grimaced. That is, if you decide it's okay to just be you and me.
I'm really confused right now.
That's because I'm really shitty at grand gestures. I raked my hands over my hair.
Is that what this is?
It's what it's trying to be. I sighed. Fuck, I sucked at this. Okay, we have a pretty tight flight plan here, so let's make a deal.
Still confused, but listening,
she said. I propose that we sit back here on this couch and take off.
To where?
Current flight plan is to Fiji, with refueling stops along the way, naturally, I answered. So we can get this plane off the ground and you give me, say, an hour to plead my case, then we'll have options.
Which are?
She folded her arms across her chest, but the gesture looked more protective than angry. But hey, she hadn't run off the plane and outright denied me, so it had to be going semi-well. 3 things. The first is I can't make you love me and we can turn the plane around. You're out an investment of 2 hours, one of which might be awkward. The second is I can't make you love me, but we continue to Fiji and you get a weekend away. I'll even fly your friends down. Her lips parted and she blinked in shock. The third is I managed to talk you into loving me again and we spend the next 2 weeks in Fiji together. I rocked back on my heels.
Fiji?
She asked. Fiji. I nodded. But this might take a lot more than an hour if we keep repeating each other. Please, Daisy, give me a chance. I promise I'll have them turn the jet around.
Yeah, sure.
She pressed her lips together in a tight line like she was fighting to keep control.
I mean, can you even get away for 2 weeks?
I cleared my schedule. It might have taken me a week to do it, but I managed.
You cleared your schedule on the off chance that I'd be willing to fly to Fiji with you?
Her voice rose with surprise. Yes, so I'd really consider it a favor if you gave me the hour. I backed up, gesturing to the couch.
An hour,
she repeated, nodding as she walked forward. Hope flared, skyrocketing my heartbeat. We buckled into the couch, me on one end, her on the other, and I gave the pilot the okay for takeoff. We stared at each other for the longest 5 minutes of my life as we launched into the sky. I went over every argument in my head, making mental point after point the higher we climbed. But then we leveled out, and I knew my stay of execution was over.
Why would you think I don't love you?
Daisy said softly. I unbuckled and slid closer to her.
Because you don't end a relationship with someone you love. You do if you think it's what's best for them,
she answered, searching my eyes.
Just because I ended it between us doesn't mean that I don't love you. Because I do. I love you with everything I have, Hesher. That doesn't stop just because I've realized that our lives don't fit.
My heart surged to life.
She still loved me.
They do, I argued. Our lives fit perfectly if we just make a little room for each other. I love you, Daisy. I love you more than anything else in my life. More than my business, more than the Reapers, more than anything. My life doesn't make sense without you in it. And I'll do whatever you want, whatever you need to prove to you that we fit perfectly.
I don't want you to change,
she whispered.
I love you just the way you are.
I took her hand in mine. And I don't want to change you either. But I do want us to find our middle ground so we can build a life on it. Because I don't want to live without you.
I'm not perfect.
I kissed her quiet, then cupped her cheeks. You are perfect for me.
Asher,
she whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek. I was wrong when I bought that imprint for you, I said, pressing my thumb lightly over her lip when she tried to interrupt me. No, listen, please. I was wrong. I thought I was making your dream of being in bookstores come true. Instead of listening to you, I tried to fix a problem that wasn't mine to fix. A problem you don't even have. Because I didn't listen well enough. I never wanted you to be perfect. I rubbed my thumb over her lower lip. I just want you to be you.
I'm not what you pictured. I know that. I've seen your ex. I survived dinner with your mother.
She shook her head.
You deserve someone who's going to fulfill every fantasy for you. You deserve someone who shows up on time, who doesn't get lost in her own head. Someone who's out there changing the world for the better.
Damn it, Daisy, you change my world for the better. That's all I care about. You are every single one of my fantasies. You push my boundaries. You bring color into my life. You make me re-examine everything about the way I live. Look at me, I'm taking a vacation. I grinned.
A vacation you can't afford to take. I know that you're getting the safety line off the ground. I know you've found a way and you're just taking off for 2 weeks while all of that is going through. Why? Because I told you that you needed to take a break?
She put her hands over mine.
I won't be the reason that you miss out on everything you worked for.
I'm not missing out on anything, I assured her. I have thousands of people who work for Silas Tech. Daisy, I'm capable of delegating. I don't have to handle every project myself, and honestly, if I do, I'm denying those very talented people a chance to shine and grow. I'm exactly where I want to be. Right here with you. Her face puckered.
You're making it really hard to find reasons to say no. Then don't.
I kissed her forehead. Just be with me. Fight with me. Tell me when I'm being an arrogant ass. Go to war with me, Daisy. Just don't leave me.
I want you so badly, but dating didn't go so well for us,
she whispered. Yeah, well, I thought about that too. I slid off the couch and hit one knee in front of her, taking the velvet box out of my pocket. I'm not the reckless kind. Never have been. I like to make decisions based on facts and logic, but you and me, we defy logic. We surpass it. We don't need facts because we already are one. There's no me without you, Daisy. I've never been so certain about anything in my life as I am about the way I feel about you. I opened the box, revealing the solitary engagement ring I'd bought yesterday from Harry Winston. I love you. Be reckless with me, Daisy. Marry me. I kept my eyes locked on hers.
You're serious?
She whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. I've never been more serious. A very wise woman told me this is what you do when you love someone. You promise to spend the rest of your life with them. So marry me. My heart froze. There it was. I'd put it all on the line, and now it was all up to her. I'll make sure you never regret it. Hell, I won't even ask you to sign a
Yes,
she whispered, a slow smile spreading across her face as she nodded.
Yes, let's do it. Let's be reckless.
She surged forward and kissed me. You don't even want to see the ring? I laughed, tugging her off the couch and into my lap.
I don't care about the ring,
she said, her mouth against mine.
I just want you.
The ring fell from my hand as I grabbed her ass with both hands, holding her against me as I kissed her. Our mouths collided, melded, the feeling so right, so perfect that I could only moan. I shifted, lifting her into my arms as I rose, sitting back on the couch with her in my lap. Fuck. This was heaven right here. Daisy in my arms, her heart safe in my keeping. This was all I ever wanted. The kiss spun out of control, and I didn't give a damn. There was no teasing here, no playful nips or maddening, lingering caresses. This was all primal heat and need. My heart rate skyrocketed, and the way she rolled her hips over mine had me hard in the span of 3 heartbeats.
I need you,
she whispered, reaching for my shorts.
Please, Asher.
Holding her tight, I arched my hips and tugged them down. Her hand wrapped around my cock, stroking me from root to tip. A growl rumbled in my chest. Tell me you're ready for me. I swept my hand under her dress and between her thighs.
Touch me.
She kissed me hard, tugging my bottom lip between her teeth. I was too impatient to remove her thong, so I ripped the lace on both sides of her hips and threw the fabric to the floor. Then my fingers were on her, dipping into her pussy to find her even wetter, hotter than I remembered. You only get better. I thrust 2 fingers inside her to be sure she was ready. She cried out, gripping my cock tighter. This only ever gets better between us. I pumped my fingers within her, curling them right where she liked, using my thumb to stroke her clit.
Stop teasing me and take me,
she demanded, rising on her knees and bringing the head of my cock to her entrance. I slipped my hand free.
Or I can take you.
she whispered, smiling against my mouth as she sank down and down. Fuck, I groaned, cupping the back of her neck and thrusting my hips upward, claiming every single inch of her.
Like heaven?
She asked once she'd taken me to the hilt. I managed to smile through the haze of lust clouding my brain. Heaven. That's what I always told her she felt like, tasted like. Like home. Her lips met mine, and I took her mouth in a hot, open-mouthed kiss as she began to ride me, taking me deep only to rise again, nearly unseating herself before dropping down again.
We get to do this for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, we do. Just the thought had pleasure coiling tighter, my orgasm building faster than I'd ever felt in my life. I gripped her hips and drove up into her every time she dropped down, bouncing on my cock. It was too much, and yet I only wanted more. Fuck, love. I'm close. I need you to come with me. I reached between us and worked her clit with my fingers.
Ash,
she moaned, holding on to my shoulders for balance.
Oh, God.
Her motion slowed as her thighs shook, her breaths ragged against my lips. I've got you. I pinned her hip in my grip, then arched my hips, thrusting it into her as I rubbed her clit in tight, hard circles. So beautiful, so amazing. I love you, Daisy. She shattered, shouting into my mouth as her pussy rippled and gripped my cock. I came with a groan, letting the pleasure overtake me as I jerked into her, holding her tight.
I love you, Asher.
She collapsed against my chest, tucking her face against my neck as we came down. Her breaths finally slowing as I stroked my fingers down her spine, over the fabric of her dress and back up to her neck. This wasn't just happiness, it was peace. And I wanted to bottle it, to save this moment for instant replay on the days I knew we'd struggle to find that middle ground. She sat up, my cock still firmly inside her.
So, that's the Mile High Club.
I laughed. Hold on tight. She did as I stood, and she locked her ankles around my waist. Most people are stuck sneaking into a bathroom, but we have this whole cabin to ourselves. I carried her to the bathroom so we could both get cleaned up. I found the ring box before she came out of the bathroom, her cheeks flush and her eyes bright. I thought you might want this. I pulled the ring from its velvet cushion and slipped it on her finger.
Oh, Ash, it's...
Her eyes widened. If you don't like it, I can have a dealer waiting for us in Fiji. You can...
It's beautiful.
She kissed me. It's about 5... No, she was the one kissing me quiet.
I don't need facts, Asher. It's perfect. Just like you.
She cocked an eyebrow at me.
Are you serious about taking 2 full weeks with me? No business?
No writing, I challenged.
Nope, she grinned. Just lots of inspiration.
2 weeks now and 2 weeks whenever you want it. You're my priority, Daisy. This, us, we're my priority. I'm going to be around so much, you'll be sick of me. I wrapped my arms around her and tugged her against me, resting my chin on the top of her head.
Don't count on it,
she said, hugging me tight.
I have many, many uses for you, Asher Silas.
Man, I can't wait to be of service.
What are we going to do for the rest of the flight?
She looked up at me with a wicked grin. Oh, I have a few ideas. I picked her up and headed right back to the couch. I was never going to get enough of her, but forever sounded like a pretty good place to start.
Epilogue. Daisy. 2 years later. Everything is all set for the cliff dive tomorrow, I said, leading Asher through the thick green vegetation that hugged the island. We'd been hiking for about an hour now, but I'd spied something on the map that I was dying to show him. "You're quite the little scheduler, Mrs. Silas," Asher called from behind me, and my body did that warm, melty thing it always did whenever he called me that. 2 years. 2 blissful years together, one of which being his wife. It never got old. Sure, we had our fair share of arguments when our differences clashed together like roadblocks, but we always found a way to learn and grow from them. I couldn't be happier. "I learn from the best," I said, finally taking the last turn on the trail, the vibrant green trees separating to show. "Wow," Asher said, stepping up beside me and taking my hand. "You were right. This was worth the hike." I grinned up at him before returning my eyes to the view. To our left, and up about 50 feet, a waterfall poured over the side of the island, the white, frothy water spilling effortlessly into the cool, turquoise water below. The roar was a constant churning, and a light spray hit us where we stood next to the overhang. "Want to go behind it?" I asked, already tugging him along. Asher chuckled, following me as I navigated the stone path that cut right behind the waterfall. "It's amazing!" "It's loud," Asher yelled back, but his face was lit up with a smile I was definitely addicted to. I motioned through the churning water, pointing to the east. "Our spot for cliff diving is that way," I said, turning to look up at him. "Do you think the guys will like it?" Asher hauled me against him, our shorts and t-shirts getting soaked from the spray of the waterfall. "The guys are the last thing on my mind right now," he said. I arched a brow at him. "Oh, yeah? What is on your mind right now, Mr. Silas?" He smirked, then slanted his mouth over mine, showing me with his tongue exactly what was on his mind. Carefully, he maneuvered us, pressing me against the slick rock wall that hugged the island's side, the water roaring behind us. I fisted his shirt, giving everything to that kiss before he pulled his mouth away and kissed along the line of my jaw, then the shell of my ear. "I'm thinking how loud you're going to say my name in a few minutes," he said into my ear. "Maybe I won't," I teased. "Maybe I'll cry out, 'husband,' instead." He leaned back, planting me with a gaze that promised trouble. My toes curled in my shoes with that look. "As long as you call me yours," he said, then crushed his mouth on mine. We were a tangle of tongues and teeth, hands and limbs, content on an island vacation that practically birthed spontaneity like this. 2 years ago, I would have assumed Asher would hate this sort of chaos. Now, I knew him better, knew how much he lived for moments like these. These moments, plus the trials and business in between, is what we'd built the foundation of our love on, and there was nothing in the world that could shake it. "Always," I said, then nipped at his bottom lip. "Now let's see how loud we can get." Asher's eyes churned before he kissed me again, and I lost myself in our happily ever after. This concludes Asher by Samantha Whiskey, narrated by Oliver Highpoint and Mia Madison. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Whiskey, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Samantha Whiskey, care of the Fiore Agency and Davy Literary and Media, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.